This boy is none other than our protagonist, Lee Chul. He was born a peerless genius. Yet because he was an illegitimate child of the clan leader, he never received any privileges. However, there was one thing they didn't know. Chul was hiding a secret. He had mastered every single martial arts technique within the clan. This was possible thanks to a special ability of his, a power that allowed him to read the memories embedded within weapons. These very weapons had become his greatest teachers. The story begins in the unexplored regions of North Korea. At this moment, a group of martial artists had gathered, engaged in conversation. Among them, a young man stood, looking around in confusion. Just then, a middle-aged man approached, holding 2 cups of water. "Hey, young man, is this your first time joining?" The young man hesitated for a moment before taking one of the cups and nodding. "Yes, I've entered portals and dungeons before, but this is my first time in a place like this, so I'm a little nervous." Hearing this, the man let out a hearty laugh. "Haha, then you'd better brace yourself. Places like this have been abandoned for hundreds of years, so they're bound to be crawling with monsters. Hell, there might even be ancient ones lurking around." As he spoke, the man sat down beside the young warrior. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, the young man turned to ask, "But, our expedition leader is from the prestigious Lee martial clan, isn't he? I heard he's the clan leader's brother, so he must be really strong." At those words, the older man glanced over at someone nearby before shaking his head with a mocking chuckle. "You mean that guy? He's nothing special. He's just an illegitimate child, weak enough to be exiled from the clan." The man he was looking at was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing an expression of exhaustion, looking no different from an unemployed drifter. This was the 9th legitimate son of the esteemed Lee martial clan, Lee Chul. Looking at Chul's somewhat unkempt appearance, the middle-aged man continued his remarks. "Not only is he incompetent, but he must also lack perseverance. That's why, even at his age, he's only reached the 7th level in martial arts. How could we possibly rely on someone like that?" At that moment, a man dressed in black stepped forward and addressed Chul. "Expedition leader, we should move on." Hearing someone call him, Chul merely lifted his gaze slightly before lowering his head again and muttering, "All right." With that, the group quickly packed up and continued moving forward. However, for some reason, Chul felt a growing sense of unease about this journey. As he walked, thoughts raced through his mind. The Black Spear Corps serves under the Lee martial clan's head. They're supposed to protect me. But somehow, this doesn't feel right. I have a bad feeling about this. Chul silently warned himself. Memories of his past began resurfacing in his mind. I once held on to hope and dreams. The moment I realized the burden of being part of the prestigious Lee martial clan was also the moment I was chosen by a supreme divine weapon during the selection ceremony. Back then, I believed that if I kept learning and improving, one day, I would earn recognition, but that day never came. Everything started when Chul was around 7 or 8 years old. At that time, a doctor within the clan pointed to an ultrasound image on the wall and explained, "Look at this. I've never seen a mana flow like this before. With this kind of mana, he won't be suited for magic. And if he tries to train in martial arts, stabilizing his energy will be extremely difficult. Given young Master Lee Chul's condition, reaching the 9th level would be nothing short of a miracle." Upon hearing this, Chul's father let out a quiet sigh, then turned his gaze toward the window. His eyes filled with disappointment. That was the moment when everything changed. Once people learned about my condition, they dismissed my selection by the divine weapon as mere coincidence, or worse, a mistake. Even so, I gave it my all. I wanted to prove them wrong. I reached the 7th level at the age of 25. At that time, I was genuinely overjoyed, even though my siblings had already reached that level when they were just children. But that joy didn't last long. I was expelled from the clan when I turned 30. If not for my eldest brother, I would have ended up as nothing more than a lifeless corpse the moment I was cast out. Since then, I've been running. It's been 10 years now. The age of chaos has begun. Uncharted lands continue to expand, and the monsters are evolving at an alarming rate. My father, the man hailed as the pinnacle of martial arts, the head of the Lee martial clan, has passed away. Shortly after news of his death spread across the media, a group of figures clad in dark robes came looking for me. The moment I saw them, I furrowed my brows and questioned them. Black Spear Corps. How did you find me? The men in black didn't respond. Instead, they handed me a letter and spoke in low, solemn voices. This decree is for you. Switching back to Chul's perspective, he let out a sigh as the black merchant group ignored his question. Then chuckled bitterly to himself. Haha, so they're just going to pretend they didn't hear me? Am I really never going to escape this cursed bloodline? Shaking his head, he quickly read the letter, gradually piecing together the situation. Clan leader Lee Gunsung. So third brother has become the clan leader? Then what about eldest brother? Questions swirled in his mind. But before he could think further, the men in front of him spoke again. We will meet in 1 hour. With that, they turned around and left. Chul clenched the letter in his hand, his voice rising urgently. Wait, what happened to my eldest brother? But the black merchant group remained silent. Frustrated, he pressed on. I haven't even wielded a sword in the past 10 years. So why are you making me investigate the uncharted territories? At these words, one of the men in black seemed to lose his patience. He turned around, glaring at Chul. Are you saying you refuse? His hand instinctively reached for the hilt of his sword. A subtle yet undeniable threat. A chill ran down Chul's spine. He quickly realized that rejecting them without a legitimate excuse would leave him with only one outcome, death. Left with no other choice, he relented. That's not what I meant. I'll do it. Satisfied with his response, the men in black disappeared like a passing wind. Once they were gone, Chul gritted his teeth, crushing the letter in his fist. Those bastards. Returning to the present, Chul and his group had been traveling through the forest for some time when they suddenly stumbled upon a massive, decaying structure. One of the younger men in the group gasped in surprise. Huh? An abandoned building? It's actually in pretty good condition. Beside him, one of the men in black suggested. Let's head inside. Without hesitation, the group drew their weapons, gripping them tightly as they cautiously stepped into the abandoned building. Their eyes darted around, scanning every corner, and what they saw sent shivers down their spines. The place was littered with bones, piles of them, both human and monstrous. What the hell is this? Are these the remains of ancient beasts? Someone shouted in horror. But before they could even process the gruesome sight, one of the black-clad figures snapped. Begin the operation. At his command, 2 men in black lunged forward without warning. The young man in the group barely had time to register what was happening before his head was severed from his body. Blood splattered across the floor as his lifeless body collapsed. The attack had been so swift and merciless that the rest of the martial artists could only stand frozen in shock before their screams erupted. What the hell are you doing? The only response was the chilling voice of an assassin. You knew from the start that you were all dead men. You should be honored to sacrifice yourselves for the family's benefit. His words were cold and emotionless as he lunged toward the older warrior. But before he could strike, a sharp blade pierced through his chest from behind. His body stiffened in disbelief. The one who had struck him down was none other than Chul. His voice was devoid of emotion as he demanded, "Who's behind this?" The assassin, rather than struggling, answered calmly, as if pain was a foreign concept to him. The clan leader is behind this. We were ordered to bring you here. That is, as long as you didn't resist. A faint smirk touched his lips as he reached out and crushed the blade embedded in his chest. Then, before Chul's disbelieving eyes, the gaping wound began to close, flesh knitting itself together at an unnatural speed. Chul could hardly believe what he was witnessing. But before the assassin could make another move, the older martial artist seized the opportunity, swiftly maneuvering behind him for a surprise attack. Unfortunately, the older warrior's skills were lacking. Before he could even launch his attack, the assassin casually swung his blade behind him, slicing the man clean in half. Blood sprayed across the floor, the air thick with the stench of iron. The assassin cast a condescending glance at Chul, his lips curling in mockery. Pathetic. I thought you'd be much stronger than this. Especially considering half of your blood still belongs to the prestigious Lee Marshall family. Without another word, he lunged forward like a flash of lightning, his foot slamming into Chul's chest with bone-crushing force. The impact sent Chul flying like a cannonball, smashing through walls and crashing into piles of bones before finally coming to a stop. Blood spilled from his lips. His vision swam, but strangely, his mind remained eerily calm. I can't die here. I need a weapon. His eyes darted frantically around the battlefield, searching. Then, he saw it. A longsword, embedded deep within the spine of a massive, long-dead beast. There, that sword is strong enough to kill something this big. If I can just use it, I'll have a chance. Please, let this work. Wasting no time, Chol reached for the sword and yanked it free. But the moment the blade left the monster's bones, it began to dissolve, fading into wisps of black smoke. Chol's breath caught in his throat. His grip tightened around empty air as his eyes filled with disbelief. "Why?" he whispered, voice hollow. Then, from directly behind him, the assassin's voice rang out. "I can't believe it. A descendant of the Li family has fallen to such disgraceful depths." His tone was filled with amusement. "At the very least, allow me to send you off properly, as someone who once carried the Li name." With a swift motion, his sword slashed through the air, forming a crimson arc aimed straight at Chol. At that moment, Chol's body lost all strength, and he collapsed forward. A single thought of resentment filled his mind. The heavens are truly cruel. Am I really going to die like this? My whole life, I've done nothing but run, enduring countless failures, and yet, this is how it ends. If I had a chance to live again, I would. Before he could finish the thought, his vision went completely dark. But his consciousness did not fade entirely. A thin streak of light emerged within the abyss, and then a familiar voice echoed. "Is this Eugene's child? What happened to Eugene?" Nearby, another voice, one belonging to a man dressed like a butler, responded hesitantly. "When we found her, she had already," his words faltered. Back in Chol's perspective, the voices and faces stirred a deep sense of nostalgia. This voice, it's my father? But, he died long ago. Wait, he looks so young. And not just him. Even Butler Choi looks exactly the same. Father, Butler. Chol reached forward instinctively, but when he looked down, what he saw was a pair of tiny, fragile hands. The reason was simple. At that moment, he was in the body of a newborn child. Looking at his tiny hands, Chol wiggled them a few times, trying to confirm if his eyes were deceiving him. He questioned himself internally. What happened? I should be dead. Is this the afterlife? Or just a memory? Unaware of his son's inner turmoil, Chol's father, Lee Taishan, spoke to the butler. Young will be a fitting name for him. Like the other children, arrange for a handmaid and a few members of the Shadow Sword Corps to guard him. And let him participate in the sword selection ceremony alongside the 8th Miss. The butler was visibly shocked by the order and hesitated before asking. Immediately? But he's not ready yet. Besides, the 8th Miss is a few months older than him. Taishan pondered for a moment at the butler's words but then shook his head. It doesn't matter. I'll be going now. With that, he glanced at Chol briefly, making the boy flinch, before swiftly exiting the room. Only when his father was gone did Chol finally let out a relieved breath. Phew, as expected a father. I haven't seen him in so long. But the pressure he exudes is just as overwhelming as I remember. What is this situation? This feels too real to be a memory. And that conversation just now. That actually happened. I don't want to believe it. But if this is real, then have I really regressed to this cursed point in time? The more he thought about it, the more absurd it seemed. Time passed quickly. Several months after Chol's regression, today marked a significant event for the Li clan, the sword selection ceremony. This was the day when the clan's descendants showcased their talents by being chosen by their weapons. In the past, Chol's father had been selected by dozens of swords and became the strongest swordsman of his generation. His older brother was even more exceptional, chosen not only by swords but also by tomes and staves, earning worldwide recognition for his mastery of both swordsmanship and magic. And now, it was finally Chol's turn. At this moment, Chol was dressed in an exceptionally luxurious outfit. However, it made him feel somewhat uncomfortable. Noticing his expression, a maid standing nearby smiled brightly and praised him. "Oh my, young master looks so handsome today. Even though you're in an unfamiliar place, you're not crying at all. How mature." This maid was Moon Gawa, Chol's personal attendant. She gently picked him up into her arms and continued. "I'm certain you'll receive great results today. Your future will surely shine brightly." Hearing this, Chol glanced up at her and unknowingly let out a faint smile. A hint of nostalgia flickered in his eyes as memories from his past life resurfaced. Gawa had always been like a mother to him. Yet, because of his siblings' jealousy, she had been exiled from the household. She was the only one who shed tears for his loneliness and had always remained by his side. But this time, I won't let that happen. No matter what, I'll protect her. With that thought, Chol reached out his tiny hands and gently touched Gawa's face. The gesture took her by surprise, but she instinctively hugged him closer. Just then, a voice interrupted their moment. "Young Master Young, everything is ready." Hearing this, Gawa turned to Chol with a gentle smile. "Well then, shall we head out now?" Meanwhile, elsewhere, Butler Choi stood behind Taishan and respectfully informed him. "Everything is prepared." Taishan gave a slight nod before responding. "Good, let's move out." With that, the entire procession began making its way toward a specific location, one that closely resembled an arena. However, at the center of the battleground stood countless weapons planted upright in the ground, while spectators from all around gathered to witness the ceremony. As they noticed Chol's arrival, whispers quickly spread among the onlookers. "That child? Is he the illegitimate one brought in from the outside?" Meanwhile, seated in a more prestigious section of the grandstand were several key figures of the Lee clan. The elegantly dressed woman sitting at the forefront was Baek Hwayeon, the matriarch of the family. Beside her, with long flowing hair, sat Lee Jae-hung, the chief steward. Next was the clan's eldest son, Lee Gun-sung, and finally, the third son, Lee Myeongjin. As the crowd continued to quietly observe and evaluate Chol, Myeongjin suddenly spoke up. "He's still far too young. Don't you remember how we participated in this ceremony at that age as well? Isn't that right, Gun-sung?" He glanced at his older brother as he spoke, awaiting his response. Gun-sung responded indifferently. "Yeah, I guess so. No idea where he even came from." His face remained expressionless, but deep inside, he found the situation somewhat amusing. Scene shifts to the arena. At this moment, Taishan raised his voice and declared, "The weapon selection ceremony begins. Bring Hwa forward." Upon hearing this command, a woman hurriedly carried a little girl toward the stage. This child was Lee Hwa, the eighth child of the clan. Taishan gently seated her against a chair before retrieving a small dagger from his pocket. Without hesitation, he pressed the blade against the tip of her tiny finger, drawing a few drops of blood. The moment her blood dripped onto the ground, something astonishing occurred. A radiant blue light emerged, surging straight toward the collection of weapons in the distance. Suddenly, one of the weapons, a silver-white sword, began to glow brilliantly. Witnessing this phenomenon, murmurs of awe spread throughout the audience. "Wow, that's the legendary relic-class weapon. Fangblade, a true masterpiece. For generations, it has never responded to anyone before." Ignoring the chatter, Taishan extended his hand toward the sword, using his power to summon it into his grasp. Once he held the blade firmly, he turned back to his daughter and gently embraced her. "From this day forth, the Fangblade shall belong to Hwa." At his proclamation, several noblewomen in the crowd immediately offered their congratulations. "Congratulations, young lady. Another prodigy has been born into the clan. Today is truly a momentous occasion." Receiving these well wishes, the clan's matriarch, Lady Baek Hwayeon, smiled graciously and softly expressed her thanks. However, her expression soon darkened when Taishan spoke once more. "And next, Young's ceremony shall begin." The moment these words left his lips, the enthusiasm in the crowd dissipated almost instantly. Murmurs of doubt and disapproval replaced the earlier excitement. "Isn't he the illegitimate child from outside? Tisk, tisk, why is someone like him even allowed to participate?" Unfazed by the whispers, Taishan proceeded with the ceremony, placing Chol against a stone just as he had done with Hwa. Then, without hesitation, he pricked Chol's fingertip with the dagger, allowing a drop of blood to fall. However, since Chol possessed the mind of an adult, he did not cry like his older sister. This small detail seemed to please Taishan, who nodded approvingly and murmured, "I feel proud of you." He then gently patted Chol's head in a rare gesture of praise. Yet, deep inside, Chol felt a tinge of unease. "So, the moment has finally arrived. In my past life, I was chosen by the resonant azure blade, a heaven-class weapon." With that thought in mind, Chul extended his tiny hand, allowing the drops of his blood to fall to the ground. The scene shifts to the viewing platform. At this moment, Chief Steward Jae-hong cast a glance toward Madame Baek Hwayeon, who sat to the side with a cold and expressionless face. He mused to himself, judging by her expression, she's clearly displeased. Well, that's understandable. After all, that child carries my elder brother's hidden bloodline. Jae-hong let out a quiet sigh. That child truly has a cruel fate. To be a secondary son and try to survive in the Lee family, it won't be easy. Perhaps it's because of these old men, so stubbornly clinging to their obsession with blood purity, that things have turned out this way. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly spoke from behind him, almost as if the speaker had read his mind. It seems the chief steward has quite a bit of interest in a mere secondary son. The words were accompanied by a light chuckle. Jae-hong turned slightly, only to see an elderly man stroking his beard with a knowing smile. His gaze filled with subtle meaning. This old man was none other than the great elder of the Lee family. Hearing his words, Jae-hong coolly shifted his gaze toward him and replied, "Greetings, great elder." Though his words were formal, a trace of wariness flickered in his eyes. He remained on high alert, fully aware of how cunning the old man was. This is a man who never reveals his true thoughts. No matter what, I must not let my guard down around him, Jae-hong thought to himself, unfazed by Jae-hong's wary demeanor. The old man, Chol Jun, smiled and continued in a light-hearted tone. That child? Is he the one the patriarch brought back from the outside? Without even looking at him, Jae-hong responded flatly, "Yes, I heard that the Spirit Sword Corps found and protected him." Of course, Chol Jun already knew this. Yet, he still chose to ask, as if savoring the conversation. How peculiar. I can't seem to fathom the patriarch's intentions. A secondary son, with unclear origins, no one knows who bore him, nor how, and yet, he is allowed to participate in the selection ceremony? The selection ceremony holds no significance for a secondary son. That has already been made abundantly clear, through your own experience. Has it not, Chief Steward? The thinly veiled mockery in Chol Jun's words caused Jae-hong's face to harden. His hands clenched so tightly that they trembled. His voice laced with anger as he demanded, "What did you just say?" Hearing this, the old man Chol Jun quickly adjusted his words, though his insidious tone remained unchanged. "Oh, my apologies. That was rude of me. It's just that the story of the chief steward, someone from outside, failing to be chosen by any weapon during the previous selection ceremony is far too well known. A secondary son will always be just that, a secondary son. It would be best to know one's place." As he finished speaking, a mocking smile spread across his face. At this point, even the Buddha himself would have been angered. How could Jae-hong possibly stay still after such blatant humiliation? His teeth ground together audibly as he exploded in fury. "Enough. I refuse to tolerate such disgraceful insults any longer." Yet before he could even finish his outburst, a brilliant flash of light suddenly erupted from afar, casting an overwhelming glow that left both Jae-hong and Chol Jun momentarily stunned. Jae-hong was so taken aback that he shot up from his seat, his eyes widening as he tried to take in what was happening. Beside him, Chol Jun's face twisted in sheer panic, as if he had just lost a fortune. "What is this? How could this be happening?" he muttered in disbelief. Meanwhile, an uncontrollable joy lit up Jae-hong's face. He couldn't hold back his laughter. "Ha ha ha, even though I'm seeing it with my own eyes, it still feels like a dream." Their gazes locked onto the battlefield below, where every weapon present had begun to glow in unison, radiating a dazzling brilliance that made it difficult to look directly at them. Even legendary masterpieces such as the Blood Spirit Spear and the Iron Fusion Blade, as well as sacred relics like the Holy Sword Ma and the Divine Thunder Wyvern, all responded to Chol, acknowledging him as their rightful master. The entire grandstand fell into utter silence, shocked beyond words. And then, mere seconds later, an eruption of frenzied shouts echoed through the arena. How is this possible? This is absurd. Not just the weapons in the ceremony, even those that already have masters are reacting. On the other side, even the sword belonging to the eldest heir of the family, Myeong Yeong, began to glow and tremble violently in response to Chol. Jae-hong could only stare in disbelief before letting out a dazed chuckle. Ha ha, how could something like this happen? Gunsung, do you believe what you're seeing? It seems our ninth brother possesses a talent far beyond anything we ever imagined. In response, Gunsung remained as composed as ever and simply acknowledged. That does seem to be the case. Meanwhile, the guests who had come to witness the ceremony continued their heated discussions. Doesn't this seem off? A result like this should be impossible for a secondary son. But damn it, the selection ceremony is absolutely flawless, it can't be wrong. From the perspective of the clan leader, Taishan, he had heard enough. With a booming voice, he roared, "Silence! According to clan law, all weapons that have chosen young must belong to him. However, handling this matter so simply will not be easy. Therefore, I wish to hear everyone's opinions." In response, Chief Steward Jae-hong raised his hand and voiced his thoughts. "I have a proposal. Regardless of the clan's traditions, I believe bestowing all of these weapons upon him would go against the very essence of the selection ceremony. The ceremony is a tradition that must be preserved for future generations. Therefore, why not allow ninth young master to personally choose a single sword among them? What do you think?" For Taishan, this was a suggestion he couldn't possibly refuse. There was no need to overthink it, he immediately agreed. "Not bad, that suggestion will be accepted." With that, he snapped his fingers, and the weapons that already had masters flew back toward the arena. Then, with a gentle exertion of his energy, he effortlessly lifted Chul, who had been seated up front, and softly encouraged him. "Come now, my son, choose the one you desire." From Chul's perspective, he saw the countless weapons radiating with dazzling light before him, leaving him momentarily dazed. Why is everything different from before my regression? But regardless of the reason, this was clearly an incredible opportunity. There was no way he would let it slip by. He made up his mind. He would take full advantage of this situation. With that, Chul swiftly crawled forward, weaving his way past the sword infused with the bloodline of the true dragon Braha without even glancing at it. Even the most destructive and immensely powerful weapons, like the sacred spear of White Mirage, crafted using a fragment of a saint's body with the sole purpose of exterminating immensely powerful beings, failed to capture his interest. Beyond that, there was also the Valheim staff, crafted from the branches of the World Tree, the sacred sanctuary of the spirits, and the Spirit Veil sword, forged during the celestial alignment of the moon, sun and stars. All of them were legendary weapons, lying in wait for Chul to make his choice. However, Chul didn't need to hesitate for long. He reached out and placed his hand on a certain sword, as if he had already made up his mind from the very beginning. From behind, clan leader Taishan watched as Chul made his choice, his eyes betraying a rare flicker of surprise. The sword Chul had chosen was none other than the very blade discovered by the Li clan's founding ancestor in the untamed wilderness. For generations, no one had been able to awaken the latent power within it. It had remained in the shadows, collecting dust as time passed it by. Its name was Black Knight. Based on known criteria, the sword did not meet the qualifications to be ranked among the celestial tier weapons. However, due to its connection to the clan's forefather, it had always been preserved alongside the celestial tiered weapons. And yet, throughout all these years, not a single predecessor had ever been marked by fate to wield it. Is this merely the meaningless choice of an infant, or the beginning of a new destiny? Taishan murmured to himself, his voice so soft that only he could hear. Then, after Chul had made his selection, Taishan pulled both the child and the sword toward him with a gentle wave of energy. His voice rang out across the arena as he declared, "Li Young has chosen Black Knight. With this, the ceremony is officially concluded." At that very moment, high up in the stands, the clan's matriarch, Baek Hwayeon, watched as Chul laid claim to that particular sword. Her gaze darkened, and a trace of killing intent flickered in her eyes, sending a chilling sensation through those nearby. Li Young, the secondary son, yet another nuisance has stepped into the clan. And if he became an obstacle, there would only be one course of action: elimination. Time flew by in the blink of an eye. And before long, 9 years had passed. Now, our protagonist, Chul, was already 9 years old. Inside a secluded estate, he called out in a confident voice, "Nanny, I'm heading out for my afternoon training." Upon hearing this, A young woman named Gawa quickly rushed after him. "Oh, let me escort you part of the way." And just like that, the two of them walked together. During the walk, Chol felt slightly awkward, scratching his cheek as he muttered, "I can go by myself." "You know," Gawa responded with a curious question. "But, young master, there are plenty of other training grounds that are completely empty. Why are you so determined to train at the first one? Isn't it too old and worn down?" Instead of offering a lengthy explanation, Chol simply smiled softly and replied, "Someone is waiting for me there." His words left Gawa stunned, making her mumble to herself, "Someone is waiting?" Just then, a loud shout rang out in the distance, catching both of their attention. "That's not how you do it." Gawa stopped in her tracks, glancing toward the direction of the sound before exclaiming in surprise, "Oh, it seems like someone is training at the 7th training ground." Inside the 7th training area, a young girl was swinging her sword with all her might under the stern guidance of an instructor. "If you grip the sword too tightly, you'll injure your hands. Now, do a vertical slash again." "Yes, sir," the girl shouted in response. This young girl was none other than Li Hua, the 8th young lady of the Li clan, the very same child who had participated in the sword selection ceremony alongside Chul all those years ago. From a distance, Chul recognized her and casually shrugged. "Oh, so it's the 8th young lady." Behind him, Gawa quickly whispered a warning, her voice full of worry. "Young master, you should call her elder sister. If anyone hears you, it could cause trouble." Hearing this, Chul could barely hold back his laughter. Call her elder sister, just because she's 5 months older? Ridiculous. Meanwhile, inside the training hall, the instructor's scolding voice rang out once more. "You must always swing your sword as if it were an extension of your own body. Again, handle your blade with care, or you'll end up injured." Once more. The repeated admonishments made Wa's head throb in frustration. Her entire body trembled with irritation before she finally snapped. Master, why do you keep nagging me like this? Does it really matter how I hold the sword? As long as I grip it tightly. That's all that matters." On the opposite side, seeing Wa's frustration, the instructor quickly raised a hand to calm her down. "Young lady, all of this is for your own good. First, take a deep breath and try again. This time, I'm sure you'll do better." As he spoke, he picked up the sword and handed it back to Wa. Outside the training hall, watching a full-grown man struggling to deal with a 9-year-old child, Chol couldn't help but ask curiously, "Who's that poor guy over there?" Hearing his question, Gawa was momentarily surprised but quickly answered, "Oh, that's Baek Yi Hyeon, the captain of the Black Pill Squad." Chol's eyes flickered with astonishment. "A captain? A 9-year-old already has an instructor like that? Isn't that a bit much?" Behind him, Gawa noticed the slight shift in Chol's mood, thinking he might be feeling dejected for not having a mentor of his own. She hurried to console him. "You'll have an excellent teacher soon enough. Young master, someone will recognize your talent. I'm sure of it. It's my own incompetence for not serving you well. Lady Wa has been consuming medicinal supplements since she was a baby." As she trailed off, tears began to well up in her eyes. Chol, however, grew frustrated and quickly cut in. "Seriously, you're doing it again. Nanny, I owe you so much. I don't need those kinds of people. They're only here because of the Lee family's status. Besides, I already have great teachers." He spoke with firm confidence. Time passed swiftly. The scene shifted to the first training ground, an area reserved exclusively for the Lee clan. This place was a symbol of the family's long and rich history. Various weapons and training dummies were arranged throughout the space. However, it had clearly aged over time and seemed largely untouched. To Chol, none of the training equipment scattered around was worth his attention. By now, the area served more as a historical monument than a functional training ground. Yet, there was one reason he kept coming here, because it housed weapons far older than any armory in the other training halls. With that thought in mind, he walked over and pushed open the door to the storage room. Inside the storage room, countless swords leaned against the walls. They were ancient, rusted, and some had deep cracks running along their blades. Yet, Chol paid no attention to any of that. His eyes scanned the collection until they landed on a particular longsword not too far away. "Oh, found it. Let's try this one today." Grabbing the sword, he made his way toward the training area. his thoughts drifting back, 9 years ago, when he returned to this second life. An extraordinary change had occurred within him. Of all the transformations, the most astonishing one was his ability to read the memories hidden within weapons. Now, as his fingers tightened around the hilt of the old blade and he focused his mind, unfamiliar images suddenly flashed through his head. He saw himself standing in formation with a group of warriors, swords in hand. A commanding voice echoed through the vision, belonging to an unknown instructor. Build your foundations well. Whether it is an elite sword style or a basic one, the foundation remains the same. Upward, downward, left to right, when the movements are engraved deep enough, the memories will stand like an unshakable pillar. Burn these fundamentals into your sword. As the words rang out, Chul instinctively began moving his body. So this is the memory imprinted within this weapon. The older and more refined the weapon, or the longer it had been used and cherished by its wielder, the clearer its past would reveal itself. With a powerful downward slash, Chul sent a thunderous shockwave rippling through the air. A burst of energy erupted from the strike, sending dust and debris flying in all directions. This was the first technique of the 7-star sword style, Scarlet Wind. Looking at the result of his attack, a glimmer of satisfaction appeared in Chul's eyes. The 7-star sword style is complete. Over the past 2 years, I've read nearly all the memories hidden within the weapons in this training ground. Then, at that very moment, a voice suddenly rang out from behind him, accompanied by the sound of clapping. Magnificent! It's been a long time since I've seen such a flawless execution of the 7-star sword style. Hearing the familiar voice, Chul turned around and saw that the visitor was none other than the household steward. Jae-hung. A flash of recognition passed through his mind as he recalled the man's background. Lee Jae-hung, the steward of the Lee family, was a 4th-rank martial artist. Despite being born as a secondary son, his sheer strength had earned him recognition in his current position. In both his past life and present, he was the only person in the family who had shown Chul genuine concern. Thinking of this, Chul quickly bowed in greeting. Greetings, uncle. Jae-hung chuckled warmly, ruffling the boy's hair. Haha, just call me uncle. No need to be so formal. You never skip a day of training, how admirable. Every time I leave for work and return, I see your figure here. It must be tough, being treated differently from your brothers. But even so, I hope you stay strong and overcome it all. His voice carried deep affection. But for Chul, who had already experienced such discrimination in his past life, there was no longer any bitterness or insecurity. I'm fine, uncle. No matter what, I carry the blood of the Lee family. To prove oneself through the sword, that is the meaning of our family's name. And that is what I have been taught. So, I will prove myself with my own strength. His words were spoken with unwavering confidence. And for a moment, Jae-hung was left speechless. Then, with a sigh of regret, he muttered inwardly, Why must such a talented child be born as a secondary son? Clearing his throat, he continued with a more serious expression. Now that I think about it, your naming ceremony is coming up soon. It's a little late, but before that, I'd like to become your master. What do you think? Wouldn't that make you happy? He gestured proudly to himself, clearly expecting an eager acceptance. Unfortunately for him, his confidence was misplaced. Chul hesitated for a moment before awkwardly declining. I appreciate the offer, but I cannot accept. For Jae-hung, this response was like a bolt of lightning striking him out of nowhere. What? Why not? Are you saying you're not satisfied with having me as your master? Jae-hong's question was met with Chul raising both hands in a calming gesture. It's not like that, uncle. Before the naming ceremony, one is not allowed to formally serve under a master. That is the rule, and I don't want to put you in a difficult position. His words made Jae-hong feel even more frustrated about the boy's situation. But the other heirs openly break that rule. They train under renowned masters and receive all kinds of precious elixirs. Jae-hong tightened his grip on Chul's shoulders, his voice filled with indignation. However, Chul simply shook his head, his expression unwavering. Just because it's a rule that no one follows doesn't mean I should abandon it as well. And as I said before, I want to prove myself with my own strength. For Jae-hong, Chul's maturity felt almost unsettling. This child, is he really only 9 years old? These eyes, it's as if I'm looking at my elder brother himself. With that thought lingering in his mind, he realized there was no changing Chul's decision. He let out a deep sigh, resigning himself to the boy's stubbornness. So you have no intention of letting go of this ridiculous pride of yours? Huh? Just like your father. Stubborn to the end. What a headache. Jae-hong shook his head, but then his expression softened into a smile. Still, I can't just do nothing for you. I'd feel uneasy if I didn't help in some way. Is there anything else you need? His offer made Chul's eyes light up. Thank you, uncle. I'll take you up on that offer. Then, after a brief pause, he scratched his head before making his request. Actually, there is something I'd like to ask. I want to visit the underground vault. Time passed quickly. To fulfill his nephew's request, Jae-hong had Chul hop into his car as they drove toward the so-called secret vault. Upon arrival, two security guards immediately stepped forward, raising their hands to halt the vehicle. One of them spoke in a firm tone. Halt. We apologize for the inconvenience. Please verify your identity and state the purpose of your visit. Hearing this, Jae-hong rolled down the car window and replied, I am Chief Steward Lee Jae-hong, conducting a routine inspection. With that, he handed over his identification card for verification, then gestured toward Chul, who was seated in the back. The young man accompanying me is Lee Young, the youngest son of the Lee family. I'm bringing him here for a tour. The guards briefly glanced at the boy before stepping aside. Identity confirmed. You may proceed. After a brief security check, Jae-hong's car continued forward. As for Chul, he had already visited this place in his previous life. However, he needed to act as though it were his first time here to avoid suspicion. This is where I need to act like a curious child. With that thought in mind, his eyes lit up with exaggerated excitement as he stared out the window. Wow, so this is the secret vault? Seeing Chul's reaction, Jae-hong laughed heartily, fully convinced by the boy's enthusiasm. Excited, huh? Chul responded with an eager nod, his face beaming with excitement. Of course, the vault is where all of the Lee family's most valuable treasures are stored. Oddly enough, there wasn't a trace of pretense in Chul's words. His fingers clenched slightly in anticipation. After all, the very thing he had been searching for lay within this place. A legendary weapon, ancient relics whose very existence was shrouded in myth. Those who sought such elusive artifacts were often met with the same answer. Everything can be found within the Lee family's secret vault. The vault itself was housed within a hexagonal building, its sleek, modern architecture gleaming so brightly that one could practically use it as a mirror. The Lee family crest, two swords crossed over one another, was prominently displayed on nearly every wall, serving as a constant reminder of the family's heritage and power. On the side, Jae-hong pressed the button for the elevator while casually explaining, the underground level of the secret vault is where weapons are sealed away for various reasons. Upon hearing this, Chul's eyes sparkled with excitement as he asked, does that include monstrous weapons that devour their own wielders? Jae-hong responded with a firm nod, then decided to tease his nephew a little. That's right, you sure know a lot. If you recklessly touch one of those weapons, both your body and mind will be consumed entirely. As he spoke, he flashed a sinister grin, causing Chul's shoulders to twitch slightly as if he were frightened. Seeing this, Jae-hong burst into laughter. What's wrong? Are you scared? But Chul's response was firm. Not at all. Just then, the elevator doors slid open. However, Jae-hong made no move to step inside. Instead, he turned to give Chul a few parting words. Don't worry, you won't be able to access the dangerous areas anyway. I have some matters to attend to upstairs. So take your time looking around. Understood. Thank you, uncle. Chul replied with a nod before stepping into the elevator. The moment the doors closed, the innocent, childlike demeanor he had maintained vanished entirely. With a heavy sigh, he let go of the act. Keeping up the appearance of a naive child was far more exhausting than he had anticipated. As the elevator doors reopened, Chul was met with the sight of an immaculate armory filled with an overwhelming number of weapons. This was the underground level of the secret vault, also known as the weapon graveyard. A place where countless weapons and relics had been sealed away. There was only one reason he had gone through all this trouble to get here, to find a particular weapon. It was called Endless. At first glance, it appeared to be nothing more than a simple short sword. However, when infused with mana, Endless could freely alter its length, shape, weight, and even its properties. Before his regression, it was Lee Gunsung who had discovered Endless within the secret vault. Thanks to its limitless transformation ability and overwhelming versatility, he earned the title, Master of Myriad Forms. It was precisely because of that title that, instead of the eldest brother, the once favored candidate for the position, Gunsung, the third brother, had ultimately become the head of the family. And then, he had found him, the one hiding in the shadows, and ruthlessly eliminated him. That was all Chul knew up to this point. To prevent that tragedy from repeating itself, he had only one course of action. Even if it took time, he had no choice but to search through everything piece by piece. This time, I must claim Endless before Gunsung does. As he declared this to himself, wisps of black smoke seeped out from the palm of his hand. Without hesitation, Chul resumed his search, scouring every corner of the armory, touching each weapon one by one. Yet, Endless remained nowhere to be found. Not this one either. An hour had already passed. He had inspected every short sword that seemed like a possible match. But there was still no sign of Endless. With a sigh of frustration, Chul exhaled deeply, but he quickly regained his composure. Scanning the surroundings once more, he thought, no, it has to be here. I haven't checked everything yet. This time, I'll search that display case over there. With renewed determination, he took a step forward, only for his body to accidentally bump into a nearby table. Clatter! A short sword, completely covered in rust, tumbled to the ground with a loud clang. Chul's gaze instinctively followed the fallen weapon. Something about its peculiar appearance stirred his curiosity. This much rust? How did it even get to this state? Muttering to himself, he reached out toward the sword. But at that very moment, whoosh! The black smoke from his palm surged forth as if it had a will of its own. Wrapping around the sword in an instant, the dark mist was denser, heavier than ever before, even enveloping Chul's entire body. A shiver ran down his spine. What's happening? Why is this suddenly? His breath hitched as the darkness consumed his vision, blotting out everything around him. By the time Chul snapped back to his senses, he found himself standing in an unfamiliar battlefield. All around him were corpses stacked high like mountains. Where is this? Could this be the memories contained within that rusted short sword? But this feels completely different from any other weapon's memories I've read before. It's as if I'm truly here. Everything feels so real, shockingly real. His gaze darted left and right, scanning the eerie landscape. Then, without warning, a bone-chilling sensation shot through his body, making the hairs on the back of his neck stand on end. Something was wrong. He spun around instantly, only to find himself face to face with a massive shadow looming behind him. At that moment, an intrusive thought invaded his mind. An overwhelming presence, a force so terrifying that even nature itself trembles before it. It was that monster, the apocalyptic creature that had once emerged from the blue hole in ancient times. Devouring countless civilizations, towering before Chul was a colossal beast. Its sheer size rivaling that of an entire mountain. Its grotesque form defied description. A writhing mass of unnatural limbs and countless tentacles protruding from its body. Just standing before it, Chul's body trembled uncontrollably. His very instincts screamed at him. Run! I'm going to die. If I face that thing, I will die. There's no way to win against that. I have to escape. He took a slow step back. Then another. But then, his foot caught on something, and he collapsed to the ground. At that same moment, the sound of footsteps echoed behind him. Someone was approaching. A lone figure, wielding a longsword, calmly stepped past him, moving toward the monstrous entity. Chul's eyes widened in shock. When did this person get behind me? Before he could even process what was happening, the unknown warrior gripped their sword tighter and launched forward like an arrow. They leapt high into the air, charging straight toward the monstrous behemoth. Then, a single slash, a piercing roar shattered the battlefield as a blinding streak of light carved through the creature's massive frame. An instant later, boom, the monster's body exploded into countless fragments, painting the sky with a torrential rain of blood. Chul was still in a daze, struggling to comprehend what had just happened. He muttered in disbelief, "No way, it was defeated with a single strike? Wait, where is that person now?" As the thought crossed his mind, he quickly scanned his surroundings, searching for the mysterious figure. Just then, the warrior standing in the distance suddenly turned around and locked eyes with him. In a cold, unwavering voice, he asked, "Who are you?" The question sent a shiver down Chul's spine. He thought to himself, "Can he see me?" The nameless warrior continued, "Why am I here? Out of mercy, I will end you swiftly, without pain." With that, he raised his sword high above his head and brought it down in a lethal strike aimed directly at Chul. At that very moment, Chul jolted awake, breaking free from the illusion. He gasped for breath, his face drenched in sweat, while the rusted short sword clattered to the ground before him. What was that? That scene just now. The weight pressing down on my body still lingers. It felt so real, he thought in confusion. Before he could make sense of it all, the short sword beside him began to tremble violently. Wisps of soft orange mist drifted from its surface, and in the blink of an eye, its entire form transformed. Seeing this, Chul immediately lunged forward and grasped the sword, scrutinizing it with wide eyes. Could this be? No doubt about it. This is Mujin, the infinite weapon. With that thought, Chul made a small cut on his fingertip and let a few drops of blood drip onto the blade. Instantly, the weapon emitted a gentle blue glow, as if acknowledging him as its rightful owner. Unable to contain his excitement, he swung the sword. With each motion, the weapon's shape shifted, morphing from a short sword into a long sword. And then, with another swing, into a spear. Witnessing this seamless transformation, any lingering doubts in Chul's mind vanished. He whispered under his breath, "I found it, Mujin." Time passed quickly, and Chul continued his daily training. However, a hint of frustration lingered on his face. Sigh, failed again? It had been a week since he obtained Mujin, the infinite weapon he had taken from the underground armory. Currently, he kept it in the form of a ring to avoid detection. But that day, what exactly happened? Right, the man, his sword strike, it was as if he was reminding me that I wasn't worthy. The black mist revealed the technique and its name to me, but beyond its sheer power, even the man's movements radiated an elegant beauty. Yet no matter how hard I try to replicate it, I just can't. Despite that, I don't feel impatient. In my past life, I was nothing but a failure. Someone my own family looked down upon. I wasn't even taught the basics of our clan's martial arts. This is just one technique, but it's also the first time I've been exposed to such an advanced martial skill. I can do this. I remember his movements perfectly, more vividly than anyone else. As that thought crossed his mind, Chul suddenly froze, his expression turning blank. Wait, that man? He was a fully grown adult, but I'm just a 9-year-old child. If I try to imitate his movements exactly, of course, I won't be able to unleash the full power of the technique. I have to acknowledge my current body, take it slow, move naturally, and wield my sword in a way that suits me. With this realization, Chul closed his eyes. He loosened his body, raised his sword above his head, then suddenly tightened his grip and swung down with all his might. The moment the blade struck the ground, a deafening shockwave erupted. The earth cracked apart, sending fragments of rock flying like bullets in every direction. Chul gazed at the destruction with satisfaction. Good, looks like I've finally grasped the feeling. Now, all that's left is learning how to channel my mana properly. Hearing this, Chul's expression grew pensive once more. No matter how many times I try to reenact it from memory, something crucial still feels missing. I just can't replicate it. What exactly is it? There was no choice but to keep experimenting. Alright, let's start over. With a sigh, Chul resumed his training. However, just as he pulled his sword back for another strike, a young woman's hand suddenly grabbed onto the blade, stopping him in his tracks. "Hey, kid, where did you learn that technique?" she asked softly. Her sudden appearance puzzled Chul. Black hair and brown eyes. This woman, she's from the Li clan. Rather than answering, he shot back his own question. "Who are you?" The young woman's eyes widened slightly in surprise. "Huh? You don't know me? Well, I guess that makes sense. Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't. I don't show my face around much." Then, with a cheerful grin, she continued, "Alright then, what's your name?" Seeing her friendly demeanor, Chul hesitated briefly before replying. "My name is Young." The moment she heard it, the woman suddenly grabbed his hand and shook him excitedly, treating him like a rag doll. "Young, That's such a special name. Oh, right, I'm Lee Jonghwa. Nice to meet you. Hearing her introduce herself, Chul immediately realized who she was. This is Aunt Jonghwa. According to Jaehoon, she was always a bit different from the rest of the family. Which is why grandfather couldn't accept her. Uncle told me about it in my past life. But more importantly, does she even consider how ridiculously strong she is while shaking me around like this? Chul shot her an unimpressed glare but said nothing. Meanwhile, Jonghwa nonchalantly commented, "You're kinda weak, huh?" Then, stepping closer, she got straight to the point. "Anyway, kid, where did you learn that technique?" Chul wasn't stupid enough to answer that question directly. Instead, he countered with another question. "Why do you ask?" Jonghwa laughed and responded in a boastful tone. "Because it's an ancient martial art. And your dear aunt absolutely loves ancient martial arts. That was the era when monsters ran rampant, wasn't it?" Then, pulling out an old book from her sleeve, she handed it to Chul. "That's why. This is a gift for you." "A gift?" Chul asked curiously. Jonghwa nodded and urged him eagerly. "Yeah, open it and take a look." Seeing this, Chul didn't hesitate any longer. He quickly flipped through the pages, skimming the contents. "This handwriting, it's terrible, so it's hard to read. But is this magic? Not just magic, but also martial arts techniques? The level is so advanced. I don't understand a thing. Maybe those rumors about her weren't accurate after all." Thinking this, Chul hesitantly asked, "This is?" Beside him, Jonghwa immediately noticed that her nephew didn't understand a thing, so she stepped in to explain. "Oh, these are ancient magical techniques based on external mana flow. A long time ago, magic could only be used by drawing mana directly from the body, without needing a mana core. Modern magic, on the other hand, relies on storing mana in the heart. But can we really say that ancient magic is outdated? For all we know, their mana manipulation techniques could be superior to ours." As she spoke, Jonghwa pointed at the book in his hands. "That's why I've been researching amplification techniques and mana conversion. But the remaining records are just too scarce." Meanwhile, Chul found himself growing increasingly excited about the topic. "This is a perspective I've never considered before. The magic of the infinite armory?" With that thought in mind, he suddenly blurted out, "Auntie, wait just a moment." Then, before Jonghwa could react, he dashed off, leaving her completely bewildered. Shortly after, Chul reappeared, gripping a sword tightly in both hands. Closing his eyes, he focused on guiding energy from his heart. Mana from his core spread throughout his body. But instead of pulling it back in like usual, wait, that nameless warrior wielded it using external mana flow. The way he controlled mana in my memories, the part one couldn't comprehend before. But now I can do it. As realization struck, Chul's eyes lit up. He tightened his grip on the sword and swung it downward with all his strength. A massive slash mark appeared on the ground as debris scattered in all directions. Seeing the results, an uncontrollable grin spread across his face. "I did it," he exclaimed. But at that moment, Jonghwa suddenly lunged forward as if she were being chased by a ghost. She grabbed Chul's shoulders tightly, her voice urgent. "What was that?" "That was amplification magic, wasn't it?" Hearing her words, Chul averted his gaze, feeling slightly uneasy before replying. Yeah, it was amplification." "What?" Jonghwa practically shouted. "How did you do that?" Chul wasn't stupid enough to give her a detailed explanation. Instead, he simply shrugged and answered vaguely. "I just did it." Of course, Jonghwa wasn't satisfied with that response. She frowned and pressed further. "I mean, how did you do it?" Chul furrowed his brows and countered. "Why should I tell you?" In response, Jonghwa looked visibly anxious. "Because you only figured it out thanks to the notebook I gave you. I've spent my entire life chasing this. I've been searching for over 10 years. Even after being kicked out of the family. Please." She tightened her grip on Chul's hands. Her gaze sincere, almost desperate. "If I do something for you, will you teach me?" Chul looked at her for a long moment before sighing. "Fine, but you have to promise me 3 things. 3 things? The first," Chul said seriously, "is that you can't tell anyone about me without my permission. That includes my older brother and my father." "Why?" Jonghwa asked. Confused, Chul answered bluntly, "Because I don't like people talking about me behind my back." Hearing that, Something in Zhonghwa's expression changed. For a brief moment, she fell silent, a trace of sadness crossing her face. I see. I understand. I feel the same way. Her expression piqued Chul's curiosity. Why does she look so upset? But setting that aside, he continued, the second thing is, you can't lie to me. We need to trust each other. I'll also be honest with you, as much as I can. At that, Zhonghua hesitated for a moment. But after a few seconds, she nodded. All right, so, what's the last condition? Oh, the last thing is, ellipsis. The following conversation has been hidden by the author. A year passed by in the blink of an eye. One day, the maid Gawa came rushing in, clutching a letter tightly in her hands. Young master, she called out urgently. In the training grounds, Chul paused mid-movement upon seeing her frantic state. He turned toward her and asked, Nanny, what's going on? Why did you come all the way to the training grounds? Gawa, still struggling to catch her breath, held out the letter and urged, Here, take a look at this. She handed the letter to Chul, drawing the attention of Zhonghua, who stood nearby, curious about the commotion. However, Chul, armed with memories from his past life, had already guessed what this was about. It's finally here. Inside the letter, the message was clear. Summoning order. Recipient. 9th Young Master. Young. Scheduled date, September 10th. 10 a.m. Details. All participants of the naming ceremony must report to the Central Training Grounds before 10 a.m. on September 10th. Note: anyone bringing unauthorized items will be severely punished. Representative. Family head. Li Myong-yung. Seeing his eldest brother's name listed as the representative, Chul couldn't help but wonder. The representative is Myong-yung? Is father not home? I haven't heard anything about him going off to war. Meanwhile, Zhonghwa's reaction was something else entirely. She practically burst into flames. The naming ceremony? Chul had no idea why she was suddenly so agitated. Why are you freaking out all of a sudden? He asked. Confused, Zhonghua clutched her head in frustration, her voice rising. Everything was just starting to come together. Right now is the most critical time. If you go to the naming ceremony, they'll keep you stuck there. No way, you can't go. She was practically throwing a tantrum, looking like a child about to have their favorite toy taken away. Chul let out a sigh, shaking his head in exasperation. It's been a year since I made my deal with her. Over that time, we've studied magic together. Modern magic focuses on original mana, while ancient magic is based on exposed mana. Combining the two creates an entirely new magic system, her lifelong dream. Original mana is used to store and alter magical attributes, while exposed mana allows for precise control and execution. Thanks to this combination, my ability to wield magic has far surpassed that of other children my age. Meanwhile, beside me, Zhonghua kept mumbling to herself, making my head ache. Seriously, do you really have to go? Studying magic is way more interesting. Hearing this, I didn't want to waste any more time arguing, so I cut straight to the point. You know I don't have a choice, right? But don't worry, even if my time is limited, I'll still continue practicing magic and restoring ancient techniques. The moment I said that, Zhonghwa's eyes widened in shock. It was as if a series of question marks had just popped up over her head. Huh? How? The training schedule for the naming ceremony is brutal. In response, I simply gave her a confident smirk. I'll do both at the same time. Time passed quickly. Now, Hua and I were sitting inside some kind of enclosed glass chamber. The peculiar part? Both of us were inside. Standing in front of us was a man who soon spoke up. Training begins today. First, you'll have to endure magical attacks for 30 minutes. This man was none other than Zhang Wook, the captain of the Blood Tiger unit, our trainer. Immediately after, the chamber filled with chaotic arcs of lightning, crackling wildly in every direction. However, before a single bolt could even touch me, it was instantly deflected by an invisible barrier surrounding my body. Watching this unfold, Zhang Wook narrowed his eyes slightly, clearly deep in thought. By all logic, the 9th young master, who had never undergone any formal training, should have been electrocuted and knocked out cold by now. Yet, not only was he still standing, he was countering every attack with magic? Sensing his intense gaze on me, I turned my eyes toward him as well. And with just that one glance, Zhang Wook felt a sudden jolt of unease. That brat, he's analyzing me? Evaluating his own abilities while forcing the instructors to teach at a higher level? A mere 10th born child, daring to do something like this? Damn it, calling him a 10th born? No, with talent like that, such a title was an insult to a martial artist. I need to rethink my approach. This isn't just basic training for the naming ceremony anymore. It's an opportunity to impart everything I know with my full strength. Lost in these thoughts, Jang Wook clenched his fists. Deep inside, he couldn't deny the thrill he felt witnessing Chul's boundless potential. Time passed quickly. By now, Chul stretched his arms, exhaustion evident after enduring that relentless shock-based training. Phew, finally done. This family is completely insane. To build resistance against magic, they literally throw you into a magical shock chamber? But I didn't expect them to be the ones apologizing first. At some point, the way people looked at him had changed. Anyway, I should get some rest, Chul muttered as he quickly walked away. Of course, nothing ever went the way he wanted. Just then, a shadow suddenly appeared beside him, in ambush. Yet, with his heightened awareness and the countless battle experiences from his past life, Chul effortlessly swung his arm to block the attack. The assailant? None other than Hua. Seeing her attack fail, she scowled and ordered sharply, "Hey, 10th born, come with me for a bit." With that, she yanked her arm free from Chul's grip. But instead of complying, he narrowed his eyes and shot back. "What the hell are you trying to pull?" His blunt response made Hua seethe with anger. She jabbed a finger at him and snapped, "Watch your mouth. I am an official heir. While you're just a 10th born. And I'm older than you by a year. Too." From Chul's perspective, he simply didn't have time to bicker with a kid. Rather than wasting his energy on meaningless arguments, he'd much rather train or rest. So, with a dismissive wave of his hand, he flatly refused. "I don't have time for this." Then, he turned away, clearly intending to leave, driving Hua into a rage. Immediately, she gathered mana into her fist and shouted, "Hey, don't you dare ignore me." Up ahead, Chul sensed a surge of mana, prompting him to turn around in alarm. "She's actually using mana? I was going to let this slide, but it looks like I'll have to teach her a lesson." With that thought, he swiftly sidestepped, dodging her incoming punch. Then, before Hua could even retract her arm, Chul's hand shot forward, grabbing her slender neck in an instant. Effortlessly, he lifted her off the ground. Drawing her closer, he warned in a cold voice, "If you want to complain, go whine to your mother. Don't waste my time, I'm busy." With an exasperated sigh, he let go of her collar, releasing her, realizing she couldn't beat Chul in a fight. Hua did the next best thing. She started shouting, "This is all your fault. Ever since you caused that ridiculous scene at the selection ceremony, people keep comparing me to you. Know your place as a 10th born and stay quiet. It's unfair. I train day and night without rest, while you were just born talented. It's not like I asked for this." But just as she blurted that out, Hua abruptly cut herself off. Covering her mouth, she had said too much. Chul, however, had already switched into lecture mode. "Blaming others must be easy. Huh? Like you said, I'm just a 10th born. That means I don't have the luxury of making excuses. You're losing sleep? Then don't sleep. Still falling behind despite skipping snacks? Then skip your meals too. If I piss you off so much, then beat me, crush me, make me bow and apologize. That's the way of House Lee." And with that, he couldn't be bothered to entertain the conversation any longer. He turned on his heel and walked away. Behind him, Hua clenched her fists, trembling with rage, before shouting at his retreating figure, "Big words, you little brat. Just wait until the naming ceremony. I'll outperform you and make you call me Big Sister. You'll be on your knees, begging." Without even stopping, Chul turned his head slightly and replied, "Yeah, I'll be waiting." Time passed swiftly until the late afternoon. The scene now shifted to the training grounds designated for direct line family members, the 7th Division. At that moment, the matriarch of the family, Baek Hwayeon, arrived at the training grounds to visit her daughter. Seeing her approach, a nearby maid immediately bowed and announced, "The lady of the house has arrived." Baek Hwayeon responded with an icy expression, "Leave us. I have something to discuss with my daughter." Without another word, she stepped directly into the training hall. Inside, Hua was still fiercely attacking the training dummies in front of her. Then, without warning, Baek Hwayeon's voice cut through the air. What are you doing? Hearing that familiar tone, Hwa flinched before turning around. Mother, I'm training, she answered, though her gaze instinctively dropped to the floor, as if she didn't dare meet Baek Hwayeon's eyes. And just as she had expected, Baek Hwayeon hadn't come here for anything pleasant, she had come to berate her. I've heard everything. You let that boy overwhelm you? I told you already, if you can't suppress him, then you must crush him. This is beyond disappointing. If you're only training like this out of fear of punishment, then stop. A heavy silence followed. Then, after a few seconds, Hwa finally lifted her head. Looking her mother straight in the eye, she declared, I know exactly how you feel about my training, but I'm doing this because I want to. I'll defeat him, not because you told me to, but because I want to. This is my decision. Baek Hwayeon studied her daughter carefully. It didn't take long for her to understand what was happening. Softly, she muttered, letting yourself be provoked by a nobody? You are a direct descendant of the Lee family. From the very start, you and he were never equals. Beating him should be a given, and yet, you're letting yourself be shaken? Then, without hesitation, she pulled out a small glass vial and placed it in Hwa's hand. This is Mi Mong, a deadly poison, she stated flatly. If you can't surpass him, then trample him. That is the way of House Lee. With that, Baek Hwayeon turned and walked away, leaving Hwa standing there, frozen in place, staring at the vial in her hand. Now, back to the young maid, Gawa. At this moment, she sat frozen in front of a computer screen, her face filled with disbelief. This can't be real. Right before her eyes was the Lee family's internal website, used exclusively for evaluating and ranking the family's disciples. The screen displayed the latest results for the 14th week. Name: Lee Chul. Gender: male. Magic proficiency: Level 1. Weapon proficiency: Level 1. Theoretical studies: Level 1. Overall ranking: Level 1. Standing beside her, Chul beamed with pride as he boasted. Well, what do you think, Nanny? Are you finally done worrying? Gawa, who had initially been filled with concern, now felt nothing but sheer excitement. Without hesitation, she pulled Chul into a tight hug and exclaimed, I didn't even do anything to help you. And yet, you managed to achieve this. Hearing that, Chul chuckled and reassured her. You've helped me plenty, so don't say that. Just then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed from outside, causing both of them to exchange curious glances. A second later, Jonghwa burst through the door, yelling at the top of her lungs. Hey, kid, let's go train. Seeing how fired up she was, Chul couldn't help but sigh and remind her. But I just finished training. That's exactly why you need to keep going. Training your mana will help with fatigue, she declared, flexing her arm as if to prove her point. Of course, that logic might work on an ordinary child, but there was no way it could fool someone who had lived through multiple lifetimes like Chul. I've never heard of that effect before, he remarked, giving her a skeptical look. Immediately, Jonghwa faltered, struggling to maintain eye contact as she stammered. It's true. I'm pretty sure it is. Deciding to brush past the absurdity of her claim, Chul suddenly remembered something and said, well, fine. I actually have something I want to show you anyway. Hearing this, Jonghwa was initially curious, but in the very next second, a thought struck her, and her eyes widened in shock. Wait, don't tell me, have you reached 1 star already? In response, Chul simply smiled, a quiet but undeniable confirmation. The art of mana control traditionally follows 3 stages: body enhancement, reaching the realm of reinforced physique, alteration of mana properties, attaining the realm of chi cultivation, and manifestation of supernatural strength through mana, achieving the realm of chi projection. However, Chul's mana technique was different. Even at the first stage, it exhibited a far greater range of abilities and potential than usual. Because of this, Jonghwa's mana system classified proficiency into distinct levels, called stars. At this moment, Jonghwa was channeling her energy into Chul, conducting an assessment. Upon receiving the results, her face brightened with delight. Perfect, you've truly reached 1 star. Do you feel any abnormalities when using magic? I thought it would take at least another year. Hearing that, Chul felt a shudder run through his body as he recalled the grueling training he had endured. I figured it out while studying the theory. Looking back, it really was an insane method of training. If I had failed to control my mana, the balance between my heart and mana circuits could have collapsed completely. But in reality, all I had to do was let things flow naturally. Mana is like water. It follows its own inherent rules. In the end, our bodies are nothing more than vessels that contain it. Chol's calm explanation seemed to spark something in Manhwa. She murmured to herself, "Our bodies are vessels. Kid, I think I can do it too. It'll take time, but I can definitely do it." Her tone was filled with excitement. Seeing her like this, Chol let out a small smile. Genuinely happy for his old lady mentor. Did she just have some kind of epiphany? Chol thought to himself, right before Manhwa suddenly pulled him into a tight embrace, practically squeezing the life out of him. "Thank you, my lucky little charm," she cheered, tightening her grip even more. "Hey, let go, you're crushing my ribs," Chol yelled in distress. Realizing what she was doing, Manhwa reluctantly released him, though her enthusiasm didn't wane in the slightest. "Amazing, then let's move on to the 2-star stage. You knew from the start that your 1-star level was different from a normal first stage, right? So, tell me, what do you think is your greatest strength?" Chol stood still for a moment, rubbing his chin in thought. After a few seconds, he answered, "The thing I'm best at? I'd say it's the sword." Before Chol could even finish his sentence, Manhwa shook her head in disagreement. "I don't think so." Her remarks startled Chol. He immediately questioned her, "But you've never seen me practice swordsmanship, have you?" Manhwa simply shrugged before responding. "I have, actually, a few times when I had some free time. What I mean is, you have a talent that surpasses even your sword skills." She paused for a moment before continuing. "It might be hard to put into words, but your greatest talent is mana control. Your affinity for mana is so overwhelming that everything else pales in comparison. I've taught the magic I created to many people, but not a single one of them has ever been able to replicate it." Hearing this, Chol's gaze drifted down to his hands, eyes filled with doubt. "Before I returned to the past, I was mocked for being unable to use mana. I wonder if these lingering thoughts inside me will ever fade." Noticing his moment of contemplation, Manhwa reached out and flicked his forehead, snapping him out of his daze. "But for you now, reaching 2-star isn't difficult. And if you succeed in that, the naming ceremony will be nothing more than child's play. After that, I'll teach you real techniques. So focus." Chol cheerfully responded, "Got it, loud and clear. By the way, what's that thing next to you?" As he spoke, his gaze flickered toward a wooden box placed on the table. "Oh, that?" Manhwa replied in a nonchalant tone. Then, out of nowhere, something shot past Chol's face at an unbelievable speed. A thin cut immediately formed on his cheek as the object embedded itself deep into the wall behind him, leaving visible cracks in its wake. With a bright grin, Manhwa explained, "That was a steel marble. You need to learn how to release mana while moving. If you can only use mana while standing still, then even the best mana is nothing but trash. Alright, let's get started." Despite her enthusiasm, for some reason, our protagonist couldn't shake the feeling that this training was going to be absolute hell. Time passed quickly, and the scene transitioned to a combat training arena. At this moment, Chol and Hua were standing before their instructor, Captain Jungguan. "I am Lee Jungguan, captain of the Blood Tiger Squad. From now on, I will be teaching you the techniques of Sungmiga. Choose the weapons you will be using and bring them here. You have 1 minute, so don't dawdle." Upon hearing this, both Chol and Hua rushed toward the weapon rack. However, for some reason, Hua kept sneaking glances at Chol, making him feel increasingly irritated. Finally, unable to hold back any longer, he snapped, "What the hell? What are you looking at? If you have something to say, just say it." Startled, Hua quickly denied it. "I wasn't looking, and I have nothing to say." Then, lowering her voice, she murmured, "You use a sword too, don't you?" "Nope," Chol replied coldly. Without wasting another second, he grabbed 2 swords and a spear before heading back to the arena. Hua stood frozen in shock. "Wait, what? But I saw him training with a sword before." On the other side, Captain Jungguan also took notice of the weapons Chol was carrying and raised a curious brow. "What exactly are you doing?" Chol responded matter-of-factly. "You told us to choose our weapons and bring them here." Jungguan reiterated, "I told you to pick the one you use." Chol simply shrugged and replied, "And these are the ones I use." Hearing this, Captain Jungwon could only shake his head in disappointment. I thought you had at least some sense. But turns out you're just a thick-headed fool. Burn my words into your memory. When I say I'm teaching you secret techniques, I don't mean stances or attack forms. In Sungniga, there are countless secret arts known as imperial intent. To comprehend these techniques, you must first awaken the primal essence slumbering within your blood. From now on, I will help you unlock that perception. So stop worrying about awakening your instincts on your own. As he spoke, Jungwon twirled his spear, generating powerful gusts of wind before seamlessly transitioning into an aggressive stance. Watching this display, Hwa couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. What is he about to do? Chul, on the other hand, had already predicted what was coming. He quickly warned, if you don't want to be knocked out immediately, brace yourself. Before his words could even fully register, Jungwon's figure blurred. In an instant, he was right in front of Chul, unleashing a devastating strike that sent him soaring into the air. The only saving grace was that, in the briefest of moments, Chul had managed to bring up his sword to shield himself. Even so, the sheer force of the blow sent shockwaves through his body. Seeing this, Jungwon let out a hearty laugh. Oh, you actually blocked that? On the ground, Chul landed lightly, gritting his teeth as his mind raced. Damn it, I can't believe I had to go through this insane ordeal all over again. In my past life, I never even made it through this training, but this time, things are different. Steeling himself, Chul channeled his strength into his legs. With a single, explosive push-off, he shattered the floor beneath him and surged forward like a streak of lightning. Time kept passing, and Chul and Hwa's grueling training under Captain Jungwon continued. Naturally, with his overwhelming strength, the two of them were getting absolutely wrecked. It had already been a month since I started training with Lee Jungwon. No matter how you looked at it, making a 10-year-old endure training so brutal that it led to broken bones and internal injuries wasn't exactly child-appropriate. But I wasn't planning to complain. I was starting to get the hang of it. Chul thought to himself, a faint smile playing on his lips. Meanwhile, Hwa suddenly jolted awake, still groggy. She mumbled in confusion, "Did I pass out again?" Chul merely shrugged and teased. "Yep, that makes it your 20th time. I've only blacked out 16 times myself." His tone was clearly playful, which only made Hwa even more frustrated. Scowling, she huffed, "If only I had been better prepared from the start." From Captain Jungwon's perspective, as he watched the two kids bicker loudly in front of him, he quietly assessed them in his mind. The young miss. This child has an extraordinary physique. I didn't hold back at all. Yet she hasn't suffered any serious injuries. And that illegitimate son, from the very first day, I had a feeling he was something special. At first, when he showed up with that ridiculous pile of weapons, I thought he was just another fool. But his proficiency with each one was surprisingly solid, and his ability to apply them in real combat exceeded my expectations. In just 1 month, his progress is already becoming evident. Interesting. As this thought crossed his mind, a faint smirk tugged at Jungwon's otherwise cold expression. But it didn't last long. He quickly steeled himself and decided to push the brats even harder. Alright, training resumes. Get back into position. At his command, Chul and Hwa instantly dropped their argument, clenching their weapons tightly. Their expressions hardened with determination. Chul, however, knew that if they kept fighting Jungwon the usual way, they'd never even come close to landing a hit. So he turned to Hwa and suggested, "Hey, I'll give the signal. Try blocking just once." Hwa raised an eyebrow. "Why should I?" Chul shrugged. Suit yourself. I just think we might have a shot at landing a hit on the old man." Chul's words made Hwa's expression shift instantly. It was clear that she, too, was beyond frustrated after being beaten down by Jungwon for so long. After a moment, she cautiously asked, "Are you sure?" Chul nodded without hesitation. "Absolutely." Hearing that, Hwa didn't hesitate any longer. She tightened her grip on her weapon and charged forward to engage first. Shouting, "You owe me for this." From behind, Chul immediately followed up, attacking right after Hwa's opening strike. His mind raced. Against someone with monstrous skill like him, I have no chance of winning alone. That means the only option is to take advantage of our numbers. On the opposite side, Jungwon observed their teamwork and smirked. Choosing to work together, isn't that the optimal choice? Well, that's assuming the plan works. As he spoke, he tilted his head to the side, effortlessly dodging Chul's spear thrust. Then, in the same motion, he swung his own spear in a counterattack. But Chul had already anticipated this and quickly withdrew his weapon to block the strike. This brief moment of adaptation made Zhengguan's eyes flash with a hint of surprise. Without missing a beat, Zhengguan gathered his strength and dashed forward, aiming to overwhelm Chul with sheer speed. And in the split second when both of them were about to unleash their next moves, Chul suddenly shouted, "Now!" With that, he leapt backward to create distance while Hua charged in at full speed, launching a lightning-fast slash. However, her sword strike was effortlessly deflected. From the rear, Chul had never expected that landing a direct hit on Zhengguan would be so easy in the first place. He discarded his spear to the side and silently activated Infinite Weapon, transforming it from its ring form into a longsword. The only weapon that can actually deal real damage, the one sword I managed to obtain from the Endless Vault. He then infused his energy into the blade while shifting his stance. Planting his foot firmly on the ground, he launched himself forward like an arrow released from a bow. By this time, Hua had already been sent flying backward by their ruthless instructor. But Chul had timed everything perfectly. In that instant, he abruptly let go of his sword, redirected all his force into his fist, and threw a devastating punch straight ahead. Of course, things were never that easy. Zhengguan caught Chul's fist effortlessly in his palm. Seeing this, Chul let out an awkward chuckle. "Haha, you actually blocked it?" Before he could finish his sentence, Zhengguan's counterpunch sent him flying like a cannonball. His body crashed hard against the wall, and he couldn't help but cough up a bit of blood. However, despite the brutal outcome, their combined attack had earned Zhengguan's approval. His voice carried a hint of praise. "So it took you 37 days? Congratulations, you've awakened your sixth sense. But as for the young miss, she's still far from it." As he spoke, he sidestepped Hua's incoming attack with ease and swept her legs out from under her, sending her crashing into the wall as well. Looking at the sorry state of the two, Zhengguan decided to let them off for the day. "That's enough for now. Training is over." Hua, still recovering from the impact, immediately turned to Chul and demanded, "Hey, you said we'd land a hit. I actually believed you." Chul, however, didn't even bother responding. As Zhengguan turned to leave, he glanced down at his own hand, which had begun to swell slightly. His thoughts ran deep. Even after activating his mana, he only managed to pierce through a little? Still, even if it was just a small amount, he broke the taboo of not using mana in combat, abandoning such a technique while relying purely on natural combat instincts. That alone is enough to make the family's pillars wary of him. Time passed quickly. On the 47th day, after Hua finally awakened her sixth sense, their training under Captain Zhengguan officially ended. The remaining days were meant for rest and reviewing everything they had learned. And it was during this time that someone came looking for me, my eldest brother. Li Myongyung. Li Myongyung was the firstborn son of Li Taishan. His title was Songsung, and he was a master recognized as second class in both magic and martial arts. People both admired and feared him. But to me, he was simply my one and only older brother. Chul silently reminded himself of this fact. Returning to the present, after settling down at the tea table, Myongyung looked at his younger brother with a hint of guilt. "I'm sorry I haven't been around to check on you. It's just an excuse, but I've been a bit busy lately." Chul, known full well that his brother had a mountain of responsibilities on his shoulders, responded calmly, "It's okay, I'm fine." Across from him, Myongyung chuckled at Chul's reaction. "This is probably our first time meeting. Yet you recognized me right away?" Chul responded matter-of-factly, "Of course, even if I'm just an illegitimate child. As your younger brother, how could I not know what my own elder brother looks like?" At those words, Myongyung's body tensed for a brief moment. His expression turned somber as he gently corrected Chul. "Illegitimate? Don't ever say that again. We may have different mothers, but we are still brothers." Hearing the sincerity in his brother's voice, Chul felt a bit awkward and scratched his head. "Sorry about that." Myongyung let out a weary sigh at his younger brother's reaction. "There's nothing to apologize for. As long as you understand, that's enough. And next time, You don't have to be so formal when greeting me. We're brothers, no need for all that. Chol grinned and nodded. Got it. In his memories, his elder brother had always been like this, even when he was younger. Setting aside the matter of greetings, Myung-Yoon then pulled out a small gift. This is for you. I got it when I was studying at the Eiffel Academy of Magic in France. But I think it'll be more useful to you. It's called nectar. As he spoke, he retrieved a small glass vial from his pocket. Having lived an entire lifetime in his previous existence, Chol immediately recognized what it was, a high-grade elixir produced by the Magic Tower of France. Only 500 milliliters every 10 years. After a brief moment of contemplation, he reached out and carefully accepted the vial. You're really giving me something this valuable? Thank you, brother. Strangely, Myung-Yoon seemed a little taken aback by Chol's response. After a slight pause, he murmured, You're different. Chol narrowed his eyes in confusion. What do you mean by that? With a smile, Myung-Yoon explained, the siblings have met before all Samia's arrival. So this is both unfamiliar and refreshing. Shifting back to Chol's perspective, he explained his thoughts clearly. It's not that I don't see you as a rival. Brother, since I was born into this family, you are my rival as well. So don't just see me as some cute little kid. Who knows? One day, I might become your greatest opponent. I hope we'll have an exciting competition. Chol's confidence made Myung-Yoon burst into hearty laughter. Haha, alright then, I'll be waiting for that day, the day you become my strongest rival. With that, he reached out and gave his younger brother an affectionate ruffle on the head. Meanwhile, Chol silently made a vow to himself. My eldest brother has always genuinely cared for and protected me. This time, I will protect him. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, the second trial of the Lee family, the naming ceremony, had finally arrived. Aboard a steamship, Chol and Hua were being transported to the site of the trial, Red Azure Island. A mysterious land where the color of the soil shifted depending on the density of mana in the air. For as long as anyone could remember, this island had been the sacred ground where the Lee family's naming ceremony took place. As the ship neared the island, a crew member stepped forward and addressed them. I will now explain the rules of the naming trial. Young master and young lady, you must survive on Red Azure Island for 3 weeks and prove your worth. The devices you are receiving now are tracking tools. You must keep them on you at all times unless there is a life-threatening emergency. The final stage of the trial will open 2 days after the 3rd week ends. I wish you both the best of luck. Upon hearing this, Chol and Hua quickly strapped the tracking devices onto their wrists. Then, with nothing but backpacks filled with essential supplies, they were left behind on the remote island. For a moment, the two stood in silence. Then, as if she had been debating something in her mind, Hua suddenly spoke up. Hey, I need to tell you something. Before she could finish her sentence, Chol let out a deep sigh and cut in. So, you've finally made up your mind. Huh? What are you talking about? Hua blinked in confusion. Chol shrugged and got straight to the point. You've been trying to say something since our training started, haven't you? His words struck right at the heart of the matter, causing the 12-year-old girl to flush red in embarrassment. What? How did you know? She stammered. Seeing her flustered expression, Chol smirked inwardly. How could I not know? All right, go on, he said, waiting for her to speak. From Hua's perspective, she hesitated, swallowing nervously as if bracing herself for what she was about to do. Then, in a deliberate motion, she unpinned the emblem from her uniform and glanced at Chol, signaling for him to do the same. Realizing her intent, Chol removed his emblem as well. These small insignias were equipped with listening devices. After safely stowing them away, he looked at her curiously and asked, All right, it's done. Now, what's this all about? Hua no longer hid anything. She reached into her pocket and pulled out a small glass vial containing a sinister-looking liquid. Holding it up, she spoke bluntly. This is a poison called dream enchantment. It only works on children under 15. If exposed to air for more than 5 minutes, it evaporates completely. Once it enters the body, it clogs the mana circuits, rendering them unusable for a long time. Chol's face darkened instantly, his voice turning ice cold. Who gave that to you? At this, Hua's grip on the vial tightened slightly. Of course, she couldn't reveal that her own mother, Lady Baek Hwayeon, had entrusted her with this poison. I'm not telling you that, she replied firmly. Then, without hesitation, she threw the vial against a nearby rock, shattering it into countless fragments. See? Now there's no evidence left. I will defeat you fair and square. I don't need to use something like this. So you better give it your all. Her voice brimmed with determination, catching Chul slightly off guard. But a moment later, he chuckled, his eyes glinting with amusement. I was going to do that anyway. Good. Hua nodded in satisfaction. The two then reattached their tracking devices. But just as they were about to move out, Hua paused and turned back to remind him. Did you put your tracker back on? And don't just rush straight into the center of the island before you get familiar with the terrain. It's dangerous. Chul sighed, rolling his eyes at her nagging. Yeah, I know. What, are you worried about me? Hua's face twisted in irritation. Worried? As if. I just don't want you dying somewhere before we can fight properly. But before she could finish her sentence, a chilling roar echoed from deep within the forest. The unsettling sound cut their argument short as both of them instinctively turned toward the dense trees ahead. Hua's expression grew serious. Just don't die, okay? I'm going ahead. With that, she took off in one direction, disappearing into the foliage. Chul watched her silhouette grow smaller and muttered under his breath. She's gone. Then, a sly smirk formed on his lips. But my goal isn't the outskirts of this island. Alright, time to get moving. Cracking his knuckles, he stepped forward, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Straight to the center of Red Azure Island it is. At the same time, in the Li clan's observation room, the core members of the family were closely monitoring the participants' activities through a wall of screens. Someone remarked, as expected of the eighth child of the Li clan, she's already completed her first hunt. The number of monsters she's taken down isn't small either. Considering this is likely her first real combat experience, but that instinct of hers didn't just develop overnight. It took, 47 days? The cunning old man, Chul Jun, stroked his beard with a sly grin. Responding to his comment, Jungguan, the squad leader leaning casually against the wall in the back, spoke up. That child wasn't always like this. I thought she'd need at least 2 months to reach this level. He fell silent for a moment, deep in thought. She has talent, but it's nothing extraordinary. Someone must have pushed her forward. That person is none other than the youngest, Li Young. His eyes shifted toward another screen displaying Chul's progress. Unlike Hua, who was constantly battling monsters, Chul seemed to be exploring the island with no immediate intention of fighting. This piqued Chul Jun's curiosity. And he sneered, so what exactly is that brat doing? Looks like he's searching for shelter. Jungguan answered nonchalantly. Immediately, a few scoffs rang out across the room. What a coward, scurrying around like a frightened rat. Typical behavior for a bastard child. On the other side of the room, Miang Ying was also present. Hearing these insults directed at his younger brother, there was no way he could just stand by in silence. He cast a sharp glance around the room before calmly stating, enough. In a dangerous place like this, finding shelter first is a smart decision. There's nothing cowardly about it. His words made a few of the more foolish members awkwardly clear their throats. One of them muttered, ahem, well, when you keep watching the eighth young lady, your standards naturally get higher. Haha. However, Chul Jun, unfazed by Miang Ying's presence, continued his taunting with a smirk. Let's be honest, in the Li clan, being ordinary is a crime, isn't it? It's laughable for someone with Li blood to behave like a common weakling. At those words, Miang Ying's hand clenched into a fist, his knuckles turning white with restrained anger. He thought to himself, mocking and belittling a child just because of his birth? Since when did our clan become like this? Or perhaps, we've always been this way. But what exactly is Li Young planning to do by heading straight for the center of the island? As this thought crossed his mind, his gaze shifted to his uncle, Jaehong, who was standing nearby. The man was so anxious that he had started biting his nails. Damn it, what the hell is that brat thinking? Jaehong muttered under his breath, making Miang Ying realize that he wasn't the only one puzzled by Chul's actions. What are you really up to, Li Young? Meanwhile, at Chul's location, he had found a cave and decided it would serve as a temporary shelter. Next, he started burning a few specific herbs and tossed a torch inside, likely to check if the cave was already occupied. After confirming it was safe, He carefully covered the entrance with leaves. His meticulous actions earned a few murmurs of approval from the observers. Not bad. His concealment skills are decent. Then, suddenly, the cunning old man Chol Jun widened his eyes and shouted, "Wait a minute, what is that brat doing?" Following his gaze, they all saw Chol removing his tracking watch and the clan's insignia from his chest. Then, he covered both items with leaves, instantly cutting off their signal. The screen displaying his feed immediately went black. From the back of the room, Jungwon couldn't help but burst into laughter. Haha, you really never know what to expect from that kid. As for Jaehong and Myeong-young, they both could only clutch their heads in frustration. Back on the island, Chol, now completely off the radar, muttered to himself, "No need to let them watch everything. Now I can finally use Infinite. Since I'm here on Scarlet Azure Island, I might as well make the most of it." With that, he transformed the ring on his finger into a short sword, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. Time passed quickly until nightfall. At this moment, our protagonist was frowning as he stared at a clay pot sitting before him. Inside the pot was a thick, deep blue liquid that looked alarmingly toxic. Chol could even vaguely make out a distorted face screaming within the swirling substance. Just looking at it was enough to make anyone recoil in disgust. "I think it's done, but damn. This looks horrifying. Is this really supposed to be magic-infused tea? No one would ever believe this was made from magical herbs," he muttered to himself. "In my past life, I couldn't even afford cheap elixirs, so I had to trail behind herbalists and alchemists just to scavenge for magic plants. Scarlet Azure Island is brimming with mana in the air, so I had to make the most of it and increase my reserves. Even Auntie said so. If I brew magic herbs into tea, it should have a stronger effect. Alright, here goes nothing." Gritting his teeth, Chol slowly raised the clay pot to his lips. Moments later, the pot was flung aside, spinning through the air before crashing into the ground. Meanwhile, Chol himself was slumped over, his face deathly pale as if all the life had been drained from his body. "That taste, it's straight from the depths of hell," he groaned. And just like that, his grueling 3-week survival ordeal had officially begun. Time had passed quickly, and today marked the 18th day of the naming ceremony. The scene shifted to the office of Lee Myong-young. As he was working, someone suddenly entered the room and spoke up. "Captain, may I come in?" Hearing this, Myong-young paused what he was doing and responded, "Ah, come in." Across from him, the visitor hesitated for a moment, noticing that Myong-young was still occupied. "Apologies for disturbing you, sir." Myong-young waved a hand dismissively. It's fine. Judging by your expression, I assume it's bad news?" The brown-haired man nodded solemnly and began his report. "A large group of vagrants seems to have infiltrated the northern region of Korea. I initially thought they would pass through the uncharted lands, but instead, they're heading straight south. They're now only 2 days away from the Lee clan's Mana Stone mine." This man was Yu Gunsung, the vice-captain of the Azure Sky Swords, the elite force under Myong-young's command. Hearing this, Myong-young rubbed his chin thoughtfully, considering some intelligence reports he had received recently. Vagrants, huh? They usually choose to move through uncharted lands, causing destruction and committing all sorts of crimes along the way. Muttering to himself, he speculated, those scavengers wouldn't dare encroach on my territory without a larger scheme at play. Gunsung fully agreed and added, on the surface, they appear to be mere vagrants, but that could just be a cover. We also can't rule out the possibility that another force is manipulating things from behind the scenes. At this, Myong-young tapped his fingers on the desk, his mind racing. There was also intelligence about Nine Dragons City mobilizing its forces toward the northern border. Nine Dragons City was a massive power in Zhongyuan, sharing a border with the uncharted lands. They had provoked the Lee clan multiple times in the past by sending their troops into Lee territory. It's likely that news of my father's absence has leaked. This would be the perfect time for our enemies to strike. With that thought, he looked up and asked, has our intelligence division gathered any additional details on this? Gunsung shook his head in response. I knew about this before they did, because you told me to keep an eye on the situation. Hearing this, Myong-young stood up from his chair, rubbing his temples in exhaustion. Then work with the intelligence investigation unit to dig deeper into this. I have a bad feeling about it. Hopefully, it's just paranoia. As he spoke, his gaze drifted toward the window. But the unease in his chest remained. The scene shifted to an unknown location on Crimson Azure Island. Suddenly, a crimson magic circle appeared on the ground, glowing intensely before cracking open a rift in the air. From within the tear, a figure emerged, dressed in white and holding a monk's staff. The stranger muttered in a mocking tone, "2 nights should be more than enough to kill a bastard child." It was clear, his target was Chol. Time flew by until the next morning. Somewhere deep within the island, a massive dragon with glowing red eyes stood its ground, growling menacingly at its opponent. This was a rank 7 dragon monster, Draco. Standing opposite the beast, panting heavily, was none other than our protagonist. Chol gripped his sword tightly, exhaustion evident on his face. He had been battling this overgrown lizard for quite some time. Then, as if determined to end the fight once and for all, the dragon suddenly opened its maw and inhaled deeply. Its throat expanded like an inflating balloon, and a bright orange glow became visible inside. A second later, it unleashed a massive pillar of fire, shooting forward at breakneck speed. Chol instantly felt the blistering heat surging toward him. His eyes widened as he narrowly dodged to the side at the last possible moment. Without hesitation, he charged straight at the dragon, seizing the opportunity while it remained stationary to spew flames. He leapt forward, channeling mana into his sword. Demon Cleave. Utilizing the momentum of his descent, Chol drove his blade deep into the dragon's skull. From the point of impact, crackling bolts of lightning erupted, scorching its head. The mighty creature let out one final agonized roar before collapsing, lifeless, as Chol confirmed that the monstrous beast had no remaining life force. He let out a slow breath, finally acknowledging its danger. Phew, a dragon really is something else. It's on a completely different level compared to the other monsters. If I had fought it the moment I set foot here, I probably would have gone down in a single hit. Since entering Crimson Azure Island, it had taken him 19 days to reach the dragon's territory. But lingering here any longer would only be a waste of time. There was still one more reason he had come this far. As he sheathed his sword, a distant, raucous noise suddenly caught his attention. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Chol carefully crept toward the source of the sound. What he saw made him narrow his eyes. A group of lizardmen, armed and restless. These creatures were rank 8 monsters. Their sudden gathering in the area, howling like lunatics, immediately made him suspicious. Something strange has been happening since yesterday. Normally, lizardmen only appear on the outskirts of the island. But now, they're invading the center, attacking and then retreating repeatedly. They're not smart, and their rank is low. 2. Could something external be influencing them? If so, I need to investigate. With that thought, he unsheathed his sword and burst from the underbrush, charging straight at the lizardmen. The moment they spotted him, they screeched in panic and scattered in every direction, showing no intent to fight at all. That alone confirmed Chol's suspicions. Just as I thought, once might be a coincidence. But twice? Something is definitely wrong. I'd better track them. Without hesitation, he swung his blade, decapitating the nearest creatures in one swift motion. As their bodies crumpled, he silently mused to himself. Something unnatural is happening on this island. I was right. Now, let's talk about the sorcerer who had infiltrated the island the day before. At this moment, his entire body radiated a deep purple aura as he mumbled to himself like a man possessed. Confrontation, warrior, battle, formation. That kid managed to fight off so many monsters all by himself. The Lee family's bloodline truly is something else. But there's nothing to worry about. He's still just a child who will definitely fall into this obvious trap. I doubt I'll even need to use Plan B. The young sorcerer ran his fingers along a peculiar egg resting in his hands. His name was Nishiyama Shogo, a beast tamer. Just as he had predicted, Chol had followed the lizardmen straight to this place, right into his trap. Perched atop a tree, Chol had already realized the predicament he was in. I had a feeling something was off, and it turns out this really is a trap. Controlling monsters? Is he a beast tamer? But how did an outsider even manage to sneak in here? That question lingered in his mind for a moment before the answer came to him. Wait, it's not impossible. If a teleportation formation was set up somewhere inside, Then it makes sense. Which means the mastermind behind this must be a member of the Lee family. Should I report this and wait for reinforcements? No. If I wait for them to arrive, it'll be too late. By then, I won't be able to find out who's pulling the strings behind the scenes. That leaves only one option. I'll conceal my presence using stealth arts and take him out myself. With that, Chol ripped the insignia from his chest and tucked it into his pocket. Then, he activated his stealth technique, cloaking himself in a blue aura that masked both his presence and his breath. The very next moment, he launched himself off the tree, accelerating toward Nishiyama at full speed. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, aiming straight for the sorcerer's neck from behind. Nothing ever came easy for Chol. At that very moment, the egg in Nishiyama's hand suddenly emitted a sharp alarm. As it turned out, it wasn't an egg at all but some kind of bird curled up tightly. Its body resembling an egg. The creature's frantic screeching startled Nishiyama, making him whip around in shock. Since when? He blurted out. Behind him, Chol cursed under his breath. Damn it, does he have a magical artifact that senses danger? Realizing this, he instinctively quickened his attack. But unfortunately, Nishiyama reacted just in time. The mage swung his staff backward, forcefully knocking Chol away and sending him skidding across the ground. The two briefly paused, sizing each other up. Nishiyama smirked and sneered. The bastard child of the Lee family. You're more skilled than I expected. In response, Chol scoffed. Or maybe you're just weaker than I thought. Hearing such mockery from a mere child made Nishiyama seethe with rage. Determined to eliminate his target, he barked an order to the lizard men around him. Shut up and attack him already. Following their master's command, the dim-witted creatures fearlessly charged forward, eager to spill Chol's blood. Seeing this, Chol infused his sword with mana. With a swift movement, he activated his technique, Heavenly Azure Slash, propelling himself forward at breakneck speed. His blade cut through the air like a silk ribbon, effortlessly slicing through the three lizard men before they could even react. Yet, Nishiyama remained unfazed. He had never expected them to defeat Chol. He had only used them to buy himself enough time to cast his magic. In the blink of an eye, a glowing magic circle appeared beneath Chol's feet. From within it, countless fiery red chains shot out, coiling tightly around his body and sword. Shocked, Chol's expression stiffened as he struggled against the restraints. I can't move my body, he exclaimed, his voice tinged with disbelief. Up ahead, Nishiyama burst into triumphant laughter, as if he had already secured his victory. Haha, you fell right into my trap. This is the highest grade ceiling formation. It completely blocks a martial artist's mana vortex. Without mana, you're nothing but a weak, useless child. Now, die in despair, he cackled, completely oblivious to the fact that his own words were the most foolish thing he had uttered all day. Unintentionally, he had just given Chol the exact clue he needed to break free. So, it seals my abilities? That just means I need to bypass it using my mana pathways instead. Chol murmured to himself. Without hesitation, he began redistributing his mana through his meridians, letting the energy flow freely throughout his body. Slowly, he took a step forward. The pressure he exerted made the enchanted chains tremble. Faint creaking noises echoed through the air, signaling their imminent rupture. Then, with a sudden leap forward, Chol shattered the restraints entirely and lunged straight at Nishiyama, cutting off his escape. Nishiyama's eyes widened in terror. The sword pointed directly at his face sent shivers down his spine as Chol asked in a cold, emotionless voice, "You're not going to run?" Panicked, Nishiyama stumbled backward a few steps. "How did you break free?" he demanded. But Chol had no obligation to answer such a question. He merely shook his head. "I don't have to explain anything to you. I've already reported this to my family. So surrender while you still can." From Nishiyama's perspective, it was unclear whether he still had some hidden trump card. But his confidence didn't waver in the slightest. He let out a sinister chuckle. "Haha, no matter. I'll just kill you and reclaim my freedom." Chol narrowed his eyes, utterly baffled by the mage's deranged declaration. What the hell are you talking about?" Before he could fully process the situation, a massive shadow suddenly streaked toward him. In an instant, Chol's small body was sent flying like a cannonball. crashing violently into a tree in the distance. The impact was deafening, reverberating through the air, and a large spurt of blood erupted from his mouth. After taking the hit, Chol's mind raced as he tried to process what had just happened. Trembling, he lifted his head and finally got a good look at his attacker, a massive green turtle with an absurdly long beard. It was none other than the guardian of Scarlet Azure Island, Mountain Turtlehead, a third-rank beast. That's a monster in every sense of the word. How could a mere beast tamer like him have possibly tamed it? As Chol's thoughts swirled, he turned his skeptical gaze toward Nishiyama. The mage didn't even need to hear Chol speak to understand what he was thinking. With a smug expression, Nishiyama openly admitted, "You catch on pretty fast. I haven't completely subdued it yet. But if I order it to kill you, it will follow through without hesitation. So, you should really give up on fighting." With that, he pulled out a few talismans from his sleeve and tossed them into the air. Moments later, his entire figure dissolved into a cloud of purple smoke, disappearing before Mountain Turtlehead could accidentally crush him in the heat of battle. Back in Chol's perspective, just sensing the overwhelming presence radiating from the colossal turtle was enough to make his hair stand on end. He took a deep breath and reminded himself, "Stay calm. If he hasn't fully controlled it yet, then all I need to do is take down the beast tamer first. That's the only way I stand a chance against Mountain Turtlehead." Determined, he reached into his robes and pulled out a small brown pill. "I prepared this just in case, but I never thought I'd actually have to use it this way. A forbidden drug, banned due to its severe side effects. Despite its incredible benefits, a mana enhancement pill." Without hesitation, he tossed it into his mouth. The moment he swallowed, an immense surge of energy coursed through his veins, filling his entire body with raw power. But that wasn't all. There was one more thing Chol needed to prepare. The technique Aunt Zhonghua told me to only use in the most desperate situations. Well, this is it. As he thought this, his body erupted with an overwhelming force. The sheer pressure he unleashed blasted away the surrounding dirt and debris. Creating a powerful shockwave, he was ready to execute his ultimate technique, heaven-defying slash. Time was of the essence. With the effects of the enhancement pill being temporary, Chol refused to waste a single second. In an instant, he shot forward like a streak of lightning, closing the distance between himself and the giant turtle. Without hesitation, he swung his sword, unleashing a brilliant arc of light that slashed toward the beast's neck. However, despite the sheer force behind his attack, it wasn't even enough to leave a scratch on the turtle's thick skin. It hadn't even tickled the creature. Its nearly impenetrable defense was enough to drive anyone to despair. Chol clenched his jaw. "I haven't even managed to land a proper hit. Yet it stopped my attack like it was nothing? Fine, I'll finish this with my next move." Determined, he began channeling energy into his sword once more, preparing to unleash another powerful technique. However, Mountain Turtlehead wasn't some mindless beast. It had no intention of standing still and letting Chol strike at will. The giant turtle opened its mouth, releasing a wave of pulsating purple energy that spread outward in all directions. The moment the sound wave hit him, an immense pressure crashed down upon Chol's body, making it nearly impossible to move. Damn it, this roar, it's a fear-inducing skill. The mana fluctuations are locking my body in place. Just as he struggled to break free, a familiar darkness began seeping outward from his chest. A thin black mist curled around him, and in the blink of an eye, the suffocating pressure vanished. Chol's eyes widened in shock. The dark energy inside me. It neutralized Mountain Turtlehead's ability? This is my chance. Seizing the moment, Chol planted his foot firmly into the ground and launched himself forward with explosive force. He activated Demonic Slash, a technique he had inherited from the memories of the Nameless Warrior through the Boundless Armament. His blade found its mark, slashing directly at the turtle's throat. The impact sent the creature reeling, its head tilting skyward as it let out a deafening cry. From deep within its throat, a massive column of dark purple energy erupted, piercing straight into the heavens. The sheer force of the blast was so immense that it tore through the clouds above, creating a hole in the sky. But the moment the attack landed, Chol felt an unbearable pain rip through his entire body. His knees buckled, and he collapsed onto the ground, violently coughing up blood. "Damn it, I'm out of time." The side effects of both the mana enhancement pill and heaven-defying slash. I won't be able to move for long. Gritting his teeth, he forced himself to focus. I have 10 seconds. In 10 seconds, I have to find that damn beast tamer. With no time to waste, Chol pushed his body to its limit, darting forward with all the speed he could muster. His sharp senses scanned his surroundings, desperately searching for any trace of Nishiyama before it was too late. And it seemed that fate itself was lending Chol a hand. At that very moment, he caught sight of a thin red energy thread stretching across the ground. Without hesitation, he sprinted after it, and sure enough, it led him straight to Nishiyama's hiding spot. Up ahead, the sorcerer's face turned ghostly pale as he saw Chol charging toward him, eyes burning with killing intent. What? How is this possible? He gasped, stumbling backward in sheer panic. But it was too late. Chol's sword was already within striking range. Not close enough. Just a little more, Chol thought, gritting his teeth. If only I were stronger. No, I just need to extend my blade. With a roar, he activated Infinite's transformation ability, stretching his sword to cover the last bit of distance. In a flash, his blade sliced clean through Nishiyama's chest, sending the sorcerer straight to the afterlife. As soon as it was over, Chol could barely hold onto his sword. His entire body screamed in exhaustion. I need to take care of myself first. If I collapse now, I'm as good as dead. His aunt, Zhonghua, had warned him, if he ever used that technique, he had to take this. Fortunately, he had brought honey nectar with him. Before any more monsters show up, I need to make sure this bastard stays down. With that, he hastily swallowed the prepared medicine. The moment it took effect, his vision blurred, and his body finally gave out, slumping to the ground in unconsciousness. Chol had no idea how much time had passed when he finally opened his eyes again. He found himself lying in a space of pure white, with black smoke continuously seeping out of his body. Confused, he tried to make sense of his surroundings. Everything is white. Where am I? What happened to the beast tamer and Sun Kaido? As he attempted to move, a sharp pain tore through his body, making his face contort in agony. His entire body trembled as if it were about to shatter. Unbeknownst to Chol, high above him in that featureless space, a colossal eye was watching him intently. A distant voice echoed through the void, its tone unreadable. So, it has come to this. Those things are far too dangerous for a human to contain. And yet, both now exist within a single vessel? I had hoped you would never wake. If only now. The voice trailed off briefly before speaking again, this time with clear intent. Give it to him. Suddenly, something fell in front of Chol, prompting him to shift his gaze toward it. He narrowed his eyes, attempting to recognize the object. This looks like a purple honeycomb. Could it be Tu Ha Thachton? The voice returned, unwavering. Not for you, it's for it. The era is changing. Grow stronger. Child of man, do not allow yourself to be devoured by time. From Chol's perspective, in his dazed state, he thought he saw the shadowy outline of the enormous turtle speaking to him. Then, the creature turned and slowly walked away, its form fading into the distance. As it disappeared, his vision darkened completely. Back in reality, Chol had no idea how long he had been unconscious. But when he finally woke up again, the first thing he saw was the familiar figure of Hua. Seeing him regain consciousness, she leaned in with a smirk. Oh, finally awake? Chol, still groggy, weakly glanced at her before muttering, Hua? His casual tone instantly set her off. Did this brat just call me by name? I'll let it slide since you're injured. How's your body holding up? Hearing her reminder, Chol quickly closed his eyes and focused on assessing his physical condition. As he examined himself, he realized, even though my musculoskeletal system has suffered severe damage, my mana has surged to an overwhelming degree. Could it be that I've actually absorbed the Tu Ha Thachton? He suppressed his surprise and instead calmly reported only the injuries he had sustained. A few mana circuits are severed. Some internal organs are slightly displaced. My bones are overstretched, and I have a few torn muscles. Nothing too serious. His voice was utterly composed. But Hua, upon hearing this, rolled her eyes so hard they nearly got stuck. Her face turned a deep shade of purple as she shouted, What? You call that not serious? Did you get hit on the head or something? From Chol's perspective, he couldn't help but feel a little guilty as he looked at the fuming Hua. The Tu-Ha Thatch Tan was something she had originally intended to claim for herself. It was an incredibly potent spiritual elixir that enhanced physical capabilities, boosted mana reserves, and granted immunity to poison and curses. I did plan to take it when we got to Zich Tan Dao, but I still feel a bit bad about it. Pushing the thought aside, Chol suddenly sprang to his feet as if nothing had happened and asked, "Wait a minute. Why are you even here?" Before Hua could respond, a voice rang out from a distance. "Little brother." The voice belonged to none other than Myung Young, who had just arrived. Rushing over, he immediately pulled out a healing potion and, with evident urgency, said, "Are you alright? Let me heal you with mana first. I also brought some medicinal water." Seeing his brother's frantic expression, Chol let out a small, sheepish chuckle and waved his hand. "No need to heal me with mana, but I'll gladly take that medicinal water." Without hesitation, he took the potion and gulped it down. From Myung Young's perspective, seeing his younger brother in such a dire state filled him with an unbearable sense of pain. After a moment of silence, he turned to Hua and spoke in a hushed tone. "Hua, could you step outside for a moment?" Understanding that the two brothers had matters to discuss in private, Hua didn't protest. She simply nodded. "All right, I understand." Once she left, Myung Young lowered his voice and said, "If you had died, I would have wiped out every single organization connected to that beast tamer. No matter how powerful they were. As a member of the Li family, what you accomplished was nothing short of exemplary for a martial artist. But as your elder brother, I can't see it in a positive light. What you did was reckless." His words carried both reproach and deep concern. Hearing those words, Chol couldn't help but feel a bit touched. His face reddened slightly as he scratched his head and said, "I didn't anticipate the appearance of the Sun Kai-Do. I'm sorry, brother. If I had known it was there, I would have waited." Looking at his apologetic demeanor, Myung Young let out a long sigh. "As long as you know the difference between recklessness and confidence, that's good enough." Setting the matter aside, Chol then asked, "Brother, since I was the one who took care of the beast tamer, the information about him should rightfully belong to me." As he spoke, he extended his hand forward, a gesture that made Myung Young rub his temples in exasperation. "I knew you'd say that. That beast tamer was once an apprentice level 5 rank sorcerer of Japan's Yin-Yang Bureau. It seems he was expelled for attempting to master forbidden techniques. The mastermind behind this supplied him with high-level talismans and magical artifacts, then activated them while the Sun Kai-Do was asleep. They wanted to make it seem like the monster acted on its own." Chol furrowed his brows in thought before asking, "So you still haven't found out who the mastermind is?" Myung Young shook his head. "He's barely clinging to life, so extracting information from him won't be easy." At that moment, an idea flashed through Chol's mind, and he spoke up urgently. "So that means you weren't actually their primary target. Their goal was to damage your reputation by making it seem like you failed to detect the intruder and reacted too slowly." Myung Young's eyes widened slightly before a smirk appeared on his lips. That does make sense. I guess pretending not to know anything isn't an option anymore." He sighed, while Chol, feeling a bit concerned for his brother, asked, "Are you going to be okay?" Myung Young responded by ruffling Chol's hair and reassuring him, "I'll be fine. My reputation might take a slight hit, but it's nothing major. I can't be absent for too long, so I'll be heading back now." Just as he was about to leave, Chol suddenly grabbed his hand, his expression turning serious. "Brother, do you want to make a deal with me? Announce that you had already predicted the beast tamer's infiltration and ordered me to eliminate him beforehand. I'll back up that claim as a witness. That way, it will seem like you anticipated everything, even beyond what the clan's intelligence network could uncover." Hearing Chol's proposal, Myung Young quickly pieced together his true intentions and responded with a knowing look. "You're going to testify truthfully, aren't you?" Chol stood up and answered, "If people believe I did this entirely on my own, they'll become even more wary and cautious of me. So that's why you're calling this a trade?" "Exactly. A trade is when both sides exchange something they need from each other." "Then what do you want?" Myung Young asked, and Chol stated his demand outright. "Give me access to the hidden archives for 3 days. That's all I need." As he spoke, he extended his hand once again. and Myung-Ying clasped it firmly before chuckling. "You arrogant little brat. Fine, thanks." His voice carried a genuine sense of gratitude. However, Chol simply shook his head slightly. "No need to thank me. This is just a trade." After all, Myung-Ying merely patted Chol on the shoulder a few times before whispering, "Even if I hadn't agreed, you would have found another way to make this happen, wouldn't you?" Just then, Myung-Ying's phone buzzed repeatedly, reminding him of his duties. "Looks like the sword unit is calling me. I really have to go now." Before leaving, as if remembering something, he tossed the infinity dagger back to Chol with a playful wink. "I'll keep this whole thing a secret." With that, he quickly made his exit. Chol, watching his brother's departing figure, chuckled to himself. Haha, as expected, he's never an easy one to deal with. Once Myung-Ying was gone, Hwa returned, tilting her head in curiosity. "Looks like that conversation went smoothly. So, which trial are you planning to challenge? It's been 3 weeks, so they should be open by now." However, instead of answering, Chol turned the question back on her. "What about you? Which one are you aiming for?" "Hey, I asked first." Hwa huffed in frustration. Chol simply shrugged. "If you want to know, answer first." Left with no other choice, Hwa proudly declared, "Where else but the hardest challenge, trial of the watchful judge." "And you?" Chol answered calmly. "I'll be challenging the trial of combat." Hearing this, Hwa's face froze in confusion. "Huh? That place even exists? Don't tell me it's one of those peripheral trials." Up ahead, Chol nodded without hesitation. "Yeah, it's located in the outer perimeter." Upon hearing this, for some reason, Hwa's expression suddenly darkened with disappointment. Then, she scoffed. "That's just pathetic. I guess I misjudged you. You're picking a trial in the outer perimeter? There's nothing left to say. Then, I actually thought you were my rival. Honestly, I used to think you were stronger than me." With that, she turned and walked away, her disappointment evident. Chol, watching her reaction, wasn't the least bit surprised. He thought to himself, since everyone assumes the difficulty of a trial is determined by its location, they probably think I'm choosing a peripheral trial because it's easier. Whatever, let them believe what they want. Time passed quickly, and by now, the sky had begun to lighten with the early morning glow. Chol, still wandering through the forest, appeared to be searching for something. "I don't remember the exact spot, but it should be around here. Before my regression, this was the cave I stumbled upon. And it's also where I'll complete the second trial of the naming ceremony, the trial of combat." As he thought this, he pushed aside the dense foliage in front of him. And there it was. A pitch-black cave stood before him. Chol wasted no time. He lit a torch and carefully stepped inside. As he moved forward, he thought to himself, at first glance, it just looks like a regular wall. But of course, it won't be that simple. With that thought, he drew his sword and struck repeatedly at the wall before him. Chunks of stone began to crumble away, revealing what lay hidden behind it, a towering iron door. Seeing this, a flicker of excitement flashed through Chol's eyes. Found it. Chol then took the short sword and slashed deep into his palm. As blood welled up from the wound, he flicked his hand, sending droplets splattering onto the iron door. The moment his blood, infused with magical energy, made contact, the door shone brightly, as if it had been activated by a hidden mechanism. A deep rumbling followed, and the massive iron door slowly slid open, revealing a vast hall with a single sword embedded deep into a wooden pedestal. The familiar sight stirred a sense of nostalgia within Chol, and without hesitation, he stepped forward. Approaching a wooden table in the center of the hall, he let his blood drip into a shallow, bowl-shaped indentation carved into its surface. As the crimson liquid seeped into the groove, he murmured, "A descendant of the Li family seeks to undertake the trial of our ancestors. Grant me permission." The moment his words echoed through the hall, a soft blue light emerged from the indentation, swirling upward like mist. The nature of the trial of combat was simple: defeat oneself. As Chol watched, the ethereal blue glow coalesced into a figure identical to him in every way. His own reflection, standing before him. Chol had long been familiar with this challenge, so he wasn't surprised in the slightest. There were no limits to how many times he could attempt the trial. And once inside, he couldn't leave until victory was achieved, even if he chose to surrender. "All right then, let's get started." With that thought, he began to draw his sword. But before he could even react, a streak of light flashed past his neck. A sharp, burning sensation followed, then nothing. His vision blurred, and in the final moments before darkness consumed him, he saw it, his own body, still standing, and right beside it, the imposter Chul. Only then did he realize, his own head had been severed from his neck. What the hell just happened? That was his last thought before everything faded to black. Time blurred as Chul slowly regained his composure. His hands shot up to his neck, fingers trembling as he traced the unbroken skin. He swallowed dryly a few times, feeling the sweat trickling down his youthful face. My head was definitely cut off just now. Right, the illusions in this trial can't actually kill me. But damn, that felt way too real. Anyone else would have lost their mind from the sheer realism. But more importantly, was that really me? The illusion of the combat trial lets me use my abilities flawlessly. Which means I still haven't reached my full potential. If I can tap into that completely, I could have blocked that attack just now. Taking a deep breath, he steadied his grip on his sword, determination burning in his eyes. Alright, let's go again. And again. And again. On the third attempt, the fake Chul skewered him straight through the stomach. On the fifth, he successfully blocked the attack, only to have his neck snapped instantly afterward. By the 10th, his head was severed once more. The 13th, the 18th, the 23rd, soon, Chul lost track of how many times he had died. How many more times will this take? Inside the silent chamber, the clash of two identical warriors echoed endlessly. Their swords met in perfect synchronicity, sending sparks flying through the air. A piercing clang rang out as Chul was knocked back, panting for breath. This is the 75th time, isn't it? Or was it the 80th? But now, I finally understand. My greatest strength isn't raw power, it's freedom. It's adaptability. It's a fighting style that no one can predict. This time, I'll win. With newfound clarity, Chul shifted his sword into a battle axe and lunged forward. Their weapons clashed once more, the force shaking the ground beneath them. Blades turned to axes, axes to spears, spears to daggers. It was an endless storm of unpredictable transformations. From the fake Chul's perspective, after their axes collided, he leapt backward to regain distance before shifting his weapon back into a longsword. Without hesitation, he charged forward again, aiming straight for Chul's stomach. The blade pierced through flesh, clean and deep. Yet, instead of despair, a smirk spread across the real Chul's face. Idiot, I left that opening on purpose. In an instant, he clamped down on the fake's wrist, locking him in place before unleashing his ultimate technique, Demon Cleave. A single, overwhelming slash tore the illusionary Chul clean in half. The sheer force of the attack didn't just cleave his opponent, it obliterated the ground behind him, leaving deep scars across the stone floor. On the other side, the fake Chul's body slowly dissolved, his form melting into wisps of blue light. Yet, just before vanishing completely, he smiled, a satisfied, almost approving smile, as if acknowledging Chul's performance. Chul watched the scene unfold in silence, his gaze fixed on the dissipating remnants of his doppelganger. Passing the combat trial should unlock the hidden power of the Li bloodline. In my past life, my ability was just the most common one, enhancement. But in this life, what will it be? As he pondered, the swirling blue energy in the air gradually coalesced, drifting toward him like fireflies in the dark. The moment they entered his body, something deep within him stirred awake. A golden aura burst forth, enveloping his entire being. This power, Chul muttered under his breath. Meanwhile, outside the massive iron door, the core members of the Li clan stood waiting. They murmured amongst themselves, some glancing at the sealed entrance with growing impatience. Jaehong, Chul's uncle, let out a long, exhausted sigh. I really thought he'd behave this time. That little brat. Every other naming ceremony goes by peacefully. But no, he just has to stir up trouble. Just as his complaint ended, a voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. The mana density is changing. The door, it's opening. Hearing this, Jaehong's eyes snapped toward the entrance. Sure enough, the heavy iron doors groaned as they slowly swung open. A lone figure emerged from within. Chul stepped forward, unsteady, swaying on his feet. Then, his knees buckled. Oi, oi, Jae-hong reacted in an instant, lunging forward to catch him before he collapsed completely. Holding the boy up, he frantically called out, "Lee Young, are you alright? Say something." Chol barely lifted his head. His face gaunt, hollow, like he hadn't eaten in weeks. His stomach growled loudly in protest, echoing through the chamber. Hungry? Water," he mumbled weakly before his eyes rolled back, and he passed out. Jae-hong's face twitched in frustration. His hands trembled, not from concern, but sheer exasperation. "This damn brat," he roared. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Chol's private estate. By now, he had finally returned home. The moment his personal maid, Gawa, saw him safe and sound, she was so relieved that she burst into tears. "Young master, do you have any idea how worried I was? First, the Beastmaster ordeal, then the whole Gui Shou Mountain incident, and now even an ancient trial set by your ancestors," she cried. Clinging tightly to him, watching her reaction, Chol could only offer an awkward smile. "Nanny, I'm covered in dirt. I've been out in the wild for nearly a month now." But Gawa ignored his words, refusing to let go until she thoroughly examined him, making sure he wasn't injured in any way. Only then did she nod in satisfaction. "At first, I planned to scold you so badly, but never mind. Welcome home, young master. I've already prepared your bath. Once you're done, I'll serve your meal." Chol nodded in appreciation but suddenly remembered something, or rather, someone. "Nanny, what about my aunt, Zhanghua? I thought she'd be the first one to rush over." At his question, Gawa's steps faltered. For a moment, she hesitated, her voice faltering as she struggled to find the right words. That reaction immediately piqued Chol's curiosity. Something had happened while he was gone. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a dimly lit chamber. Behind a set of iron bars, Zhanghua beamed as she greeted her nephew with a playful grin. "Hee, my dear nephew is here." Seeing how carefree she looked despite being locked up, Chol could only drag a hand down his face in exasperation before asking, "What did you do this time?" Instead of answering, Zhanghua continued smiling, casually brushing off the situation. "Sorry about that, but seeing you safe and sound is all that matters. But, what on earth did you do for your mana levels to spike like that? You haven't even fully absorbed the energy inside your body yet. Hurry up and sit down, I'll help you." Before she could finish, Chol's expression hardened, though Zhanghua only scratched her head and laughed it off. "Haha, don't worry about it, it's fine, it's fine." From her perspective, she felt a twinge of emotion upon seeing how much Chol cared for her. She never expected him to go this far for her sake. The reason she was locked up in the first place was because she had caused an uproar in the control room, going against the elders and the head of the family. As she recalled the events, she fidgeted with her fingers, hesitating before admitting, "Sorry, my dear, I just couldn't hold back my anger. I thought they had done something strange to you, and the idea of never seeing you again made me lose control." Her voice caught in her throat as she spoke, and she even mimicked strangling herself for emphasis, making Chol momentarily speechless. Honestly, he had never fully trusted his youngest aunt before, but somewhere along the way, she had become part of his family. Now, he had come to accept that. Feeling a sense of ease settle within him, he reassured her, "I'll get you out of here soon. Just wait a little longer." Hearing this, Zhanghua hurriedly waved her hands from inside the cell. "Huh? How are you supposed to do that? It's fine, really, don't push yourself." Chol simply shook his head and explained, "I won't have to do anything. You'll be released soon. Anyway, see you next time." With that, he swiftly turned and left the holding chamber, leaving Zhanghua blinking in confusion behind the iron bars. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to an airport. At this moment, all the core members of the Li family had already gathered, waiting in anticipation. The reason for their presence was simple. The person stepping off the plane was none other than the current head of the family, Li Taishan. As soon as he emerged, Madame Baek Hwayeon quickly stepped forward and greeted him. "You've arrived." Taishan responded with a slight nod. "Sorry to have kept everyone waiting." Madame Baek Hwayeon bowed respectfully and replied, "It's no trouble at all. The hot springs have been prepared for you, so please relax and enjoy a meal afterward." Among the gathered crowd, Chol and Hua were also present. Chol quietly observed his father, his mind filled with unspoken thoughts. After everything that happened at the naming ceremony, I thought I had grown, but just how vast is the gap between me and my father? I still can't measure it. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Taishan suddenly glanced in his direction. For a brief moment, their gazes locked. Then, just as swiftly, Taishan looked away and muttered under his breath. I've always said that those who refuse to fight have no place in this family, but among them, only one child carries the true desire to surpass me. His seemingly idle remark caused a stir among the people around him. Who is he talking about? Is he referring to the eldest son? But Chul, of course, understood that those words were meant for him. His father's sharp intuition made him sigh internally. I've been suppressing my emotions this much. And he still managed to read me? Time moved forward once again, shifting the scene to the grand banquet hall of the Li family estate. A feast had been arranged to welcome Taishan home after his long journey, as was customary for occasions like this. However, for Chul, attending such events was nothing but routine. Due to his status as an illegitimate son, he never played an active role in these gatherings. Instead, he stood quietly in a corner, observing the guests. This banquet was on a different scale compared to the usual naming ceremonies. Given the rarity of such an event within the Li family, the grandeur of the occasion far exceeded previous celebrations. That's the youngest Tower Master ever recorded, and over there, the head of Yin Yang Bureau. No, he's still just the deputy director for now. Chul silently analyzed the faces in the crowd. Many of the people he had only ever seen in newspapers were now gathered in the same room. However, before Chul could dwell on his thoughts for too long, Butler Choi approached and respectfully informed him. Pardon the interruption, young master, but the patriarch has summoned you. Hearing this, Chul furrowed his brows and asked again. Father is calling for me? Butler Choi gave a slight nod before gesturing. Yes, please follow me this way. With that, Chul quickly followed behind him. As he walked, his mind raced with curiosity. Why does father want to see me? Could it be something serious? Before long, Chul arrived at the designated meeting place. Taishan was already there, and as soon as he spotted his son approaching, Chul quickly lowered his head in greeting. What is it that you wish to speak with me about, father? As he lifted his head, he was slightly taken aback. His eldest brother, Myung Young, was also present. His presence made Chul instinctively connect the dots. This likely had something to do with the incident involving the foreign mage Nishiyama infiltrating Red Azure Island. Across from them, Taishan didn't leave him in suspense for long. I believe you already know why I've summoned you. His sharp gaze locked onto Chul as he continued. I want to hear about the events that transpired during the naming ceremony. According to Myung Young, you were the one who identified and captured the intruder. That was your plan, wasn't it? Taishan's words carried a certain weight, and despite himself, Chul could feel a bead of sweat forming on his forehead. Just as I expected, so father already knows everything. Letting out a silent breath, he nodded and admitted, yes, it was my plan. I proposed a deal to my elder brother, the condition being that I would have access to the scripture repository for 3 days and help him avoid the backlash from this incident. A tense silence filled the room before Taishan's stern voice cut through it. Given your contributions this time, I will overlook the fact that you initially reported false information, but there will be no next time. Yes, I understand. Chul bowed his head in acknowledgement, turning his gaze toward his eldest son. Taishan then issued another decree. Myung Young, you will receive a fitting punishment at a later time. For now, focus on overseeing the banquet. That is your responsibility. Return to your duties. Rather than showing resentment, Myung Young accepted the reprimand without protest. Understood, father. I will take care of it. Then, before leaving, he flashed a small smile at Chul before turning on his heel and walking away. While Chul couldn't be certain whether his eldest brother would be all right after receiving their father's punishment, he pushed the thought aside for now. Once everyone had left, Taishan turned his gaze back to Chul and continued. For now, we'll set aside the matter of your false report. The credit for this achievement belongs to you, and you will receive the reward that Myung Young promised. Finally, since you were the one who uncovered the true challenge of the duel, I will grant you a reward of my own. Hearing this, Chul's eyes widened in surprise. After a brief moment, he spoke up with his request, a request that the author deliberately left concealed. Time swiftly passed, and soon, the naming ceremony reached its most significant stage, the moment for which everyone had gathered. Stepping forward, Taishan addressed the entire assembly. Thank you all for taking the time to be here today. May our two children, the stars of this ceremony, be blessed on the paths they will walk. Now, we shall proceed with the naming ritual. Hua, step forward. At his command, the young girl eagerly moved forward, her bright eyes filled with anticipation. You have been chosen by the Holy Sword, and like the sun, you shine brilliantly upon all those around you. May you continue to walk this radiant path. I bestow upon you the name Suhyun, one who shines eternally. As soon as Taishan's words echoed through the hall, a scroll unfurled before Suhyun, displaying her newly given name. Her face lit up with joy, and she quickly responded, "Thank you, Father." With Suhyun's naming complete, Taishan then turned his gaze toward Chul. Next, Young, step forward. As soon as Chul's name was called, a distinct shift in the atmosphere became evident. The once lively and warm energy that filled the room suddenly dampened into an uneasy silence. No cheers, no words of encouragement. It was a stark contrast to the enthusiastic reception that Suhyun had received just moments ago. Of course, Chul wasn't surprised. It's just like last time. This wasn't the first time he had been treated this way. But it didn't matter. He reminded himself to stay focused. Breaking the silence, Taishan's voice rang out once more. You are strong and unyielding, yet flexible and never broken. Like a blacksmith gathering steel from the four corners of the world to forge into a single masterpiece. You, too, have tempered yourself. I can think of no better name to define you. And so, I bestow upon you the name Chul. As he finished speaking, Taishan snapped his fingers, signaling for a scroll to unfurl before Chul's eyes. On it was the name, Chul, a name carrying a profound significance. Seeing it, a thought surfaced in Chul's mind. I was once given a name that meant, to live steadfast like iron and steel. But now, that meaning has evolved. I will not stop until I have reached the peak of the Li clan. My name is Li Chul. With a newfound sense of resolve, he took a deep breath and confidently declared, Thank you, Father. Time passed, and soon, the scene shifted to the Li clan's isolation chambers. Inside one of the rooms, Zhonghua was on the verge of losing her mind. She clawed at her hair, gripping the iron bars tightly as she yelled and screamed like a caged beast desperate to escape. This is suffocating. This is driving me insane. I couldn't even witness the kid's naming ceremony. He said he'd let me out. So what the hell is taking so long? Outside, the two guards standing watch exchanged pained looks. After hours of enduring her relentless cursing, their faces had turned a deep shade of purple from sheer exhaustion. How the hell can someone have this much energy to complain non-stop? Just then, a call came through. Meanwhile, inside the chamber, Zhonghua sat sulking in frustration, biting the hem of her sleeve. Moments later, one of the guards opened the door and announced, You're free to leave. Disciplinary actions will be decided later. But for now, you're permitted to exit the isolation zone. As soon as she heard that, Zhonghua's entire face lit up. To celebrate her newfound freedom, she cheerfully kicked the door open with full force. Bang! Hey, no kicking the damn door, one of the guards snapped, his patience finally snapping as well. But before she could take more than a few steps, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. Hold on, wait a second. Hearing this, Zhonghua immediately spun around. Sure enough, leaning casually against a nearby wall was none other than her dear nephew. Chul. Oh, kiddo, don't tell me you're the one who actually got me out? Her voice brimmed with disbelief. Chul nodded. Yeah, it was me. Huh? But how? Before she could finish her sentence, Chul flicked a folded paper toward her. She caught it mid-air and unfolded it with a puzzled expression. What's this? She asked, scanning the document. Instead of answering, Chul simply smirked and said something cryptic. You owe me one. Curious, Zhonghua's eyes darted down to the text. As she read, her expression slowly transformed from confusion to utter shock. Appointing Li Zhonghua as an elder and officially designating her as the mentor of 9th young master Li Chul. Her eyes widened like saucers. What? Meanwhile, Chul simply grinned and extended a hand forward. From now on, I'll be in your care. Master. Time passed quickly. Chol was now dressed in a blue martial uniform, while his maid, Gawa, sniffled beside him and mumbled, "It starts today." Huh? Chol responded with a nod. "Yeah, this is just the beginning," she murmured to herself. So the young master is already 13. Meanwhile, after finishing his preparations, Chol simply stated, "All right, I'm off." It had been 3 years since the naming ceremony, and today marked the official beginning of his new life. The scene shifted to the family training grounds. All children of age were sent here for training, and Chol's presence immediately stirred up curiosity among them. Whispers spread through the crowd. "Isn't that the illegitimate kid?" "Yeah, that's the 9th child, Lee Chol. I heard he caused quite a stir during the aptitude test and naming ceremony. He must have just gotten lucky. He's still an illegitimate child. No way he actually accomplished that much without luck. Right? Now I'm curious to see how he does." The endless murmurs irritated Chol to no end. "Illegitimate, illegitimate, I'm so sick of hearing that word," he grumbled to himself. But before he could get too annoyed, another round of chatter caught his attention. "Wow, the 8th young miss is here. You can really tell she's from the direct bloodline. Just look at her presence." Seeing how differently the crowd reacted to Soohyeon's arrival, Chol couldn't help but smile wryly. "Quite the difference compared to me." "Huh," he silently observed. The moment Soohyeon met Chol's gaze, she suddenly froze. As if on autopilot, she walked toward him and hesitantly greeted, hello." Chol gave her a nod. "Yeah, long time no see." Soohyeon awkwardly scratched her cheek before mumbling, You're not holding a grudge about what I said during the naming ceremony, are you? About how I said I was disappointed." Her words made Chol briefly recall that moment on Scarlet Azure Island. Of course, he hadn't taken her comment to heart. If she hadn't brought it up, he probably wouldn't have even remembered it. "Don't worry about it, I really don't care." Chol sighed. Hearing this, Soohyeon immediately brightened up. "Really? Really? That's a relief. You can be kinda petty. You know," she said cheerfully, completely oblivious to how Chol's face had darkened behind her. His voice dropped into a low growl. "Care to explain exactly how I'm petty?" Ignoring his words, Soohyeon suddenly remembered something and cheerfully asked, "Oh, I heard you're studying under Auntie? And you even got access to the hidden archives?" Before Chol could answer, a sharp voice rang out from the front. "Attention, everyone, we will now proceed with class assignments. All new students, when your name is called, step forward and line up in front of your instructor." The instructor's announcement sent a wave of tension through the gathered students. Class assignments were a crucial turning point, determining not only their training environment but also their future prospects. "What should I do? This is getting nerve-wracking. If I get placed in a bad class, I'm screwed." Nervous murmurs spread, accompanied by anxious glances and sweat forming on furrowed brows. Chol understood their apprehension. He had already experienced this once before. The academy's training program lasted 3 years, and class placement played a pivotal role. Each grade level was divided into 5 classes, with the most talented students placed in the highest-ranked ones. Across from them, an instructor handed Soohyeon a slip of paper and announced, "Congratulations, Lady Lee Soohyeon, you've been assigned to Class 1. Well done." "Thank you," she responded with a polite nod. Chol wasn't surprised in the slightest. The instructor then turned to him. "Next, young Master Lee Chol." Stepping forward, Chol accepted his assignment slip. One glance at the result, and his face darkened with barely contained frustration. He had expected this, but they still had the audacity to be this blatant about it. Class 5, also known as the garbage dump, a class filled with repeaters, failures, and those deemed unworthy. Direct bloodline members were assigned based on their performance during the naming ceremony. But the evaluation committee was under the control of the Elder Council and Lady Baek Hwayeon. They thought they had successfully disadvantaged him. But in truth, this was a blessing in disguise. Now, he wouldn't have to waste unnecessary effort. As he tucked the slip inside his robe, an instructor gestured for him to follow. "Young Master Lee Chol, Class 5, this way." Chol nodded and turned to leave. However, he could feel a piercing gaze drilling into his back. Soohyeon was glaring at him, her face filled with barely restrained anger. She couldn't understand why he wasn't reacting, why he wasn't outraged by being assigned to the lowest class. Seeing Soohyun looking like an enraged lioness, Chol flinched slightly. Whoa, just look at that face. If I don't do something, this kid might actually take matters into her own hands. And here I am, completely fine with it. With that thought, he waved dismissively at her, signaling her to drop the issue. Then quickly walked away. Around him, several other students assigned to Class 5 looked utterly devastated, as if the sky had collapsed. Damn it, Class 5? Will I even graduate at this rate? What am I supposed to tell my father? There's no way I can be in Class 5. My family will never let me live this down. Chol, watching their reactions, felt a wave of irritation. How disappointing. Are these really the students of the prestigious Lee clan? What a disgrace. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice suddenly called out beside him. You must be the youngest master of the main family, right? As expected, I've always wanted to greet you properly. My name is Kim Han, son of a small blacksmith workshop contracted under the Lee clan. It's an honor to study alongside you. Chol turned to look at the boy, momentarily surprised. Kim Han? I don't recall having any memories of him in my past life. Curious, he asked. Why me? Kim Han scratched his head and grinned. Because you're famous, of course. I've always looked up to you. Hearing such a sincere response, Chol sighed before suddenly asking, Kim Han, what do you think about being placed in Class 5? The unexpected question made Kim Han pause for a moment. But soon, his face lit up with a determined smile. I guess my current skills are only at that level. But who knows what will happen in the future, right? Seeing the firm resolve in Kim Han's expression, Chol couldn't help but smile faintly and nod in approval. You pass. The scene shifted to the training hall of Class 5. As the new students arrived, the upperclassmen greeted them with warm smiles. It's a pleasure to meet you. Freshmen, let's all do our best together. That's right. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask. Their enthusiasm made the younger kids glance at each other in curiosity. At that moment, the instructor clapped his hands a few times to gather everyone's attention. All right, now that the introductions are out of the way, everyone, listen up. My name is Lee Young-ho, and I am the instructor in charge of Class 5. Since we have new students joining us today, there won't be any formal lessons. Instead, we'll be going over a brief introduction. Young-ho spoke with a bright smile, and that face was all too familiar to Chol. As he looked at the instructor, memories from his past life surfaced in his mind. He's just as passionate and determined as before. Back in my previous life, he even gave me personal tutoring sessions when I couldn't keep up with the rest of the class. Completely unaware of Chol's thoughts, Young-ho turned to the long-haired boy beside him. All right, that wraps up the introductions. In-ha, I'll leave the rest to you. Yes, instructor. In-ha responded with a grin before facing the group of fresh chickens in front of him. Greetings, freshmen. It's a little embarrassing, but since I've been held back 2 years in a row, I'm still serving as class leader for the second-year students. He chuckled lightly before continuing. You've all been standing for a while now, you must be tired. Feel free to sit if you want. Now then, let's move on to electing our class leader. Even though we're students, there will be times when we're thrown into real combat situations. That's why the class leader is essentially like the captain of a martial squad. Unlike the instructors, who are only responsible for training and teaching according to the curriculum, the class leader holds authority over everything else within the class. Hearing this, one of the kids in the crowd raised a hand and asked, how is the class leader chosen? The question caught In-ha slightly off guard, but he quickly recovered and explained. I forgot to mention that. I'm not sure how other classes do it, but here, we decide through a friendly match, followed by a vote. Alright, then let's get started. Since this is a skill-based match, the use of mana is strictly forbidden. There will be a short rest period after each fight. Before In-ha could finish his sentence, Chol's icy voice suddenly cut through the air. Are you seriously being this naive? His tone carried a hint of contempt, making In-ha flinch and quickly ask, Young Master Lee Chol, do you have any objections to this? In response, Chol walked toward the weapon rack, grabbed a wooden sword, and proceeded to enlighten the clueless crowd. Wake up, everything you're saying and doing right now, just snap out of it. This is the Lee clan. If you want to play schoolyard games, then go enroll in some regular school inside the safe zone. Hearing this, In-ha hurriedly retorted, that's a bit harsh. We just want to resolve things peacefully. But from Chul's perspective, there was no point in wasting more words on these sheltered children. With a sharp motion, he drove the wooden sword into the stone floor and declared, "Talking won't get through to you. Huh? Fine. Come at me, one by one. Starting now, I'll take all of you on." Time passed quickly. Now, Chul was panting heavily like a wild beast, leaning on his sword for support just to stay on his feet. Around him, countless freshmen groaned in pain. Sprawled across the ground, In-ha, who had witnessed everything from beginning to end, could hardly believe his own eyes. Unbelievable, just how many people did he take down on his own, ***, he muttered to himself. At that moment, Chul turned to him with piercing eyes and said, "Choi In-ha, call the next one up." A shiver ran down In-ha's spine as he gulped nervously. This pressure, it's terrifying, he thought. After taking a deep breath, he finally responded, "This is the last match." Chul nodded. "Is that so? Then come at me, Choi In-ha." With that, their duel began, but the moment their swords clashed, In-ha felt an overwhelming force surge through his body. His jaw clenched tightly as he struggled to withstand the impact. At that moment, countless thoughts raced through In-ha's mind. Why is he going this far? There's no prize for winning. No real value to this fight. It's just a sparring match at the academy. Nothing more. I can't even attack properly at this point. No, that's not true. I know exactly why. I used to be just like this. No matter what, I wanted to win. I used to think that compromise was just another way to live. That accepting reality and growing up was the right path. But deep down, I want to win. I crave victory so badly it's driving me insane. With that burning determination, In-ha twisted his body, adding extra force to his sword swing. On the other side, Chul mirrored the exact same motion, except he was faster. "I've already won." With those words, Chul struck, sending In-ha's wooden sword flying out of his grasp. The impact made him clutch his wrist and drop to one knee, crying out in pain. Seeing this, Chul exhaled sharply before concluding the match. "Phew, take him to the infirmary." The moment he finished speaking, In-ha suddenly shouted, "It's not over yet. This fight isn't finished." Without hesitation, he grabbed his wooden sword and charged forward again. However, this desperate attack was effortlessly blocked by Chul. His sharp gaze narrowed as he assessed his opponent. Left-handed? So he switched because his right hand is injured? His eyes, they're different from before. With that thought, Chul shifted his weight, pushing back In-ha's arm. Then, in a swift motion, he stepped forward and swung his sword like a baseball bat, slamming it straight into In-ha's stomach. The impact was devastating. In-ha collapsed, gagging as his body curled up like a shrimp, completely drained of any strength to continue fighting. "Take him away." Two freshmen rushed over, lifting In-ha and hurrying him to the infirmary. Meanwhile, Chul turned toward the group of wide-eyed freshmen before him and declared, "I have lived 1 second as if it were an hour. 1 hour as if it were a year. Who doesn't know that living an easy life is simpler? But if I don't fight for every single second, I'll lose everything in the end. That's why, even as I breathe, I fight. Against myself and against everything around me. Have any of you ever lived like that? That is what it means to struggle." As he spoke, his fingers clenched into a tight fist, his fierce gaze sending chills down the spines of everyone present. Time passed quickly. After the class leader election concluded, Instructor Young-ho returned. Having heard everything that had happened, he couldn't help but reprimand Chul. "You went too far." 4 students ended up with broken bones, and 3 sustained internal injuries. Meanwhile, Chul, who was resting nearby, responded nonchalantly, showing no remorse for his actions. Instead, he even questioned the instructor in return. If they want to survive in the Lee family, the least they can do is learn to laugh at injuries like that. Young-ho let out a sigh, shaking his head. Those kids all had their own reasons. However, before he could finish his sentence, Chul cut him off. "Instructor Lee Young-ho, even the students have already understood. Do I still need to explain it to you? People like you are rare in the Lee family. You're a good person, but they are students of the Lee clan. If they stray from the right path, then even if you have to play the villain, you should be the one to drag them back. Do your duty." Chul's words struck Young-ho like a hammer, making his body tremble slightly. His hands clenched into fists as he absorbed the weight of that statement. Time passed quickly. And soon, a new day arrived. Despite overwhelming the freshman recruits with ease the previous day, it didn't mean Chol was unscathed. As he walked, he rotated his shoulders, trying to loosen up his stiff muscles while grumbling to himself. Damn, my whole body aches. I might have pushed myself a little too hard yesterday. As he spoke, his gaze shifted toward the assembled freshmen standing neatly in formation ahead of him. Their faces were still bruised, but they had all arrived early. Seeing this, a look of satisfaction appeared on Chol's face. Some of them are still filled with hostility and resentment, but none of them ran away or backed down. If they were still as terrified as they were yesterday, then there would have been no hope for them. But this isn't bad. With that thought, he slowly walked past the group. However, at that moment, he overheard some hushed whispers. There he is, that piece of trash. At the same time, a familiar voice called out from behind him. Young master, you're here. Recognizing the voice, Chol turned around to see Kim Han approaching. You're early. Kim Han scratched the back of his head sheepishly. Yeah, I was afraid I made a fool of myself in front of everyone yesterday. Hearing that, Chol offered a rare word of reassurance. We're still just students. Being weak is natural. At those words, Kim Han could only smile awkwardly before hesitating for a moment and then making a request. Young master, if it's not too much trouble, can I ask you something? Chol nodded casually. Go ahead. Kim Han's eyes lit up with determination as he finally voiced the question weighing on his mind. How do I do it? How can I become strong like you? Hearing the question, Chol barely suppressed a sigh. I barely have enough time to train myself. Where am I supposed to find time to teach others? Still, he offered the young boy a bit of advice. I'm not skilled enough to teach anyone yet. But you've got a good eye, or maybe just sharp instincts. You dodged my attacks 3 times in a row yesterday. Didn't you? Make use of that. I think technique suits you better than raw power. If you stake your life on honing what you already have, one day, you'll set yourself apart. Chol's straightforward assessment left Kim Han momentarily dumbfounded before he stammered. Thank you. At that moment, another voice chimed in. Good morning, young master. Chol turned to glance behind him and immediately noticed the bandages wrapped around In Ha's arm. He shook his head. You look like a mess. No way you're fit to train today. Hearing this, In Ha let out a dry laugh. Haha, would you even let me rest if I said I was taking a break? You'd probably start rambling about fighting spirit and call me a coward. Wouldn't you? I just didn't feel like hearing that nonsense. So I dragged myself out here. With that, he huffed and strode past Chol. Despite In Ha's irritated tone, Chol simply smiled to himself. He's changed. Before the conversation could continue, Instructor Yung Ho arrived, gathering the students before him. Line up. 4 students are out sick today. 5 more are absent without excuse, which means we're down to 11. Sweeping his gaze over the remaining students, Yung Ho frowned. Bruises and exhaustion were written all over their faces. They all look wiped out. And the atmosphere's different. Just because one predator showed up, the rest of the students are this on edge? Coming to a decision, he clenched his fist and announced. Originally, we were supposed to do a basic fitness test today. But seeing your current state, I'm changing the plan. The fitness test starts right now. Time passed quickly, and Yung Ho's voice rang out once again. From now on, training will be self-directed, under the class leader's supervision. Whatever kind of test Yung Ho had put them through, it had completely drained the students. Every last one of them was panting heavily, barely able to stay on their feet. Even Chol, though he wouldn't admit it aloud, felt the deep soreness in his muscles. He let out a silent sigh. 10 whole hours just for a fitness test? I'm a little exhausted too. But I can't stop now, he reminded himself. As they rested, the new students exchanged glances and whispered among themselves. Hey, did anyone else notice that Instructor Yung Ho was acting a little strange today? It's because of yesterday's fight. Another replied. A lot of people got hurt. If this were before, he would have called for a break. Ignoring their chatter, Chol stepped forward and raised his voice. Listen up, no need for introductions. I'm Lee Chol, your class leader. As Choi and Ha mentioned yesterday, the class leader has full authority over everything except the instructor's orders. My training will be harsh. If you can keep up, good. If you can't, I'm not dragging you along. If anyone's unhappy with me, you're free to challenge me. Land a single hit on me, and I'll hand over the position. Now, enough talking. Get to it. Fight the person next to you. Just like that, before the students could properly recover, they were once again exchanging affectionate punches. After a while, Chol assessed the results. He frowned slightly as he looked at those still standing. Only 6 left. The rest gave up halfway. Deciding to let the weak ones off for now, he finally spoke. All right, that's enough for today. Dismissed. Good work. With that, he turned and walked away. The moment he was out of sight, some of the students who had struggled through the training began grumbling. That damn bastard. It's because of him that I had to suffer like this. I really can't stand that illegitimate brat. What's the point of all this? I'm not going to follow his nonsense. Nearby, Kim Han overheard the bitter complaints. His voice rose in frustration. Cut it out. I'll admit, I'm pissed off too. But even when he was exhausted, not a single one of us could land a hit on him. The students paid no attention to Kim Han's words and instead turned to In-ha for his opinion. Hey, In-ha, what do you think? Were things all that great last year? Or do you also feel? Before they could finish, In-ha cut them off. Yeah, it was so great that I ended up repeating a year. His voice was sharp. If I don't change this time, I'll really end up living as a failure. Even if I have to get my arms or legs broken, I want to try at least once. Honestly, I really want to. You guys know it too, don't you? That illegitimate brat. No. I mean, you understand what he's trying to do, right? I'm going to fight this time. It might really be the last chance. So wake up. Stop resisting for no reason or pretending not to see the truth. With that, In-ha turned and walked away, leaving the group of students in heavy silence. Meanwhile, in Zhonghwa's office, Chol sat surrounded by various measuring devices. His body wired up to record certain data. As he concentrated, a brilliant blue flame erupted in his palm. Watching from the side, Zhonghwa let out a strained sigh. Stop, that's enough. Another failure. Every time you try to forge aura, its form collapses. I didn't expect this problem to arise after reaching 3-star level. If only we had ancient records detailing how people used mana in the past. Her voice carried clear frustration. Chol wordlessly removed the tangled wires from his body, his gaze falling onto the ring on his finger. Deep in thought, he mused, if it's the memories of the endless, then maybe, but I still haven't unlocked the next sequence. Either way, my visit to the archive wasn't in vain. During that visit, he had stumbled upon an old document detailing the weapon known as Endless. It described how the weapon was shrouded in black energy, instilling terror even among monstrous creatures. Even the kingdom's most formidable generals had fallen before it. Countless heroes had joined forces to seal it away in the northern 10,000 Demon Mountain. In recognition of their feat, the king granted them land as a reward. Grateful for the king's generosity, the heroes reforged the weapon into a sword, naming it Endless. Uncovering this information had been an enormous breakthrough. As these thoughts ran through his mind, Chol's grip on his own hand instinctively tightened. Meanwhile, Zhonghwa's frustration lasted no more than 3 seconds before she returned to her usual cheerful self. Well, at least you've already touched upon aura. Reaching the 3-star realm on your own is truly impressive. The current roadblock will be resolved soon enough. In fact, you've already nearly mastered amplification and transformation techniques. Hearing this, Chol nodded and made sure to express his gratitude. Yes, thank you, Auntie. You always guide me so patiently. That reminded him of something, and he quickly asked, by the way, Auntie, what comes after reaching the 3-star level? Zhonghwa explained, you'll learn how to use chi reinforcement and aura skills, but mastering them will take a lot of time. Then, as if recalling something, she suddenly grinned and asked, by the way, how's the student training going? You always look exhausted. Chol replied flatly, the training is fine. But there was no way Zhonghwa would miss the fatigue written all over his face or the heaviness in his breathing. She burst into laughter. Oh really? If it's tough, I could lend you a hand. Hearing this, Chol's eyes lit up as he immediately turned to her. Huh? How exactly are you going to help? Opposite him, Zhonghwa didn't reveal anything, simply puffing out her chest in confidence. HMPH. You'll find out soon enough. Just trust me. Time flew by, and the next day arrived. To support her nephew, Zhonghwa personally visited his class. leaving Chul with nothing but a strained smile. Ha ha, she told me to trust her. And I've been anxious ever since. Unaware of Chul's inner thoughts, Instructor Yung Ho cheerfully introduced the guest lecturer. Today, we have a special lesson on magic. Everyone, fix your uniforms and stand at attention. This is Elder Lee Jonghwa, a researcher of the Lee family. Let's give her a warm round of applause. The moment his words ended, applause erupted like firecrackers. Meanwhile, the slightly awkward Jonghwa scratched her head sheepishly. Hee. This is a bit embarrassing. I'm not one for long introductions. So let's just get started. She winked playfully, pulled out a piece of chalk, and immediately launched into the day's theoretical lecture. From the back of the room, Chul observed her with quiet amusement. Looks like she's starting to enjoy teaching more and more. Time passed quickly, and soon, Jonghwa suddenly clapped her hands together to capture everyone's attention. Alright, that's the end of the boring lecture. Now comes the fun part. I'll be teaching an improved version of the iron line technique developed by the Research Institute. Beside her, Instructor Yung Ho blinked in confusion. Huh? But didn't the lesson just end? What are you talking about? The real lesson is just beginning. Everyone, sit up straight. I'm only demonstrating this once. So pay close attention. Saying that, she waved her hand, motioning for Chul to step forward and assist her. The protagonist, however, was utterly baffled by whatever was going on in his aunt's head. What is even happening right now? He asked. Perplexed. Behind him, Jonghwa smiled and said, when direct descendants enter the academy, they usually receive special support like this. But you had nothing, so I figured I'd put in some extra effort. Hearing those words, Chul felt a surge of emotion and responded sincerely. Thank you, Auntie. Ignoring his sentimental moment, Jonghwa continued explaining. Alright, good. If the theory holds true, your strength should double. Pretty amazing, huh? Chul sighed. Yes, Auntie, you're absolutely incredible. On the side, Instructor Yung Ho had also realized the importance of the lesson and called out loudly. Everyone, listen up. From now on, we'll continue sparring while directly applying the magic techniques taught by Elder Jonghwa. Find a partner. At his command, the students immediately started pairing up, eager to get revenge on Chul. Inha wasted no time stepping forward and issuing a challenge. Young master, be my opponent. This time, I won't hold back. His eyes burned with determination. Meanwhile, Chul, who feared no one, smirked and readily agreed. It would be my pleasure. I'll even let you make the first move. With that, the two of them lunged at each other, practically tearing into one another. Much to Jonghwa's delight as she watched from the sidelines. Wow, my little brat is downright ruthless. He's just like me when I was younger. As she reveled in her nostalgia, a hushed conversation nearby caught her attention. I really can't stand that kid. One student muttered, even if he's just a secondary son and gets treated differently. He's nothing like us. His body is built differently. He's already unlocked his abilities. He started way ahead of us from the beginning. Another student shrugged in agreement. Yeah, we've worked as hard as we can. But what does he even know about struggle? From Jonghwa's perspective, how could she possibly tolerate anyone badmouthing her nephew like that? Without hesitation, she called out, hey, you two. At the sound of her voice, both students stiffened in shock. One of them stammered, Lady Jonghwa, you're still here? Ignoring their question, she fixed them with a gaze as cold as death itself and asked icily. Just now, were you two talking about my little brat? No. About my disciple? The two boys instantly turned pale, bowing their heads in a panic. We're sorry, we spoke too rashly. But from Jonghwa's point of view, her anger was far from subsiding. She narrowed her eyes and questioned them further. And what do you think you know that gives you the right to say those things to that child? Please, forgive us, they pleaded, voices trembling with fear. At that moment, before Jonghwa could press them any further, another student, Kim Bo-sung, stepped forward and challenged her. But doesn't the young master also know nothing about our struggles? We've worked hard too, but we're always treated like we don't matter. If you grow up in different circumstances, of course there's going to be a difference. Isn't there? Hearing this, Jonghwa scoffed, shaking her head in amusement. You really don't know anything, do you? Maybe it's better that way. If you knew just how different that child's life is compared to yours, you'd realize your struggles are nothing more than child's play. Upon hearing Jonghwa's words, which carried a hint of pity, Bosung clenched his fists in frustration, veins bulging from his hands. He muttered to himself, "What the hell is so different about that damn second son? Fine, then, I'll see it for myself." Time passed quickly, and soon, the break period arrived. Instructor Yung Ho's voice rang out. "That's it for today's training session." The students collectively let out a relieved sigh. Meanwhile, Bosung's eyes trailed over to Chul, who was resting off to the side. He scoffed internally. "See? What's the difference?" He goes on and on about struggle. But in the end, it's just because he was born different from us. As this thought crossed his mind, another student suddenly approached him and asked, "Weren't you guys talking about following that second son today? But are you sure it's okay to wander around the clan's estate like this?" Bosung nodded confidently. "We're students, so it's fine. Besides, it's not like we're going somewhere dangerous. That second son doesn't even live in the main family quarters. We can't just let him keep overshadowing us. Tonight, we'll see for ourselves." And just like that, time passed until the evening. Bosung led a small group of students, waiting outside Jonghwa's research facility. However, as they stood there for what felt like forever, Bosung grew impatient. He muttered under his breath, "How long has he been in there? It's already 9 at night." Nearby, a few students started yawning, exhausted from the day's training. One of them grumbled, "Hey, Bosung, let's just go home. I'm too damn sleepy for this." "Yeah, I'm dead tired too. Forget it. Whatever that second son is doing in there, it's not like it matters to us." Another added. One by one, some members of the group left, feeling guilty but too exhausted to continue. Bosung cursed under his breath. Irritated. TCH. Bunch of weaklings. Not long after, Chul finally emerged from the research facility. Bosung quickly ducked into the shadows and began trailing him from a distance. Finally, he's heading home. Wait, is he going to the spring training grounds? Bosung frowned in confusion. That area is reserved for direct line descendants. He's not even allowed in there. Just as he pondered this, a series of sharp, commanding shouts echoed through the night air. The sudden outburst startled the group, making them exchange bewildered glances. "What the hell was that?" one of them whispered. "Are those training drills?" another asked, his voice tinged with disbelief. Then, one of the boys in the group hesitantly suggested, "Bosung, maybe that second son really is something else. We should just drop this. It's not like he ever said anything wrong. If we put in as much effort as in Ha, maybe." Before he could finish his sentence, Bosung clenched his fists tightly, his voice laced with frustration. "It's not like I ever skipped personal training either. This is nothing special." Hearing his stubborn response, the remaining two students exchanged tired glances. They had had enough. Sighing, one of them said, "All right then, suit yourself. We're heading back." Without another word, the two left, unwilling to waste any more time spying on Chul. But Bosung remained, lost in his own thoughts. "What makes me so different from that damn second son? I'll prove that I'm not wrong." And so, he continued to wait in the shadows, watching as Chul finished his grueling training session and finally headed home. Unlike before, Chul didn't wander anywhere else. He went straight back to his residence. But before Bosung could process his thoughts further, a bright light suddenly illuminated the area behind him, followed by a stern voice. "Hey, who's there? Stop right where you are." The sharp command made Bosung flinch. But as soon as the guard saw his uniform, his expression shifted from suspicion to surprise. "Huh? A student? Young Master Lee Chul walks around at this hour every night. But I didn't expect him to bring a student along. According to regulations, this isn't allowed, so you need to head back." Seeing that the guard wasn't going to cause any trouble, Bosung quickly nodded in compliance. But before leaving, his gaze drifted toward Chul's private residence. The lights are still on. It's already 2 in the morning. A heavy silence settled over Bosung as he stared at the lit-up windows. For a long moment, he simply stood there, lost in thought. Then, with a quiet voice, he told the guard, "Understood. Have a good night." Without another word, he turned on his heel and quickly disappeared into the darkness. Time quickly passed, and by 5 a.m. the next morning, the private training grounds for Class 5 were already buzzing with activity. After staying up too late the previous night, Bosung was still struggling with drowsiness. "As expected, I went to bed way too late yesterday. he thought groggily, rubbing his tired eyes, only to widen them in shock a second later. Standing in front of him was Chul, already present before anyone else. He looks completely exhausted, Bosung observed, his mind racing, even with the gifted physique and abundant mana of the main bloodline. Can a 13-year-old child really endure a life of sleeping only 3 to 4 hours a day? And what about me? Bosung reflected. When I go home, I watch TV or play games to unwind. I still train on my own. But I get enough sleep, take proper breaks, and enjoy my free time. Unable to suppress his curiosity any longer, Bosung took a step forward and asked directly, "Aren't you tired?" At his question, Chul furrowed his brows slightly before replying in a nonchalant tone. "So you were one of the people spying on me last night?" For a moment, Bosung stiffened, caught off guard by Chul's sharp observation. But instead of denying it, he sighed and admitted, "Yeah, you're from the main family. So of course, you have support. Your starting point is different. And besides," before he could continue rambling, Chul cut him off. "I've lived like this since I was little," he said flatly. "Before joining the academy's cadet division, I used to get a bit more sleep. But obviously, if you don't rest enough, you'll feel exhausted. Then why do you push yourself this hard?" Bosung pressed. Chul didn't offer much of an explanation. Instead, he simply patted Bosung on the shoulder and whispered, "You already know the answer." With that, he walked off, leaving Bosung standing there, an overwhelming sense of shame creeping up inside him. Meanwhile, in another part of the estate, Taishan, the head of the family, was in the middle of his morning training session when his steward, Choi, approached him with a report. "Taeju Nim, the mission documents you requested have been processed," the steward informed, handing over a neatly stacked file. Taishan flipped through the papers, his sharp eyes scanning the contents. But after a moment, he let out a low hum of dissatisfaction. "This still isn't enough," he muttered. Choi, anticipating his reaction, quickly interjected, "Sir, these are rank 7 and rank 8 dungeons. Given the current skill level of the cadets, this will be extremely dangerous." Despite Choi's concerns, Taishan remained firm in his decision. "Food and weapons can be stockpiled, but people cannot. What I need now are individuals who can survive." Hearing this, the steward no longer tried to dissuade him. "Understood, I will proceed according to your orders." He then shifted the conversation. "Additionally, there is another matter I must report." Choi began recounting the recent events surrounding Chul. As he spoke, a flicker of satisfaction appeared in Taishan's eyes. "The youngest did that, huh?" he mused, his voice carrying a trace of amusement. "That boy has always had a different look in his eyes, the gaze of someone who has been stripped of everything. Someone who has hit rock bottom." However, his expression turned contemplative as he continued. "But leading people and changing them, that's an entirely different matter." After a brief pause, Taishan gave a new order. "Adjust the content of the upcoming exam. Coincidentally, the 8th child is in the same cohort. Raise the difficulty level for the entire cadet division. Let's see if that boy truly has what it takes to lead." His tone carried a sense of anticipation, as if he were looking forward to the results of this trial. Unbeknownst to the other cadets, the difficulty of their upcoming test had just increased, simply because of Chul. Returning to the training grounds of Class 5, Instructor Yung Ho was taken aback by the sounds of rigorous practice echoing through the area. "Surrender already. Damn it, it's not over yet." Following the voices, he saw the cadets divided into 2 groups, one running laps to build endurance, while the other engaged in sparring matches. His eyes widened in disbelief. "These kids, it's the weekend, yet they're already here this early in the morning? Well, I guess there's no need to summon them now." Nearby, 2 cadets noticed Yung Ho's arrival and immediately paused their sparring to greet him. "Oh, instructor, you're here." Yung Ho gave a nod of approval. "Yeah, you're training hard, even on the weekend, huh? If anyone isn't here yet, go call them. I have an announcement to make." One of the cadets hurried off to gather the others. Once everyone had assembled, Yung Ho made his announcement. "This is a bit sudden, but the first quarter evaluation has been moved up earlier than planned. Because of this, the instructors have decided to give you all a 1-week leave beforehand. Consider today your last day of training and make sure to get some proper rest." As he spoke, his gaze swept over the eager faces of his students. And he thought to himself, no need to remind them to maintain their minimum training. Huh? Satisfied, he continued, I trust you all understand how grueling this will be. That's all. The entire class responded in unison. Understood. From Chol's perspective, the sudden break felt somewhat suspicious. A last-minute leave, an early evaluation. Is everything really all right? As he pondered this, he noticed several cadets staring at him from behind. Turning back, he asked curiously, why are you all still here? In response, Kim Han and In Ha stepped forward and asked, we were just wondering, what are your plans for the break? Young master? Hearing that, Chol's face twisted into a dumbfounded expression as he stared at his classmates. Huh? Leave is personal time. Why are you asking me? If you need to rest, then rest. I'm not going to force anyone to train during their break. Across from him, the cadets' eyes widened as if they had just witnessed the resurrection of a dinosaur. They immediately huddled together, whispering among themselves, I can't believe I just heard that from the young master. I seriously thought he was going to drag us into some hellish training. Something like, is there really someone here foolish enough to waste time resting, and then force us into a brutal group session? Of course, there was no way Chol wouldn't hear their murmurs. Realizing what they thought of him, he couldn't help but feel awkward. Why don't you just say it louder? Huh? What do you guys take me for? He sighed before adding, fine, should I start pushing you guys like I did at the beginning? Look, rest if you need to, rest is important. But I know none of you are going to just sit around doing nothing. No matter what I say, just take care of yourselves. Get some proper rest, and I'll see you after the break. Hearing this, the cadets cheered like they had just won the lottery, erupting in loud shouts of excitement. Switching scenes to Zhonghwa's research lab. Chol had bolted straight there after leaving the training grounds. However, his sudden appearance didn't bring her any joy. Instead, she let out an exasperated sigh. You're on leave, yet you're still here bothering me? I have a mountain of research to do. You know. Chol immediately shot back. You're literally sitting there messing around on your phone, looking at random stuff. At that, Zhonghua bristled like an angry cat. Random stuff? I'm reading about Hanman getting recognized by the clan leader. He even recovered from leukemia. Chol froze, his eyes widening in shock as if his soul had just left his body. Wait a second, what exactly are you looking at? And this early evaluation, was it really a direct order from my father? He asked. His curiosity piqued. The mention of Taishan made Zhonghwa's expression turn serious. She nodded. That's right, the order came down directly. Back to Chol. Upon receiving Zhonghwa's confirmation, he immediately fell into deep thought. So this evaluation is going to be even harsher than I expected. Right now, I'm stuck at the mana wall. To break through it, I probably need to retrieve the next memory of the infinite. If I can't access it yet, that means I'm still missing something. I've tried different methods to unlock it, but nothing's worked so far. I'll just have to keep searching. As he mulled over these thoughts, he absent-mindedly leaned back, only to knock over a stack of documents beside him, sending papers scattering across the floor. Zhonghwa's eyes widened. Oh, for crying out loud, what the hell? Be careful. I told you to clean this place up already. Ignoring his cousin's complaints, Chol crouched down to pick up the fallen papers. That's when he suddenly noticed a report containing images of the monsters he had encountered on Red Azure Island. One particular passage caught his attention. It states that the defining difference between ancient and modern martial arts lies in their objectives. It can be inferred that, in that era, human combat techniques were focused on fighting monsters. Reading this, something clicked in Chol's mind. The objective, that must mean, Demon Slayer, was the same way. The original, Demon Slayer, technique was excessive. As these thoughts swirled in his head, a sudden realization struck him. Chol abruptly shot to his feet, startling Zhonghua, who had been casually munching on a snack. Huh? What's with you, kid? She asked, raising a brow. With a face full of urgency. Chol replied, Auntie, I get it now. I'll explain later. I need to get to the training grounds right now. Without another word, he bolted out of the room like a gust of wind, sending another wave of documents flying into the air. You damn brat, Zhonghua shrieked. The scene shifts to the training grounds, where Chol begins transforming his ring into the form of a longsword. Alright, now, let's visualize my opponent, he thought. Something bigger than me. A monster. something not of human origin. A massive beast. A technique that disregards flashy combos. Conservation of strength, evasion, or defense. Anything ornamental. Anything that lacks destructive power or is merely meant to deceive an opponent, useless. The clear purpose of Demon Slayer is to kill monsters. As he concentrated, Chul began picturing the colossal creature that had once fought against the nameless martial artist in the past. Then, he replicated the exact movements of that fighter, executing the Demon Slayer technique precisely as he had seen it before. The moment he unleashed the attack, an explosion erupted within the training grounds, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. With the successful execution of the technique, black smoke started rising from his palm, channeling into the infinite sword, triggering another memory within it. Chul's eyes lit up with anticipation. All right, what's going to appear this time? He muttered to himself. The scenery around him suddenly shifted. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an unfamiliar place. Scanning his surroundings, he murmured, "Where is this? A training ground? It's just like when I first received the infinite sword. Why does my perspective shift only when reading its memories?" As he pondered this, the sound of weapons clashing in the distance caught his attention. His gaze flicked toward the source of the noise, and he instantly recognized the silhouette. It's him, the same person from the infinite's last memory. His attack speed is insane. Wait, what is that? Chul's eyes widened in shock. He noticed that every time the man switched weapons, his aura changed as well. But it wasn't just his aura. No, it's not him that's changing. The infinite itself is altering its aura. Before he could process this revelation further, a voice suddenly rang out. Interesting, you changed forms again, huh? Hearing this, the martial artist in the memory turned around and responded with mild irritation. Don't spy on people while they're training, he complained. However, the newcomer paid no mind to the complaint and instead asked, "Since you've had it, have you named these techniques yet?" The martial artist shook his head. Not yet. Honestly, I wouldn't even call them techniques at this point. Hearing this, the stranger smirked and suggested, "Then let me name them for you. How about 10,000 shifts?" The nameless warrior considered it for a moment before nodding approvingly. Not bad. Then, as if sensing something, he tilted his head slightly and asked, "Wait, don't tell me you brought someone else here again?" The stranger looked surprised. Me? What are you talking about? There's no one else here. This conversation sent a jolt through Chul. Without hesitation, the stranger suddenly swung his sword in an attack. However, the martial artist swiftly blocked the strike. You picking a fight with me now? What reason would I have to bring someone along? The stranger shouted as their weapons clashed. From his hiding spot, Chul took advantage of their fight to get a better look at the warrior's features. His eyes narrowed as he murmured to himself. Those eyes, that hair color, the distinct traits of the Li clan's main bloodline. As time swiftly passed, the week-long break came to an end. And today, Chul and his group found themselves loaded onto a transport vehicle headed to the location of their quarterly assessment. Seated inside, Chul gazed out the window, lost in thought. This scenery is no different from either the past or the future. The wall separating the safe zones from the danger zones. He recalled the history. Long ago, a massive rift had appeared near the Pacific Ocean, an enigmatic phenomenon known as the Blue Hole, an uncharted space that humanity had never officially explored. From within its depths, unknown monsters emerged, pouring into the world. For years, humanity waged war against these creatures, reclaiming lost lands. Yet vast, uncharted territories remained. Such places became known as unexplored zones, or more commonly, danger zones. As Chul pondered, Kim Han, seemingly excited for the upcoming assessment, chuckled and said, "Lately, people have been talking about how the walls separate the safe zones from the dangerous ones. Right? The closer we get to the danger zones, the more desolate everything becomes." Hearing this, Chul decided to enlighten his friend with knowledge he had acquired from his past life. We're still inside the walls, so this level of destruction is nothing. The frontier villages near the danger zones are barely civilized. As he spoke, a shadow of painful memories flickered through his mind. In his past life, he had spent time in one of those villages, hiding away. That period had been anything but pleasant. Soon, the small vehicle passed through the towering walls and entered the unexplored zone. Just as Chul had described. The landscape on this side was bleak and unsettlingly different. A thin, bluish mist lingered in the air, floating eerily around them. On this side, Instructor Yung Ho was the first to step off the vehicle, immediately reminding everyone, "Stay alert. From this moment on, we're entering an unexplored dungeon. Everyone, gather up. We'll establish a base here, check our supplies, and then begin the assessment. The escort guards are only responsible for protecting this base, which means from here on out, you'll be on your own. But don't worry, I'll provide as much support as possible as your trainer here. Show me everything you've prepared up to this point." "Yes, sir," the entire group of trainees shouted in unison, their voices filled with determination. Chul then turned to the rest of the group and declared, "From now on, I'll take command, but before we proceed, understand this, because of me, this assessment will be harder than usual. This is your last chance, if anyone wants to back out. Do it now." His tone was dead serious. His gaze shifted toward the forest in the distance, where countless spiderwebs stretched in all directions. A sense of unease stirred within him. Yeah, anyone can tell this quarterly assessment isn't meant for regular trainees. The forest of human-faced spiders, a dungeon crawling with webs. Any intruder will be detected by the monsters immediately. And yet, our mission is to capture footage of a mature spider inside that forest. There's no doubt about it. This is a test my father arranged. Chul's thoughts were interrupted when no one from Class 5 chose to leave. In-ha sighed before flashing a small smile. "Well, no matter how much you test me, I won't run. No one from Class 5 is here to give up." Beside him, Kim Han nodded and added, "That's right, young master. We all trust you." Everyone looked at Chul with unwavering confidence, catching him slightly off guard. "I've never experienced this kind of camaraderie before." Then, a small smile formed on his lips as he playfully remarked, "You guys sure say some cheesy things with a straight face." Bozong's face immediately turned red. "That's because you're the one setting the mood for it, young master." Chul chuckled and continued, "All right, I get it. No one's backing out. Then let's do a final comms check. Go over our supplies, and head into the forest together." "Yes, sir," the group responded in sync once more. Now, about the forest of human-faced spiders. These creatures operated similarly to ants or bees, making them incredibly difficult to deal with. At this moment, our protagonist was leading the group. As they advanced, he reminded them, "I assume everyone understands by now? Our mission is to record the behaviors of spiders that have lived in this forest for at least 10 years using the recording device. From this point on, Choi In-ha will be in command." Hearing this, In-ha was stunned and immediately blurted out, "Wait, what do you mean by that?" Chul didn't hesitate to explain his plan. "I'll be acting alone. I'll be the bait for the spiders." As soon as they heard this, the entire group, including In-ha, was utterly dumbfounded. It was as if a giant question mark had appeared above all their heads before they collectively shouted in alarm. "Wait, what?" Time passed quickly. And now, Chul had completely separated from Class 5, moving independently. After casually stabbing a massive spider to death, he scanned his surroundings, breathing heavily from exertion. His sharp gaze took in the countless giant spiders surrounding him, their glowing red eyes fixated on him like a predator eyeing its prey. But this was exactly what he wanted. Finally, they've all gathered. Looks like killing a few of them to lure the rest using pheromones was worth it. Human-faced spiders always take prey with high nutritional value back to their nest to feed their larvae. The easiest way to make them see me as nutritious prey is to prove I possess overwhelming strength. With that thought, he shifted his weapon into a longsword and executed a demon cleave, instantly slicing an oncoming spider clean in half. This act seemed to enrage the remaining spiders. They let out guttural screeches before lunging at him from all directions in an attempt to overwhelm him with sheer numbers. Seeing this, Chul smirked faintly. Then, without hesitation, he lowered his weapon and completely stopped resisting. The next time he opened his eyes, he found himself lying atop a soft bed of silk threads. Is this the inside of a human-faced spider's cocoon? If so, then everything's going according to plan. His stomach churned slightly from the lingering effects of the venom. But overall, it wasn't too bad. First, I need to erase my presence with stealth technique. Thinking that, He activated stealth technique, wrapping himself in a faint blue energy veil, while at the same time, shifting his weapon into a short blade, ready for the next step of his plan. With his short blade, Chol swiftly sliced through all the silk strands binding him, already calculating his next moves. If this is their nest, then the larva should be concentrated somewhere nearby. With that in mind, he used the blade to cut open a large tear in the cocoon. As his eyes adjusted to the dim surroundings, the scene before him left him momentarily speechless. Wait, why are there so many food cocoons? There's no way. Did they really capture all of this just today? They should have already eaten through this supply long ago. Why are they still? Chol frowned in confusion, scanning his surroundings carefully. However, his expression quickly paled when his gaze landed on something looming in the distance, a massive cocoon, suspended in midair by countless silk threads. Below it, swarms of giant spiders clustered together, standing guard as if protecting it. Then, the cocoon trembled violently, as if something inside was trying to break free. At that same moment, Chol suddenly felt a strange resonance deep within his body. The black energy, is it resonating with that thing? Before he could dwell on the thought, the massive cocoon suddenly tore apart. A colossal limb emerged first. Then, a human-like hand followed. Finally, the figure fully revealed itself, a monstrous entity with the lower body of a giant spider and the upper body of a seductive woman with 6 glowing eyes. This was a Rank-5 monster, the human-faced Spider Queen. She gazed at the spiders surrounding her and spoke in a sultry yet chilling voice. "My children, you must be hungry. Aren't you?" Meanwhile, Chol held his breath, his mind racing as he analyzed the situation. A Rank-5 dungeon monster that can speak human language? No, she didn't actually move her lips. Does that mean the black energy is reading her thoughts? Before he could process it any further, the Spider Queen suddenly lunged forward. With a blur of motion, her razor-sharp leg struck the cocoon Chol was hiding in, sending his body crashing down to the ground. "I don't have time to maintain stealth technique anymore." As he regained his footing, the Spider Queen glared at him, her aura overflowing with killing intent. Then, she spoke. "What are you?" Her 6 glowing eyes locked onto him, filled with suspicion. "The thing that awakened me is inside of you. Why does a mere human possess it? That power belongs to me, Myalara. Hand it over." As she spoke, her mouth suddenly opened, unleashing a purple sonic wave straight at Chol. This was a fear induction ability, the same kind of technique the giant turtle had used on him before. Chol was fully aware of what was happening, yet he felt no fear at all. The overwhelming pressure that only a top-tier predator can exert. But too bad, this kind of intimidation has no effect on me. Thanks to the black energy, the oppressive force was completely nullified. This unexpected development made the Spider Queen freeze in shock. "You dare resist my magic? You insolent wretch!" Just as her enraged voice echoed through the cavern, a black smoke plume suddenly erupted from the distant forest. An instant later, boom! A massive explosion tore through the surroundings, blasting everything nearby into chaos. Looking at the scene not far away, the Spider Queen's face turned blank with shock. My forest, what have you done?" she screamed uncontrollably. Meanwhile, Chol, standing on the other side, smiled as he watched his plan unfold exactly as expected. He explained, "That's a weapon called the explosive mana bullet. Fortunately, this wretched forest has plenty of things to burn. All I had to do was detonate them on my signal." Not far from there, the team led by Kim Han was also communicating with Chol through their earpieces. "It's begun. Team 1, move out. We'll reach their nest in at most 30 minutes. At the same time, Instructor Yung Ho, monitoring the situation through multiple screens, hurriedly reported, "This is base camp, young master. I've detected a level 5 mana source inside the nest." However, before he could finish his sentence, Chol cut him off. "I'm fine. Just make sure you support the trainees first." Back inside the spider's den, the Spider Queen had completely lost her mind. She clenched her fangs so tightly that they scraped together with a sharp, grating sound. Then, she barked out an order to her underlings. "My children, hurry, defend my forest." After that, she turned to glare at the young man before her and growled, "I will personally crush you. You arrogant brat." Do you really think you can defeat me alone? Do you truly believe your teammates rushing toward my nest will actually make it there? You are powerless against me. In response to her words, Chol let out a scoff. You're the one underestimating me. As he spoke, a golden aura enveloped his entire body. Meanwhile, back with the trainee group, they continued moving forward when Manhwa called out orders. Everyone, keep firing the explosive rounds to lure in the human-faced spiders. Team 1, head straight for the nest to support the young master and secure an escape route. Hearing this, Bosung, who was running beside him, turned his head in concern. Wait, there's an unknown variable inside the nest, and we're just going in like this? Manhwa responded firmly. This is the young master's order. We stick to the plan. Despite his words, his face couldn't hide his worry. Silently, he prayed, Young master, please just hold on a little longer. Back inside the spider's den, the entire cavern began to tremble violently. Fragments of rock continuously fell from above, shaken loose by the force of the Spider Queen's relentless attacks. And yet, despite all this, there was not a trace of satisfaction on her face. Why are you still alive? How are you still standing? Those eyes, what exactly are you seeing? She screamed, watching in disbelief as all of her attacks failed to harm Chol. It was all thanks to one ability, his mystic eyes. Chol thought to himself, the unseen forces, the invisible currents of power. Eyes that can perceive such things are called mystic eyes. With them, I can read the flow of mana and evade fatal strikes. But the power gap is too massive, I can't completely avoid everything. Fortunately, this Spider Queen has only recently hatched, so she still can't fully control her body. This is my one and only chance. With that in mind, Chol quickly used a healing potion on his wounds. Then, he switched his sword into its longsword form. Next, he activated his martial art, Steel Chi technique, Thunderstorm, coating his entire blade in a shroud of black lightning. Without a moment's hesitation, he lunged forward and swung his sword, unleashing a crescent-shaped slash of energy straight at the Spider Queen. A deafening explosion echoed throughout the massive cavern. The Spider Queen, unable to dodge in time, suffered a severe wound, and one of her front legs was completely severed. But even so, this wasn't enough. Damn it, the wound is too shallow. Just as I expected, cutting through that thick hide in a single strike is nearly impossible. As Chol cursed inwardly, he kept his gaze locked onto the colossal spider before him, who was now shrieking in agony. It hurts so much, but I will make you my servant. I will rip out what's inside you. Use it to restore myself. And then, you will endure pain for eternity. As she spoke, she raised both hands and unleashed bursts of light. Chol had no idea what kind of ability this was, but he instinctively tried to dodge. Unfortunately, there were simply too many strands of silk. Before he could react, Chol was caught by a strand of silk. The moment it touched him, a voice echoed in his mind. Submit. Instantly, a searing headache struck him, causing unbearable pain to surge through his body. Chol couldn't suppress a scream of agony. Seeing this, the Spider Queen burst into laughter. Haha, that arrogant face of yours. However, before she could finish her sentence, she suddenly coughed up a mouthful of blood. What is this? Why you? She stammered, staggering forward as if trying to attack Chol. But instead of retreating, Chol remained in place and muttered, You should be more careful. Insects are naturally weak against fire. After all, the moment those words left his lips, a massive explosion erupted right beside the Spider Queen, sending her straight to the underworld. The ones responsible for saving Chol, of course, were the group of students who had just arrived. Seeing that their young master was still alive, they all let out a collective sigh of relief. Kim Han spoke first. Sorry, we were delayed because we had to clear a path. Hearing this, Chol let out a deep sigh before scolding them. When we get back, I'll be giving you all special training. Upon hearing this punishment, Kim Han's face turned pale as he groaned. Seriously? Even after all this, you still say things like that? Alright, let's get out of this nest already. Chol declared. Time passed quickly. The scene shifted to the instructor's room, where they were grading the students' performance. The room buzzed with discussion. Team 5 from Year 1 is running behind schedule. We received a report that they returned 30 minutes ago. They didn't abandon the mission like Team 4. Did they? It wouldn't be surprising. It was a special grade level 6 dungeon. After all, not to mention the strange phenomenon that occurred. At that moment, Instructor Yung Ho entered the room, pushing open the door. Apologies for being late. I had to take care of the injured and get them to the hospital first. Now, I'll report the situation. As he spoke, Yung Ho pressed a button on the remote, bringing up images of the human-faced spiders on the screen. Then, in a steady voice, he explained, Team 5's mission was to observe and record the movements of mature human-faced spiders in the forest. However, during the operation, we discovered an anomaly and prioritized gathering information. The team entered the dungeon, split into 4 groups, and planted a total of 132 explosive mana bullets. Upon hearing this, a man sitting below suddenly interrupted. Wait, did I hear that right? You guys used firepower? Yung Ho nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's correct. In addition, we used 52 rounds in combat against monsters, bringing the total to 184 rounds. At this point, the dark-haired man could no longer contain his anger. He slammed the table and demanded, Were you trying to level the entire dungeon? The original mission was just to record footage. Don't tell me you blew up the dungeon and are calling it a success. Yung Ho hesitated for a moment before replying. The mission objectives were fulfilled. Then where's the footage? Play it now, someone shouted. Before Yung Ho could respond, the doors to the room swung open once more. The person who walked in was none other than Chul. Sorry for being late. The equipment was damaged, so it took some time to recover the data. But here's the video, he said as he handed the emblem from his chest to Instructor Yung Ho. Behind him, Soohyun muttered under her breath. This lunatic, do you think setting off bombs inside a dungeon is normal? Also, don't you hate getting captured alive? Chul simply replied, if we needed a recording, this was the safest way to get it. And with that, moments later, the footage Chul had retrieved was projected for everyone to see. As they watched, the entire room fell into stunned silence. The dark-haired man read a hand down his face, his voice laced with disbelief. I can't believe it. The report matches the footage perfectly. Setting off explosions inside a dungeon is like pouring gasoline on an already burning house. Do you seriously think this was a reasonable plan? His sharp gaze then turned toward Chul, waiting for an answer. In response, Chul confidently replied, I simply chose the option with the highest chance of success. If we had followed a standard plan, would the students have succeeded? I was willing to drop everything and use whatever means necessary to complete the mission. Failure or giving up were never options. The Lee family only looks at results. That's all there is to it. His words made the dark-haired instructor narrow his eyes slightly as he silently pondered. Not an accident? It looked like a wild variable. But in reality, it was all planned. That fourth son had absolute faith in his strategy, and no one else even realized it. Meanwhile, the other examiners in the room exchanged glances and murmured among themselves. The young master's approach was far too unconventional. It can't be used as a standard example. It's difficult to grade, but considering the mission was completed without any casualties, you could say it's a perfect score for this assessment. Team 5 is the only group to achieve a maximum score. Time passed quickly, shifting the scene to the office of the Lee family head. At this moment, Butler Choi was reporting the results of the latest assessment. 32 dead, 78 severely injured, and many with minor wounds. The contract includes a status transfer clause, so there are no particular legal issues. Hearing this, Taishan simply nodded, as if unsurprised. Then, he asked, what support measures are in place for casualties from this evaluation? Choi responded, all medical expenses will be covered for the seriously wounded. For those suffering irreparable aftereffects. Enough. Just continue with the report. You've worked hard. Taishan interrupted, flipping through the report as he scanned the details. Meanwhile, Butler Choi pressed a button on the control panel, bringing up a video feed as he continued his briefing. Understood. This is the compiled footage and data from the dungeons reported in this evaluation. From Taishan's perspective, as he watched the footage, he calmly remarked, there was indeed an impact. The man-faced spider forest was already classified as a hazardous area. Yes, it's located at the northern edge of Gangwon province, Choi affirmed. On the screen in front of them, the footage had reached the moment where the Spider Queen commanded her offspring to attack the protagonist. However, the video quality was abysmal. Short and poorly captured. Taishan muttered in dissatisfaction. Choi simply shrugged and replied, "According to the report, this is the best they could recover. However, it seems heavily edited." Hearing this, Taishan's fingers paused briefly before he took a sip of tea, a smirk forming on his lips. An interesting child, wouldn't you agree? On the other side, Butler Choi gave his candid opinion. Overcoming such grueling trials with sheer determination is certainly commendable. However, I worry that perhaps the young master is underestimating the importance of fundamental strategy and tactics. Those seemingly casual words unexpectedly earned Taishan's agreement. Even you think so? His unorthodox approach simply highlights his boldness. But the fact that he understands the rules well enough to break them strategically, that's what makes him exceptional. Not only did the students follow his plan, but even the instructors went along without objection. That alone proves his leadership. No information about the operation was leaked, and the plan was executed flawlessly. Not just for this evaluation, I want you to increase both the frequency and difficulty of the overall assessments. Understood. I'll take care of it, Choi replied with a bow. Meanwhile, Taishan found himself filled with boundless anticipation for his youngest son. It seems the others will start paying more attention to him soon. He murmured. Time passed quickly, and a few months later, the scene shifted to the specialized training grounds of Class 5. At that moment, Kim Han raised his hands dramatically, nearly in tears. Young master, you do know that we just completed our final evaluation yesterday, right? Hearing this, Chol looked at him in confusion. Huh? That's why I gave everyone the day off yesterday. Didn't I? Kim Han could only sigh in defeat. What I meant was, never mind. Forget it. Before the conversation could continue, Instructor Yung Ho gathered the students and made an announcement. I know this was the final evaluation of the year, and you're all eager to rest. But don't forget that the promotion exams are still ahead. I don't want to see anyone from my class repeating a year. Understood? In response, the entire group shouted in unison. Yes, sir. Meanwhile, as if recalling something, Chol turned toward his subordinate with a teasing grin. Kim Han, during the last assessment, didn't you run out of mana? Kim Han froze. That was. No excuses. Today, you're memorizing all the incantations. But first, let's start with some physical training. And so, the students threw themselves into training once more. Observing their spirit, Chol felt a sense of satisfaction. They've grown tougher, not just physically, but mentally as well. They no longer crumble under their weaknesses. Instead, they've learned how to overcome them. It's already been nearly a year since we started our academy life. And despite everything, except for those who were expelled at the very beginning, no one was forcibly dismissed or lost their life. Hearing this, Instructor Yung Ho suddenly approached Chol. So this is where you are, young master. Chol glanced over in surprise. Is something the matter? Yung Ho gave a brief nod. The instructors have an announcement regarding the promotion exam. Got it. I'll head there now. Without delay, Chol hurried toward the assembly hall. Not long after he entered, Soo-hyun waved at him excitedly. Over here, sit down, I have something to tell you. She patted the empty seat beside her. And after Chol sat down, she leaned in slightly and murmured. You did pretty well in this evaluation. Huh? But I heard Class 1 did exceptionally well too? Chol's response only fueled Soo-hyun's smugness. Right? No, wait. That's not the point. She shook her head rapidly as if trying to dismiss unnecessary thoughts. Then, lowering her voice even further, she whispered, Hey, you might be in for some trouble this time. Sixth sister and seventh brother were recently summoned by mother. After that, there have been rumors that they've been going around meeting with students everywhere. Chol could easily guess Lady Baek Hwayeon's intentions, yet he showed no sign of concern. Instead, he let out a faint chuckle. Oh, they're planning something during the promotion exam? Soo-hyun, seeing his complete lack of worry, grew frustrated. Getting disqualified is one thing, but the scary part is not knowing what kind of tricks they'll pull. You probably don't care because you're a weirdo who's not afraid of anything. But sixth sister and seventh brother are seriously dangerous people. Chol simply crossed his arms and shot her a teasing remark. If you wanted to warn me, you're a bit late. This kind of trouble has been happening since the midterm evaluations, hasn't it? Then, Rubbing his chin, he analyzed the situation further. Every evaluation has had issues, subpar equipment being distributed, crucial training information deliberately withheld. Lately, I've even heard that someone has been trying to approach Bosung. Unaware of Chol's inner thoughts, Soohyun clenched her fists and declared with determination. I've already told my classmates to be prepared. This time, I'll compete with you fairly and take first place. I'll make you call me Big Sister, no matter what. Her fiery spirit left Chol baffled as to why she was so obsessed with this particular form of address. Why are you so fixated on that? He muttered. Just then, the instructor entered the room and spoke up. Has everyone gathered? As of today, the quarterly evaluation period has officially ended. Now, I will announce the details and schedule for this term's promotion exam. As you all know, promotion results will be determined by a combination of your evaluation scores throughout the year and your performance in the promotion exam. This time, the exam will take place at Gate Y7, located about 3 kilometers north of Kaesong City. Hearing the exam location, Chol's expression flickered with surprise. A gate? I expected this promotion exam to be unusual, but I didn't think they'd hold it inside an interdimensional gate. Above, the instructor continued his explanation. Taking out a token, he announced, inside the gate, nameplates inscribed with Sung Mu will be placed throughout the area. Each student will also possess a personal nameplate. If yours is stolen, you will be considered self-eliminated and forced to leave. Other than that, there are no rules. The more nameplates you collect, the better. This promotion exam isn't just a test of combat ability, it's a full-fledged contest of survival and plundering. From Chol's perspective, his sharp mind quickly deciphered the true nature of the exam. So that's their game? Collect nameplates, steal, and survive. Losing your nameplate means elimination, and the number of nameplates determines your score. The rules are deceptively simple. That so-called elimination by death is actually a trap, since no one outside can verify what happens within. As long as someone's nameplate is taken or hidden away, there's no evidence left behind. On top of that, this is a solo competition with second-year students included. Clearly, some faction has meddled with the exam setup, holding it inside a gate, completely isolated from the outside world. For an unwanted bastard like me, it's the perfect opportunity for someone to make me disappear without a trace. But then again, the same applies to them. As this realization set in, a sly grin spread across Chol's face. Soohyun, sitting beside him, glanced at him with a wary expression, clearly unsettled by his sudden amusement. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to an office. Inside, a young woman was happily whistling a tune when an abrupt voice interrupted her. What are you doing? The speaker was none other than the 7th young master of the Lee family. Lee Jae-hawk. Lee Sol-ah's voice echoed with amusement as she taunted. I'm just admiring how my cute little brother works himself to the bone. Ending up all exhausted, her words dripped with sarcasm, but her demeanor remained playful. Sol-ah was none other than the 6th young mistress of the Lee family. Lee Sol-ah, and her teasing didn't go unnoticed by her younger brother. Lee Jae-hawk, he shot back, you're crazy. Her response was swift. Oh, come on, is that all you've got? You just keep spitting out empty words at me. However, her expression shifted to one of mild annoyance as she continued. But, honestly, compared to you, the 8th sister really is way cuter. Her personality and actions are just like a little bunny, makes me want to strangle her sometimes. With a sinister grin, Sol-ah pulled out a small dagger and licked the edge, her eyes gleaming with excitement. A brief pause followed before she turned to Jae-hawk and asked, So, what do you think? About what? Jae-hawk responded absent-mindedly, his focus never leaving the laptop screen. Sol-ah's gaze darkened slightly as she reminded him. You know, the orders from mother. Jae-hawk sighed heavily, clearly weary, but nodded in resignation. I think it's time we take a proper look at the situation. As Sol-ah continued to toy with her dagger, twirling it between her fingers, she shared her own thoughts. I can't stand it. A bastard dares to wear the main family's nameplate. And even worse, he walks around with his chest puffed out. It's about time someone of my rank taught him a lesson. And to top it off, he's got a useless older brother clinging to him like some pathetic blob. I'm going to make sure that bastard knows his place. With a final flourish, Sol Ah slammed the dagger into the table, her expression cold and full of intent. Time passed quickly, and the final promotion exam was about to begin. This was the test that would allow the students to move up to the next year. And this time, it was a competition for badges inside a stabilized gate. Kim Han glanced at the two cold-faced men standing guard ahead and then leaned over to whisper to Chol. So, they've stabilized the gate, but they're still guarding it like this? Chol responded calmly, probably just to reassure the civilians. Or maybe it's a precaution since this is a place for experimental research. As he said this, Chol's expression slightly tightened as a thought crossed his mind. But the number of staff is fewer than I expected. Do they think I'm not paying attention? Or is this just the level of competence the students have? Either way, it doesn't matter. Shaking off the thought, Chol turned to address the group of students behind him. So, everyone's ready, right? The group responded in unison. Of course, we're ready. Chol nodded. All right then, let's go. He led the group of students, quickly stepping into the gate. Meanwhile, Sol Ah and Jae Hawk, the siblings from the Lee family, were in another room. Sol Ah was happily munching on some pastries and complimenting the office. Jae Hawk, there are so many delicious treats in here. Jae Hawk, who was focused on his work, sighed and scolded her. Those are for guests. Eat just a little. Sol Ah shrugged, not at all bothered. No way. Hey, still no word from them? I'm super busy. And I even had to come here myself. At that, Jae Hawk finally looked up and replied. The instructor just reported that the second-year students have entered. Sol Ah's face lit up with excitement and anticipation. Just thinking about those bastards and their pitiful struggle to survive is enough to get me fired up. Mom said if we handle this well, we'll get a reward, right? I should make a note of what I want in advance. Shifting to Jae Hawk's perspective, unlike his confident older sister, a sense of unease began to settle in his chest. But will everything really go as planned? I believe it will. But, his mind then drifted to the warning his older brother, Myung Young, had given him earlier. Be careful. Little brother, the youngest isn't someone you can deal with easily. Stay alert. He had said that during their recent meeting. Jae Hawk had laughed it off at the time. But the words lingered in the back of his mind, unresolved. Suddenly, Jae Hawk's phone started ringing. Sol Ah, who had been lounging on the couch, quickly sat up and asked, "What's going on? Are they done already?" Without responding, Jae Hawk's eyes narrowed as he stared at the screen in silence. This frustrated Sol Ah, who grabbed the phone from him and checked it herself. A few seconds later, her voice turned frantic, almost in disbelief. 21 dead, 15 withdrew, and the entire first-year Class 5 survived? What? Are you telling me they couldn't defeat one bastard? A bastard who's in Class 5? At that moment, Sol Ah's rage surged, her hand gripping the phone so tightly that it shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, Jae Hawk finally understood the meaning behind his older brother's warning. In his mind, he thought, we've lost, completely lost to that bastard. Lee Chul. Switching scenes. Inside the gate, two students were desperately fleeing. As they ran, the brown-haired one was cursing repeatedly. Damn it, he's just some bastard from Class 5. The black-haired one, running beside him, shouted back, shut up and run. If we hide in that cave, even that bastard won't be able to find us. With that, they pushed themselves to run faster until they managed to find refuge in a cave. They paused for a moment to catch their breath. Glancing cautiously outside, the black-haired one asked, "Did we lose him?" Then, as if to answer his words, a sword suddenly flew through the air at a speed that cut through the wind. It plunged deep into the ground, causing several large cracks to form. While the two of them were still in shock, Chul appeared out of nowhere. He grabbed the black-haired student's arm and twisted it behind his back, causing him to scream in pain. Turning toward the brown-haired student, Chul smiled and taunted, "I am Lee Chul. You two are great at running. It took me quite a while to catch up with you." On the other side, the brown-haired student was so terrified he fell to the ground. Crawling backward, he trembled and shouted, "Get away. I said get away. Just because you're from the main family. Does that mean you can do whatever you want? Why are you tormenting us?" In response, Chul stepped forward, grabbing him by the collar and delivering a chilling reminder. "Some people might think I attacked you first if they heard that. If you point a sword at someone from the main family, shouldn't you be the one to pay the price? As he spoke, Chol slowly raised his sword. Just then, a horrifying scream echoed from inside the cave. Time passed quickly, and now Inha rushed over to report to Chol, "Young master, everything is finished on this side." Hearing this, Chol nodded and responded, "Good, if it's done, let's move out immediately. We still haven't dealt with all the people chasing us." "Yes, I'll meet up with Kim Han's group," Inha replied. Chol then said that he would go alone and instructed Inha, "Make sure to handle everyone on your list and keep collecting more name tags." Upon receiving the command, Inha quickly left. As Chol watched him disappear, he stretched out with a bit of discomfort and reflected on the situation. The most important thing in this promotion exam is how many name tags we can gather. Stealing name tags from the other students is inefficient, which is why I came up with a hypothesis. Could it be possible to find badges using my evil eyes? At that moment, as Chol activated his evil eyes, countless streams of golden energy appeared in his sight. One of those energy streams led to a rock wall not far away. Seeing this, Chol smirked and said, "Found it." With that, Chol quickly scaled the rock wall. And sure enough, he found a badge there. This made him unable to hide the joy on his face. "This works. It's worth doing this after all. Perfect. Now I can also train my control abilities." Time passed quickly again, and now Chol stared in disbelief at his bag, which was filled with numerous badges. "Phew. I can't believe I've collected so many. No wonder the bag feels so heavy. But the more important thing is that I can't train my evil eyes anymore." From afar, the sound of explosions began to echo. This made him feel a bit disappointed. Since the exam is almost over, the battles have been constant since sunrise. And honestly, if I keep avoiding her, she'll only become more troublesome. Chol let out a long sigh. At that moment, Soo-hyun descended from the sky, landing right in front of him. "Finally found you, Lee Chol." Her voice was full of excitement. However, when she looked at Chol's face, she asked curiously, "What's wrong? Aren't you surprised?" Chol shrugged and replied, "I knew you'd come after me." "Then why didn't you stop?" Soo-hyun asked. "Well, now I've stopped, haven't I?" Chol said with a grin. Soo-hyun didn't waste any more time on pointless chatter. She immediately got to the point. "Think you're so tough? No need for more words. Let's duel." She tied her hair back and extended her hand as a challenge. "Let's settle this and see who comes out on top. If I win, you have to call me sister. Got it?" Chol, seemingly intrigued, asked, "And if I win, what happens?" With a sweet smile, Soo-hyun responded, "If you win, I'll call you brother." The unusually sweet tone in Soo-hyun's voice sent a shiver down Chol's spine. Unconsciously, he wrapped his arms around himself and looked at her with a wary glance. "If you're planning to deal damage with mental attacks, then it's quite effective." Soo-hyun, feeling embarrassed by his response, shouted, "Shut up, stop talking so much and come at me, Lee Chol." With that, both of them drew their swords and charged at each other. The battle officially began. Time passed quickly, and the promotion exam had finally come to an end, with the assessment standards becoming increasingly strict. This semester's exam became a major topic of discussion, especially because, for the first time, not just one but two members of the main direct bloodline participated simultaneously. This stirred up quite a buzz among the students. In one corner of the training ground, a few unknown cadets sat together, chatting among themselves. Of course, the 8th young lady took first place. Right? Even second-year cadets joined in. "Think the first years can even keep up?" someone asked with concern. Elsewhere, another group whispered discreetly behind cupped hands. "You mean them, right?" "Yeah, exactly. That youngest illegitimate kid, the one in Class 5 of the first years." The scene then shifts to Class 5's testing area. At that moment, Instructor Yung Ho addressed the group and congratulated the central figure. "Congratulations, young Master Lee Chol, you earned the highest score." As he spoke, he handed over a certificate of achievement to the young man. Chol accepted it with a nod and replied, "Thank you. Honestly, I didn't expect to come out on top again." He smiled lightly, keeping his thoughts to himself as he recalled his previous duel with Soo-hyun. They couldn't make the favoritism too obvious. Maybe Lee Soo-hyun did better overall in the written exam. But in the end, I still took all her name tags. Unaware of what Chol was thinking, Yoon-ho continued to praise him. You were impressively composed. You've become the top scorer among all the cadets. That's something to be proud of. Chol nodded in response. My nanny will be thrilled. Thanks again for the kind words. With that, he quickly stepped down from the stage, and the surrounding cadets took the chance to offer their congratulations. Congratulations, young master. Congrats. Up on stage, instructor Yoon-ho continued with the ceremony without missing a beat. Alright, next, Cadet Choi In-ha, step forward. Upon hearing his name, In-ha, who had been held back 2 years in the first-year class, hurried up to the front. Congratulations on your promotion, Yoon-ho said with a warm smile as he handed over the certificate. Finally, In-ha had been promoted. He ranked 13th in the exam. As he looked down at the certificate in his hands, his whole body began to tremble. Thank you, he said, his voice shaking with emotion. Meanwhile, from behind, Chol couldn't resist teasing. Don't let it get to your head. Choi In-ha, sure, this is something to be proud of. But resting on your laurels won't get you anywhere. Hearing the playful jab, In-ha let out a sigh and replied. Yes, young master. Got it. Not paying much attention to the banter, Instructor Yoon-ho continued calling names. Next, Cadet Kim Bo-sung. Congratulations on your promotion. Bo-sung had ranked 24th in the exam. Kim Han, promoted in your first year. That's a solid effort, congratulations. Yoon-ho added with a cheerful smile. However, Kim Han didn't look happy at all as he stared at his placement. A pretty unimpressive rank. Honestly, I feel disappointed, but this is just the beginning. I'm going to get stronger. Just like the young master. I have to push myself harder. I made a promise to stop being a burden, and stop living half-heartedly. From now on, I won't lose anymore. These thoughts weren't unique to him. Every cadet in the group had the same determined look in their eyes as they turned to gaze at Chol's back. Back from Chol's point of view, just knowing that no one in his class had to repeat a year was enough to bring a satisfied smile to his face. So it's over, huh? But now, I don't have to worry about a thing anymore. With that thought, he turned to the group and addressed them. You all worked really hard. Every single one of you passed. I was ready to personally retrain anyone who failed. But looks like I won't have to. Too bad, huh? Year 2's going to be even tougher. There'll be a lot of people dying to tear you apart, but I believe you all can handle it. Am I right? Yes, sir, the whole group shouted in unison. Chol clenched his fist with spirit and yelled. Say it louder. You've got this. Time passed quickly once again. Chol and Soohyun were now dressed up and heading to meet their father, having been summoned for some unknown matter. At that moment, Soohyun wore a sour expression, clearly still upset about losing to Chol. I'm not okay with this, she grumbled. Chol sighed in exasperation. Now what exactly are you not okay with this time? Soohyun puffed up like an annoyed little cat. If it weren't for that stupid promotion exam, I would have been first. You played dirty. Not only did you beat me, but you took all my name tags too. Do you even realize how hard I worked to catch those just to keep up with you? If I had brought my moonlight sword with me that day. She pouted and muttered in frustration, full of regret. While Chol didn't say it out loud, he had to admit something to himself. She's no joke. I thought I'd win easily. But it ended up taking me over an hour. Lee Soohyun is way stronger than I expected. And the crazy part? She hasn't even unlocked her sword aura or mastered any combat techniques yet. If she's already this strong without all that, I don't even want to imagine what she'll be like once she does. Unaware of the silent praise Chol had been giving her, Soohyun, after letting off some steam, gave a small cough and said, but still, a promise is a promise. Chol glanced at her curiously. What are you talking about all of a sudden? She shrugged and replied, the way we address each other. We made a bet, remember? You're seriously bringing that up now? Chol groaned. Before she could say anything else, he suddenly reached out and covered her mouth with his hand, shooting her a sharp glare. Say one more word and I swear we're dueling to the death. Soohyun blinked at him, taken aback. Okay, geez, is it really that embarrassing? Stop with the nonsense, Chol muttered, already turning to leave. Let's go, we're gonna be late. That snapped Soohyun back to reality. She suddenly remembered they were on their way to see Taishan. You're right, let's hurry. With that, the two of them picked up their pace. moving quickly until they reached the family head's office. The moment they stepped inside, they both bowed respectfully and spoke in unison. "Greetings, Father." Hearing their voices, Taishan turned around and nodded. "Come in." He then poured each of them a cup of tea before sitting down and saying, "I heard you both finished your first-year training as cadets. Tell me, what did each of you see and feel during that time?" Soohyun hesitated for a second, glancing at Chul. Sensing her stare, Chul began to feel nervous and thought to himself, "What's with the look? Why is she staring at me like that?" Back from Soohyun's perspective, seeing that Chul had no intention of speaking first, she suddenly burst out, "I saw the true face of this family." Chul immediately choked on his tea, coughing so hard he sprayed it everywhere. Across from them, Lord Taishan raised an eyebrow in amusement. "And what exactly do you mean by true face?" Soohyun replied without hesitation, "I understand that competition brings rivalry. But there are some things I just can't accept. I value fairness and integrity. Whatever I achieve, I want it to come from my own sword, my own strength." On the other side of the table, Taishan listened quietly, then gave a small nod, clearly satisfied. Fairness and integrity, huh? Not bad. As he spoke, he silently assessed his daughter in his mind. "So that's why the sword chose you back then. You were always cautious and timid. But the one who brought about this change, it must have been the youngest." His eyes drifted toward Chul as he continued to think. And then he turned to address him directly. "Now then, Chul, what about you? What did you take away from all this?" At the front, Chul's expression turned serious. After a few seconds of thought, he finally answered, "I feel ashamed. The Cadet Corps is supposed to be the foundation of our clan's warriors. But the current Cadet Corps is rotting from the inside." Taishan's eyes sharpened slightly at that remark. His demeanor shifted, becoming a bit more serious. "What do you mean by that?" Chul replied with a firm voice. "They didn't fight. They might be weak. They might lose. And that's fine, but anyone who gives up on fighting doesn't deserve to be part of the Li clan's elite. And I saw far too many cadets like that. The real issue lies either with the instructors, or with the way they're being trained." As he spoke, Chul recalled everything he had witnessed in Class 5. "So arrogant," Taishan muttered softly, but to both Chul and Soohyun's surprise, a smile appeared on his face. They both stared at him in disbelief, wondering if their eyes were playing tricks on them. Without acknowledging their confusion, Taishan continued, "It's admirable for students like you to have already formed your own sense of principles. But always remain cautious. Once you fall into the trap of bias, it can be very hard to climb back out." His words lit up Soohyun's face, while Chul couldn't help feeling a bit surprised. "I didn't expect Father to personally give us that kind of advice," he thought. He quickly straightened up and responded, "Thank you, Father. I'll remember that." Turning back to Taishan, it was clear he was finally getting to the real reason he had summoned his two children. Of course, he hadn't called them here just to hand out a few hollow compliments. "I've heard about everything you two have accomplished over the past year. The tests you've gone through may differ in form from a warrior's usual missions. But at their core, they are the same. You recognized that those trials were arranged by me, and you carried out your duties with dedication. The reason I summoned you here today is to reward you for those accomplishments." To Chul, this sudden reward felt almost too good to be true. A flicker of doubt crossed his mind. Father is always strict when it comes to rewards and punishments. For him to be offering something like this, there must be more to it. Soohyun, on the other hand, wasn't nearly as cautious. She immediately raised her hand and cheerfully said, "In that case, I want a top-tier breastplate. Dragon scale armor, please." To her surprise, Taishan nodded in agreement. "Very well. I'll notify the armory. Go pick it up tomorrow." "Yes, thank you, Father." Soohyun beamed with excitement. Then Taishan turned his gaze to Chul. "And what about you, my son? What do you want?" Chul, who had clearly already made up his mind, didn't hesitate. "I want permission to enter Mount Cheonwi." No one knew exactly what kind of place that mountain was. But the moment Chul said those words, both Taishan and Soohyun couldn't hide their shock. Their eyes widened as they stared directly at him in disbelief. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Chul's private room. It seemed his father had granted him permission to travel to Mount Cheonwi. At the moment, he was going over his supplies one last time before departure. Herbal Encyclopedia. Iron pot. Medical tools, perfect. Looks like I've got everything I need. Mount Qianhui wasn't just any mountain, it was a sacred place. Teeming not only with regular herbs but also rare spiritual ones. Back on Jukxiado Island, his medicine-making work had been left unfinished. But this time, he was determined to do it right. As he double-checked his pack, Chol couldn't help but feel surprised by his father's decision. I still can't believe he actually let me go to Mount Qianhui. Thanks to that, I can take the warrior's trial earlier than expected. The warrior's trial was the final test for children of the Li clan, a rite of passage to be officially recognized as warriors. And Mount Qianhui was a mandatory destination before participating in this trial. I've always dreamed of going there someday, he thought, his eyes drifting toward the black sword lying beside him. There seemed to be a mysterious connection between the mountain and that blade. Just then, a knock on the door pulled him out of his thoughts. Come in, he called. The door opened, and in walked Gawa, the ever-poised young woman. She hesitated for a second before speaking. Young master, there's a letter for you. The seventh young master has invited you. Chol blinked in surprise but didn't hesitate. He quickly set out to meet his older brother. When they met again, the ever-deceptive Jae-hak greeted him with a warm, welcoming tone. It's been a while. First time we've seen each other since Chuseok. Right? Chol smiled politely in return. So you do remember. Jae-hak chuckled and shook his head. I'm not that absent-minded. From Chol's perspective, just watching Jae-hak's natural behavior, his casual tone, his calm demeanor, pouring tea like a gracious host, was enough to make him even more cautious. As expected, he's a hard one to read. A smiling face with unpredictable intentions. People who are obviously hostile are easier to deal with than this kind of carefully measured kindness. Chol thought quietly while accepting a cup of tea that Jae-hak had just poured. Try it, Jae-hak said, still smiling. Tea ceremony is my only real hobby. This one's not bad at all. Thank you, Chol replied with a nod. Do you always serve tea personally like this? Jae-hak gave a small laugh. Depends on who's sitting across from me. This tea's from a foreign estate. I had a chance to visit 2 years ago. As Chol sipped his tea, his mind stayed sharp, trying to figure out why this two-faced brother had summoned him. The cup's full, but he's still stalling. This kind of leisurely pace doesn't suit someone like him. He knows exactly how to control the mood. Definitely not some second-rate schemer with shallow tricks. Enough dancing around already. Almost as if he had read Chol's thoughts. Jae-hak finally got to the point. The reason I asked you here is about the recent promotion exam. You already know it was something Seoul Law and I arranged, don't you? Chol nodded slightly. Yeah, I figured it out. That answer didn't surprise Jae-hak in the least. He started laying out his explanation. What happened wasn't entirely my own decision. Blah, blah, blah. Chol wasn't listening. He had already guessed where this conversation was going. A faint, cold smile appeared on his lips. So that's what this is all about. Lee Jae-hak, renowned more for his political skill, business acumen, and administration than martial prowess, was clever. Always careful to avoid making enemies outright. People called him the Golden Sword. Was this his way of signaling he didn't want to become Chol's enemy? Unaware of Chol's thoughts, the bespectacled man kept running his mouth. Still, I acknowledge my fault. If it would help, I'll offer a formal apology. But before he could finish, Chol waved it off with a smile, acting as though none of it bothered him. There's no need. Stuff like this happens all the time in tournaments. You're not seriously going to claim you only did it because of Lady Baek Hwayeon. Are you? At that, Chol's expression sharpened noticeably. Jae-hak caught the change and his tone subtly shifted. A tournament? Huh? Are you saying you consider me your enemy? Chol looked him dead in the eye and answered without flinching. If you go after my people and try to take me down in the open, what else could you be but an enemy? From Jae-hak's perspective, the weight of Chol's words hit hard. The clear stance rattled something inside him, and his mind began spinning with possibilities. What should I do now? Should I eliminate him here and now, before he becomes a real threat? Or maybe, then, as if weighing the consequences of future conflicts, Jae-hak let out a heavy sigh, the kind that sounded like reluctant surrender, and asked, "What do you want me to do?" Chol answered calmly, "At least show a little sincerity. But let's not forget, I was the one who got burned here. Not you." His voice was confident, steady, and sure, like someone who had already won the upper hand. That cocky tone clearly got under Jay-Hawk's skin. Arrogant brat, won't even accept an apology. And now he wants compensation? But instead of getting angry, Jay-Hawk smirked to himself. I like it. He reached forward, offering Chul a deal. Alright then, I'll send the best elixirs we have to the students of Class 5. And I'll make sure you get a reward worthy of your efforts too. Only then did Chul nod. Satisfied, he grabbed Jay-Hawk's outstretched hand and smiled. Deal, since you've decided that, I won't bring this up again. Jay-Hawk chuckled. You really are the brother who understands me best. Huh? Is that so? Chul replied dryly. I wouldn't be too sure about that. Just as Chul was about to walk out, Jay-Hawk called after him with one last piece of advice. Oh, one more thing. Watch out for Sol-Ah. She really doesn't like you. Not like me. Chul didn't even glance back. Doesn't matter. I won't be around next year anyway. With that, he walked out without another word. Meanwhile, somewhere else, at that same moment, chaos erupted in another part of the estate. Sol-Ah was on her knees, her cheek burning red from the harsh slap she'd just received. Lady Baek Hwayeon stood above her, eyes filled with icy contempt as she shouted, Don't you dare call me mother again. I didn't raise a pathetic failure like you. Her voice was cold as steel, and Sol-Ah trembled in fear, scrambling to cling to the hem of her mother's dress. Mother, please listen. I didn't use the mission as an excuse to run away. But before she could finish, Jae-hong barked from nearby. Shut your mouth. His words were followed by a suffocating wave of spiritual pressure that slammed down on Sol-Ah, crushing her to the ground. The scolding continued, every word a knife. You did run away. You've disgraced the Lee bloodline. If you were truly my daughter, I would never have let you fall so far. The verbal assault left Sol-Ah trembling violently. Her hands clenched so hard they left nail marks in the wooden floor beneath her. She screamed out in desperation, voice cracking, Even now, can't I make up for it? Can't I deal with that bastard now? On the other side of the room, Baek Hwayeon stared down at her daughter with sheer disappointment. Her voice was calm, but every word was brutal. You still don't get it, do you? If you did, I wouldn't be so harsh with you. That half-blood is heading to Cheonwi Mountain for a year. Even if you could redeem your failure today, that opportunity is gone. You've smeared shame across our direct bloodline. If I see that pathetic face again, it won't be just a slap next time. With those final words, Lady Baek Hwayeon turned and left the room without another glance. Behind her, Sol-Ah collapsed, screaming in despair, her cries echoing in the cold silence. Outside the room, Jae-hawk noticed Lady Baek Hwayeon leaving and gave her a slight bow as a courteous gesture. Then, his eyes drifted toward the room she had just exited. Inside, Sol-Ah was practically losing her mind. That half-blood bastard, I'll do whatever it takes to bring him down. Watching the scene unfold, Jae-hawk could only shake his head in quiet exasperation. Mother really is ruthless. After something like that, all Sol-Ah wants now is revenge. But the real question is, who's going to prove more valuable, Lee Sol-Ah or Lee Chul? A smirk formed at the corner of his lips. I'm looking forward to it, the day that child returns after a year. Back with Chul. By now, Chul was already seated in the carriage, on his way to Cheonwi Mountain. But despite the long-awaited journey, his expression wasn't exactly cheerful. The reason? The one accompanying him on this trip was none other than Steward Choi, the closest aide to the family head himself. Sitting up front, Steward Choi turned back with a bright smile and said, How wonderful, we're headed in the same direction. It's only for a few days, but I'll make sure to take good care of you, young master. In the backseat, Chul furrowed his brows slightly, murmuring to himself, Why is Steward Choi here? Something's off. His face clearly showed unease, something he couldn't quite mask. Noticing this, the old steward offered a faint, reassuring smile. His tone was calm, almost soothing. There's no need to be so tense. It's just that time of year when we visit our ancestors' graves before Lunar New Year. I also have something to deliver to the caretakers at Cheonwi Mountain. I'm only accompanying you because the family head asked me to. I see. Chul nodded, though his heart wasn't buying any of it, as if it's all just a coincidence. From what he could tell, Choi's aura seemed calm on the surface, But there was a sharpness lurking underneath, an edge that couldn't be ignored. In his eyes, this steward wasn't just some harmless old man. He was someone with more influence than even the elders. There was no way he just happened to be on the same trip. In both my past and present life, this old man was never simple, Chol thought, shooting a wary glance in the steward's direction. Clearing his throat, he tried to maintain a casual tone. I heard you're stopping by Mount Sungwoo before we reach Cheonwi. May I ask why you're visiting the ancestral tomb? Choi gave him a sidelong glance, one sharp enough to pierce through intentions. It's the grave of the former clan leader. This is my first time leaving the estate, so I think it's only right to pay my respects. He answered steadily, voice laden with nuance. Chol nodded along, but inwardly scoffed. Paying respects? Huh? Sounds nice. Even as an illegitimate child, he knew how important it was to show filial piety, especially in front of someone like Choi. Truly admirable, young master, the steward added, this time with a note of praise. Many of the elders would be pleased to see such respect from you. It was a simple statement, but Chol knew exactly what it meant. Choi had already sized him up. This old man, he's not someone to take lightly. Their conversation soon faded into silence, replaced by the steady hum of the carriage wheels. After about an hour, Choi suddenly broke the stillness. Young master, he said softly, may I ask you something, if it's not too bold? Chol raised an eyebrow. Please, go ahead. Do you enjoy mountain climbing? Choi asked, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. I can't say I've ever truly done it. Chol answered honestly. I see, the steward replied with a nod, his voice dropping slightly. I'm quite fond of it myself. There was one time I climbed a rather treacherous peak, no path to follow. Just sheer wilderness. Had to carve the route myself. If it were you, young master, how would you handle something like that? Chol took a moment to consider, then replied, I'd keep my eyes fixed on the path ahead and climb steadily. That way, I'd move faster and more precisely. Choi let out a hearty laugh, taking a sip of liquor from the small flask in his hand. Indeed, that would get you to the top quickly. But then, his tone turned serious. Still, things aren't always that simple. Sometimes, it's wiser to glance back, or look around, take in the terrain. If you're too focused on what's ahead, you might stray off course, and the detour could be far longer than expected. Chol's heart skipped a beat as he listened. This old man isn't talking about climbing mountains, he's talking about martial arts. Chol's recent training still hadn't been fully mastered, yet he had been rushing ahead to pursue new things. Clearly, Steward Choi was reminding him not to get too caught up in the future without reflecting on the present path he had already traveled. Thank you for your wise advice. Chol bowed his head sincerely. Steward Choi chuckled lightly. Just take it as the grumblings of an old man, he said, but his eyes remained as sharp as ever. The carriage sped along the road leading to Cheonwi Mountain. As they neared the northern area, the traffic thinned, and towering buildings gave way to low hills. Occasionally, the carriage bumped along a rugged stretch of road, causing the Black Knight sword beside Chol to let out a dull metallic hum. 3 more meters, we should be there, he muttered, sensing the atmosphere around him grow strangely still, as if the entire world was holding its breath. When the carriage finally came to a stop near the mountain gate, Steward Choi suggested they get out. Those who visit sacred lands must be wary of anything impure or unclean. He said, his voice low and incantatory. Behave with respect and always remain vigilant. This is an ancient saying of the sorcerers. Chol nodded, but curiosity still lingered. Why is it that only direct descendants are allowed in, and yet you have this privilege? The steward answered briefly. It's because of permission granted by the former clan leader. Without elaborating, he turned to ask, I'll go to clean the tomb of our ancestor. As for you, young master, where would you like to go first? Chol glanced around and replied, I want to visit the place where the founding ancestor's tablet is kept. Together, they passed through the mountain gate. The moment they crossed the threshold, Chol felt a distinct shift in the air, as though they had entered an invisible barrier. This was no longer the normal world. He turned back to look at the steward and said, I'll go ahead then. Of course, young master. I hope you achieve your goal. Choi bowed his head slightly, his expression enigmatic, as if holding 1,000 secrets. Chol began to ascend the carefully maintained path. While he could use magic to fly straight to the summit, He chose to walk instead. No need to rush. Everything must be taken one step at a time. He wasn't sure how long he had been walking when the air grew thinner. Suddenly, he spotted a hidden structure carved into the cliff face. The tomb of the founding ancestor of the Li family. It was chiseled deep into the rock, resembling an ancient cavern. Along the walls were vivid carvings of warriors, seemingly recounting legendary battles. Deep within, an old altar appeared, covered with the marks of time. Chol lit incense and candles, placing offerings of wine and food on the altar. The descendants of the Li family, who honor martial arts, come to pay respects to the founding ancestor. He bowed several times, his voice solemn. Then, he drew the Black Knight sword and placed it before the altar. If I have been disrespectful by unsheathing the sword before the ancestral tomb, I ask for forgiveness, for this is a step that has been set before me by the ancestor himself. In Chol's mind, the Black Knight sword was more than just a blade. He recalled what his older brother had once said, it was a family heirloom. Holding a great secret, pouring wine onto the blade. The air immediately trembled. It was said that the Black Knight sword was sealed with 9 seals. To unlock it, Chol had to pass several trials, proving himself the rightful heir, bearing the bloodline of the Li family, and completing the naming ceremony, essentially a battle with his own inner self. Chol had passed these trials in his previous life, proving his worth. Now, as the wine touched the blade, the ancient inscriptions on it began to glow brightly, only to fade soon after. The ceremonial mirror on the altar suddenly flashed, emitting a harsh sound, as if guiding him. Qianhui Mountain. The 4th seal is there. He knew that the first 3 seals were relatively easy to break. But from the 4th seal onward, things would become far more challenging. Qianhui Mountain, a place where the Li family descendants were trained, was famous for its dense mana and unique feng shui. When Chol and Steward Choi set foot at the foot of the mountain, the scent of mana flooded the air, like a river flowing in waves. This is quite an impressive mountain, isn't it? Steward Choi asked, his smile full of hidden meaning. Indeed, it's completely different from Mount Chengwu or Honglem Island, Chol replied, feeling the powerful vitality of this place. It is said that the founding ancestor of the Li family recognized the energy of Qianhui Mountain and chose it as a place to train the descendants. Steward Choi continued, I'm sure you will achieve the results you seek, young master. At that moment, a loud shout came from behind, mixed with the sound of dogs barking incessantly. Damn wild dogs! A hoarse voice rang out, startling Chol into turning around. Before him stood a middle-aged man in mountaineering clothes, his face flushed from alcohol, holding a banana wine bottle. He looked no different from an ordinary forest wanderer, but the aura around him made Chol's spine tingle. 7-star team, surround them, Steward Choi commanded, his voice tense. But before he could unsheath his sword, the man shot forward like a gust of wind, leaving only blurry shadows in his wake. Do you think holding a chunk of iron means you can fight me? He clicked his tongue, effortlessly pinning down each member of the 7-star team to the ground. In the blink of an eye, the elite team lay sprawled, groaning in pain. Chol stood frozen, too shocked to make a move. What is this monster? The man took a sip of wine, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Steward Choi. Hey, you ungrateful bastard, I told you to inform me at least a month in advance. Coming here empty-handed, don't blame me. Steward Choi sighed, trying to calm the situation. I apologize for that, but you've gone a bit overboard. Overboard? What the hell are you talking about? Have you all gotten so bold lately? Daring to argue with me? The man roared, then turned to Chol, raising an eyebrow. You're the 9th one? A big family, huh? Steward Choi quickly introduced. This is the guardian of Qianhui Mountain. Young master. Chol swallowed hard, feeling as though he had just encountered a monster in human disguise. The guardian of Qianhui Mountain? This man was no ordinary person. The bearded uncle gently adjusted his glasses to get a better look at Chol, then let out a soft exclamation. Is this him? The one Taishan mentioned, the one who brought him in from the outside. Hearing this, Steward Choi nodded in confirmation. Yes, that's him, the former young master Li Chol. Who will be going up the mountain this time? Upon hearing the steward's words, Xiao Wei-san seemed to grow a bit more interested, though he still asked, You've seen part of my moves, haven't you? The sudden question caught Chul off guard. He hadn't expected Qiao Wei-san to notice. But quickly, Chul nodded and admitted, "Yes, I've seen some." At this, Qiao Wei-san stroked his chin, saying, "You carry a bit of the same air as Taishan. But there's something strange about the aura surrounding you." No sooner had he finished speaking than Chul felt a sharp pain in his left eye, causing him to gasp and instinctively clutch at his eye. Noticing this, Qiao Wei-san immediately understood what was happening and muttered to himself, "HMPH, this kid has strange eyes." 2. Through Chul's vision, the world before him appeared to be filled with swirling golden energy strands. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Qiao Wei-san's home. In the meantime, the burly uncle continued drinking, completely unbothered. "Haha, Western wine really is something else. The wood aroma is strange, but it brings an indescribable flavor to the tongue. I'm glad it suits your taste." Steward Choi smiled and responded. Meanwhile, Chul was eyeing the numerous bottles of wine on the table, feeling a bit uneasy. "I'm not very knowledgeable about wine, but even I can tell these aren't cheap." He chuckled and dismissed the thought. As Qiao Wei-san continued drinking, he finally turned to Chul and said, "All right, now tell me your story. Sending a scrawny kid like you here for training. They must really hate you, right?" In response, Chul calmly explained, "I came here voluntarily." His tone was so composed that it made the burly uncle laugh. "Oh, is that so? Just the kind of kid caught up in death and destiny," he laughed. Then glanced away. Meanwhile, Chul silently assessed Qiao Wei-san before him. The illusion my demon eye just revealed. And the reputation of the guardian of the mountain I heard before I reset. He's a Dokubi. A Dokubi has the ability to predict the future with eyes filled with stars. Among the things they see, they can glimpse things that are already fated and unchangeable. Unaware of the thoughts swirling in Chul's mind, Qiao Wei-san exhaled a deep breath of alcohol before curiously asking, "So, what's next? You've been given a full year. What do you plan to do with it?" Before Chul could respond, Steward Choi subtly reminded him through telepathy, "He can hear everything you're saying now." Following this hint, Chul shared his plans for the upcoming year. However, the exact details of what he said were concealed by the author. Time quickly passed, and by evening, Steward Choi and Qiao Wei-san were having a private conversation. Qiao Wei-san's complaints echoed, "Damn it. I've seen some eccentric people. But that kid, as soon as I mentioned the training ground, he rushed straight to it. And you should have come with them after I took care of the weaklings." Hearing this, Steward Choi nodded in agreement. "Thank you for allowing me to use the spirit water." From Qiao Wei-san's perspective, he clearly wouldn't trust that a person as important as Choi would only escort Chul here without some other motive. He tossed the empty wine bottle behind him and directly asked, "So, why are you really here? You didn't just come to deliver the wine, did you?" "I don't like beating around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point." At this, Steward Choi no longer hid his intentions and coldly inquired, "Could it be that the mountain guardian has read the heavenly signs, and the head of the family sent me to inquire?" At these words, Qiao Wei-san's hand involuntarily tightened around his wine cup, and with a slightly drunken voice, he replied, "Heavenly signs? I've seen them, but I can't say much about it." Not letting Qiao Wei-san finish his sentence, Steward Choi gently nudged him with a remark, "Surely, a Dokubi who's just been treated to wine wouldn't refuse to lend a hand, would he?" In response, Qiao Wei-san slammed his hand on the table in frustration. "Old man. That was an apology gift. Hey, I've already brought more than 10 bottles of wine." Choi chuckled, making Qiao Wei-san grumble in annoyance but unable to do anything. "Damn it, I knew this would happen," he muttered. After a long sigh, his expression grew serious, and he spoke. "There's still a long road ahead. The gate has long been opened, and humanity has reached its peak. Chaos will follow. Tell him not to rush. Just go with the flow of nature." On the other side, Steward Choi, having received the answer, happily replied, "Yes, I will pass on this message to the family head." For some reason, Qiao Wei-san seemed a bit frustrated and snapped, "TCH. If I had won that damn wrestling match, I wouldn't be caught up in all this mess. But still, it seems like you're fond of that little wild boy. Huh? Don't you feel worried?" Hearing that, the old butler's expression grew somber. He looked at the glass of wine in his hand and shook his head. As a servant, I'm simply here to serve the bloodline of the Li family. On the other side, Qiao Wei-san shrugged and reminded him. You heard that he wants to go there, didn't you? He's still just a rookie. As Qiao Wei-san spoke, he poured himself another drink, as if to give Chol some kind of insurance. Steward Choi then asked, Qiao Wei-san, just keep an eye on him once, and you'll find it interesting. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to a general training room. At that moment, suddenly, ripples appeared in the space, and Chol's figure materialized out of thin air. Haha, every time I see it, it still amazes me. A tree eye leading to a training ground. And even yesterday's Thon 2 had a cave entrance. So, this is the magic of a Dokubi? Honestly, I feel like I'm still missing something. From now on, I have a year. The magical skills I learned from Mu Ji and Mu Jin, Ta Nyan, Truck Jock, and Hack Ki. I must make them all my own. My goal is 1.000 times. If it's still not enough, I'll keep going until I reach that point, Chol said, summoning his weapon to begin practicing. However, what Chol didn't know was that all his actions were being observed by Qiao Wei-san through a series of spells. Watching the protagonist's enthusiasm, Qiao Wei-san scratched his belly and couldn't help but praise. That guy is really determined. I've never seen anyone so relentless. He trains until his body gives out, then recovers with spirit water, repeating the cycle over and over. It's easy to say, but it's basically self-torture. No wonder his fate is so grim. Qiao Wei-san snapped his fingers to deactivate the tracking spell, then lay back, sighing and lamenting Chol's fate. He's destined to die young or live a miserable life. And now, he's overturning that unchangeable fate, even suppressing his own innate energy. A creature without fate. When was the last time I met someone like that? Truly, bloodlines don't lie. Your family is so bizarre. Even the heavens must be fed up with it. Time flew by, and 3 months later, spring arrived. Qiao Wei-san's complaining voice echoed all around. Damn it. That Choi guy said it would be interesting. But I'm so bored now. Forget it. I won't watch anymore. That brat spends all day on basic training. What's fun about that? The only time he asks for anything is when he wants to pick herbs. He barely says a word. Guess he's not dead yet. Huh? At this point, suddenly, a sharp, piercing scream echoed through the air, causing Qiao Wei-san's expression to change. He quickly stood up, focusing his mind. That's the cry of the spirit beast Baki. Something has entered the Star Mountain. But I've already set up a barrier. So how could this happen? Did the big shots from the main family mess something up while they were bringing food and wine here? To assess the situation, Qiao Wei-san used his magic to create a mirror in front of him. According to what was displayed, there was a small, gray creature, looking incredibly cute, crying and running away, with a glass jar in its mouth. However, what startled Qiao Wei-san the most was that Chol was chasing after the little creature. What the hell is going on? What is that kid doing? Don't tell me he's trying to eat the spirit beast. Realizing this, not wanting the spirit beast to lose a single piece of meat, Qiao Wei-san hurriedly opened the door and shouted, "Stop right now." He dashed toward Chol as fast as the wind and immediately blocked his path. Hey, you little brat, are you crazy? What the hell do you think you're doing? On the other side, Chol, seeing his path blocked, responded with a clueless expression. Long time no see, too son, but can you please step aside? Before Chol could get another word out, the chubby old man snapped and yelled straight at him. How dare you go after the sacred beast right in front of me? In all my years, I've never seen anyone like you. Chol blinked, visibly confused. Huh? What are you even talking about? Wizen shouted. That creature you were chasing with killing intent. That's a sacred beast. Its name is Baki. The more he heard, the more Chol felt like his head was going to explode. Why would I want to kill a sacred beast? Wizen's expression suddenly shifted. He stared at the hoe and basket in Chol's hands, his eyes narrowing. Wait a second, that hoe and that basket. Before he could finish, Chol noticed the little creature trying to make a run for it. He moved to give chase, but Wizen grabbed him by the arm. Hey, hold on, why the hell are you chasing Baki? Chol didn't have time for a full explanation and barked back. That little brat stole my secret potion. Sorry, I'll explain later. Just like that, he shot past the portly man like a gust of wind. Wizen didn't even have time to stop him. Hey, you brat, the sacred beast already got away. How are you gonna find it now? But then Wizen's face darkened with realization. He's chasing in exactly the right direction. There's no way he could have tracked Baki that quickly, even if he felt its energy from the tips of his toes. There's no damage to the ground. Has he always been this fast? I only took my eyes off him for 3 months. What on earth happened during that time? Later, Chol returned and explained the whole situation. Wizen coughed awkwardly, clearly flustered. So, while you were out searching for the final ingredient for your brewing potion, that's when Baki swooped in, stole your stash, and bolted. That about sum it up? Yeah, sorry about that, Chol muttered. His face had darkened. Slowly, he began listing off the ingredients that had been stolen. At least a 40 to 50-year-old wild ginseng root, pho tea, white forest herb, dragon scale flower, pine velvet mushroom, and a cordyceps fungus grown from a demon worm's corpse. It took me everything I had to gather those. I brewed that potion for 100 days straight without sleep, and now it's all gone. His voice grew more defeated with each word. Wizen wanted to console him, but couldn't find the right words. Chol let out another long, miserable sigh. Well, that's one of the main reasons I even came to Mount Thien V down the drain. That potion was one of my most important goals. Wizen couldn't hold back his anger any longer and exploded. Hey, I gave you permission to harvest the stuff anyway. So what's the big deal if it got stolen? Chol clapped his hands together like he'd just remembered something. Oh, right, you did give me permission. But in the end, I did get it. And since it was stolen under your watch, in your own territory, I guess that makes it my fault. Huh? His words hit like a dagger to Wizen's chest, spiking his guilt to unbearable levels. Alright, that's enough. I'll compensate you, whatever it is. I'll take responsibility, he said, pounding his chest. Hearing that, Chol flashed a sly grin. It was clear he'd been waiting for that. You just said anything, right? Well then, Mount Guardian, there are 2 things I need your help with. Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to the training room. There, the imposing figure of the Spider Queen emerged before Chol. Seeing her, he took a deep breath to steady himself, then slowly cloaked his sword in a radiant aura. Remember this, Chol reminded himself. The strength of aura techniques doesn't change with repeated use, consistency is key. With that, he slashed forward, unleashing a skill called Infernal Aura Slash. Red energy waves burst out like streaks of lightning, roaring through the air and wrapping tightly around the Spider Queen's legs. She let out a furious shriek, thrashing in frustration. Seizing the opportunity, Chol activated another skill, Stonewind Aura Slash. His blade was now enveloped in a green, swirling aura. He drove it straight into the center of the Spider Queen's body. A stream of green burst out, splattering across the floor, but despite landing a solid blow, Chol's face was tense, his brows furrowed. Still not enough to kill her? He thought. From his perspective, the Spider Queen's body looked nearly severed in half. Yet her overwhelming vitality allowed her to launch a counterattack. Her razor-sharp legs shot toward Chol, but before they could touch him, her entire form suddenly shimmered and collapsed into a single talisman that fluttered to the ground. Standing nearby, Wizen picked up the charm and grumbled. Damn it, why the hell am I babysitting this kid? How did I even end up agreeing to this mess? Then he called out, Hey, brat. Want to take a break or what? Chol wiped the sweat off his face and murmured. One more time. Wizen let out a long sigh. Fine, your call. Focus. And visualize the target clearly from your memory. Following his words, Chol closed his eyes, centering his thoughts. Meanwhile, Baki tossed the talisman high into the air. It dissolved mid-air and reformed into the phantom image of a swordmaster before Chol. The battle resumed in an instant, Chol and the phantom clashing repeatedly, each strike echoing through the room. Off to the side, Li Tu watched in growing frustration, practically fuming. For heaven's sake, he's leaking aura energy like crazy. And he's had me helping him train with illusions for 4 hours straight now. Whatever, what's done is done. Guess I'll just handle the second task, gathering some demon root herb. Shouldn't be too hard anyway. Over the past 3 months, Chol's body had grown stronger, taller too. Maybe, he seemed sharper overall, more composed, not necessarily more powerful, but definitely more refined. Forget that for now, Li Tu thought. I really need to ask him about that weapon at some point. Time flew by. After wrapping up his training session, Chol was now relaxing in a hot spring, letting out a deep sigh of relief. Man, this feels like coming back to life, he muttered. If it weren't for this hot spring, I might have snapped. If only there were something like this outside of Mount Thien V2, like back home. Just then, the sound of footsteps splashing in the water echoed nearby. Chol's eyes snapped open in alarm. Someone's here? But I didn't sense any presence at all, even at this distance, he thought. Instantly on guard, a familiar voice called out, breaking the tension, "You look worn out enough that I can tell you're the real deal." Recognizing the voice, Chol turned and asked, "Oh, Master Wizen? Did you need something?" The chubby old man huffed with slight annoyance. "I've been busting my ass too. You know. What? I'm not allowed to take a break? You've been here for a while now. Have you even rested properly?" Chol scratched the back of his head, a sheepish grin forming. "I always rest properly, I think." Hearing this, Wizen sighed and clarified, "I'm talking about this right here. Kid, coming here after your training sessions. I've lived a damn long time. But you've gotta be the most boneheaded trainee I've ever seen." As he walked over, he popped a boiled egg into his mouth and continued chewing. Chol, meanwhile, clearly wasn't thrilled at the idea of sharing the hot spring with a round-bellied old man. With an awkward laugh, he stood up. "Haha, right, well, I think I've recovered enough. I'll head out now." But before he could finish that sentence, Wizen's tone suddenly shifted, firm and serious. "Hold on, I've still got something to ask you. Sit down." Chol froze in place. Wizen continued, "That thing you activated earlier, what's it called?" Chol looked down at the ring on his finger, lifting his hand. "You mean this?" Wizen nodded, eyes fixed on the ring. "Yeah, where did you get it?" "I promise I won't tell a soul. I'm not entirely sure, but I think it's connected to its origin, maybe even its true identity." Truthfully, Chol didn't know much about the weapon himself. He gave a simple answer. "Its name is Mujin. I found it in my clan's secret vault." Wizen's gaze grew distant, laced with a touch of nostalgia. "I don't know how much you really understand about that thing, but I saw something almost identical. A long time ago." He paused, then added, "There used to be a sorcerer, one who could commune with spirits and read the stars above. The old sorcerer always carried a particular item, a stone that could freely change its shape. With that single stone, he could cast all kinds of spells, even forbidden ones, without paying any price. It made him the undisputed top sorcerer of his era. But eventually, the very stone he trusted ended up consuming him. He lost all rationality and turned into a rampaging monster. His transformation happened in less than a year. And because he wouldn't die easily, they had no choice but to seal him away." As Wizen finished speaking, he waved his hand to dismiss the image he had conjured. Chol, still curious about the outcome, asked, "What about the stone?" Wizen, also known as Number 3, shrugged. "The sorcerers of that era pooled their strength and destroyed it." Chol rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "That sounds really similar to a story I once read in the Changyungic archives." Then, he looked up and asked, "Was that sorcerer sealed on a place called Manhwa by any chance?" Wizen shook his head. "No, he was sealed on an island far to the east." Chol let out a small breath of relief. "Then it's not the same one recorded in Changyungic. That stone and Mujin must be two separate entities. But, maybe they're connected somehow." Unaware of Chol's inner thoughts, Wizen continued, "Back then, I remember the stone giving off a foul stench. Something that smelled exactly like the aura clinging to you right now. It's a strange scent. Not human, not beast, not spirit." He narrowed his eyes. "Mujin is foreign, an anomaly. No clear origin or essence. There are better weapons out there. Why not just give this one up?" he said with a light smile. Chol swallowed hard, visibly nervous. He says it so casually. But there's this crushing pressure in his voice. It feels like he's squeezing the life out of my chest. Still, Chol drew a deep breath to calm himself. Then spoke clearly and firmly. "When I awakened my demon eye, my father told me I should seal it away. And I replied, word for word, if this power was given to me, then I'll make it mine, I'll make it obey." Wizen couldn't help but burst into laughter. "You arrogant little brat, you actually said that to Taishan?" He grinned, then asked, "But seriously, do you really think that thing is anything like the demon eye?" Chol answered calmly, "To me, there's not much of a difference. Wizen's expression darkened slightly as he realized the boy wasn't going to back down. With a heavy sigh, he muttered, "Then there's no helping it." His tone hardened. "Looks like I'll just have to take it by force." With that, the old man summoned a brutal-looking spiked mace and swung it hard, straight at Chol. But Chol didn't move. He stood completely still, face frozen, as if he hadn't even noticed the incoming strike. Thankfully, Wizen halted the mace at the last possible second. His voice was low, but stern. "Hand it over, while I'm still being polite. It's been a long time since I've wielded a weapon. I can't promise I'll hold back again." In response, Chol simply smiled, brimming with confidence. "You won't do it, Warden," he said, "because doing that would break your vow." Wizen's hand twitched slightly at those words. After a brief silence, he exhaled deeply, wiped a hand down his face, and reined in his aura. "So you figured it out?" "Huh?" Chol replied casually. "Of course I did. You made a pact with the founder. Didn't you? To protect the mountain and support anyone who trains here. This was all just a test of will, wasn't it?" The chubby old man grumbled, a bit annoyed. "If you already knew that, you should have just said so from the start. Smartass." Ignoring the remark, Chol added with a smirk, "You were never actually planning to take it from me, were you?" Wizen clicked his tongue and muttered, "Tisk, if you ask me, you should be fighting with your mouth and brain more often." Chol burst into laughter. "Thanks for the compliment." Bucky roared from the sidelines like a man whose house was on fire. "That wasn't a compliment, you little punk. That was an insult." Pushing the banter aside, Chol tilted his head curiously. "But really, why didn't you just use force to take it from me? You could have said it was for my own good." Hearing this, Wizen's expression turned serious again. "That thing doesn't carry the same twisted aura as that old sorcerer's artifact. So maybe, just maybe, it's not the kind of monster that devours its wielder." Chol nodded and glanced down at the black ring on his finger. "Got it, thanks for telling me." Then, with a sly grin, he quickly changed the subject. "Anyway, Warden, you just threatened a trainee with a weapon earlier, didn't you? I'm pretty meticulous when it comes to keeping track of that kind of thing. You didn't think I'd let it slide, did you?" Chol smiled sweetly, like a living, breathing Buddha. Wizen finally lost it and shouted, "You conniving little brat." Time passed quickly, and the scene shifted to Chol's temporary residence on Cheonwi Mountain. At that moment, the sword in his hand released a faint black glow and slowly began to dissolve. Chol smiled, clearly pleased. "Finally, I can't believe it took me 3 whole months to fully absorb the judo memories." Chol thought to himself, "Before I left Cheonwi Mountain, I received 2 swords from 7th brother Jae-hak, judo, a masterpiece short sword, and Effenberg, a sharp rank weapon. Effenberg is imbued with innate dark energy, allowing it to emit cold air. It didn't contain many memories, so I absorbed them back at the main house. Now, let's see what judo is capable of." He recalled the second memory linked to Mujin that he'd seen before the quarterly trainee evaluation. Along with a new power he'd obtained from Mujin, the ability to wield the power of replicated weapons. At that moment, a thread of energy shot out from his fingertip, wrapping tightly around the hilt of the black sword and pulling it into his hand. Judo's ability lies in transferring attributes from one item to another. Just copying appearances isn't enough to replicate power. I think I can only use the power of weapons I've absorbed through dark energy. Especially now that I've broken the seal on Sungmu Mountain. In that case, I should check the memories inside this black sword too. Immediately, Chol's consciousness was pulled into a strange, unfamiliar scene. Before I broke the seal on Sungmu Mountain, this was as far as I could see. The real story begins here. In the vision, a young man stood before the sword and spoke. "I've decided to seal this blade. I won't let my descendants be swayed by its power." Behind him, a man in a white robe responded, "Sealing it isn't difficult, but are you sure? If we do this, it won't choose anyone easily ever again." The young man simply shook his head, calm and composed. "If they're not worthy, it's better they don't use it at all." The robed man then extended his hand toward the sword. From his palm, a band of golden energy streamed out, forming glowing script that imprinted itself directly onto the blade. After completing the seal, the white-robed man continued, "The seal is complete. As for the contents of the seal..." Just then, the sound distorted, breaking up the voice so Chol couldn't catch the exact wording. Then, the audio snapped back in. After the third seal is broken, its power will be released. Do you accept that? The young man nodded slightly. That won't make much difference. Even so, I'll still need to test it. With that, he gripped the sword tightly, covering it in a radiant aura. Chul, watching from within the vision, was stunned. Wait, is that a mana circuit inside the black sword? Its complexity is on par with a human's mana system. The young man swung the sword in a powerful arc. However, instead of flowing cleanly, the mana was blocked. No. It scattered wildly. He muttered, looks like I'll need to reinforce the seal a bit more. At that moment, Chul was suddenly ejected from the sword's memory. A dull ache throbbed in his head. But instead of being upset, he grinned wide with excitement. Haha, a weapon that can erase mana itself? Who would have thought something like this even existed? In the days that followed, Chul continued his usual combat training against the Spider Lord. At that moment, he dashed forward at lightning speed. As soon as he closed the distance, he activated Iron Force Strike, Thunderbolt, delivering a rapid slash that sliced the massive creature clean in half in a single blow. Seeing this, the plump old man Wizen beamed with pride and walked over to congratulate him. Not bad, kid, you actually pulled it off. You know this is your first win after a long losing streak. Right? Took you 7 whole months. Chul smiled and shot back playfully. Of course I know. Now I can probably take you down anytime I want. Right? Wizen's expression twitched as he grumbled. Clearly annoyed. Yeah, you're special. Alright, you little brat. So, what are you planning next? Chul replied that he was thinking of stopping his training. The moment he heard that, Wizen felt like a burden had finally lifted and gave Chul a hearty slap on the back. Now that's an idea I can get behind. Might as well take a break myself. It was exactly what Wizen had been hoping to hear. However, Chul had something entirely different in mind. I think it's time, he said. Time to take on the challenge created by the founder, Bloodless Dream. Bloodless Dream. A trial forged for the Li clan. It's filled with enchantments and the mountain's domain energy. An illusion strengthened by elven magic. It only allows those it deems worthy to enter. This was part of a sacred oath linked to the Mountain Keeper. Back in Wizen's perspective, his tone grew serious upon hearing Chul's words. You really want to take it on? Chul nodded, his voice resolute. Yes, it's what I've been working toward all along. Wizen didn't sugarcoat his warning. As you are now, you're still not strong enough to pass. But, it seems like you're ready to try. He looked Chul in the eye. His expression firm. Li Chul, 9th generation of the Li clan. I grant you permission to enter the Bloodless Dream. As he spoke, Wizen extended his hand, and Chul eagerly reached out to shake it, thanking him with heartfelt sincerity. A short while later, Wizen led him to a cave entrance. This, he said, is the gate to Bloodless Dream. Chul looked at it with curiosity and asked, but isn't this the cave that leads to your residence? That's right, Wizen nodded. Then, stepping forward, he lightly touched the air with his power, causing ripples to spread through space like waves on water. Suddenly, a massive stone door materialized before them. With the entrance revealed, Wizen turned to Chul and continued. You already know what this means. Once you step into Bloodless Dream, there's no coming out until the trial is over. Open it, and go. Chul stepped forward, promising himself he'd return as quickly as possible. As for Wizen, he offered a parting word of encouragement, with a hint of humor. If anyone can make it through, it's probably you. I can't stand looking at that smug face of yours any longer anyway. Good luck. With that, Chul pressed his hand firmly against the stone door. Immediately, a blinding light burst forth from within, forcing him to shield his eyes. In his mind, he thought, to some, he was a war god. To others, a dragon slayer. And to many more, a legendary figure straight out of a fantasy epic. The founder of the greatest clan in the world, Li Hailhyun. As the light faded, the scene changed. Chul found himself standing in a strange meadow. Across from him stood a young man, no more than 19 or 20 years old. Seeing the man's face, Chul bowed his head with deep respect. A descendant greets the founder of the Li clan, he said, then summoned his weapon and fixed his gaze forward. Deep inside, he couldn't help but be in awe. What a commanding presence, it's like he's still alive. Throughout history, only a handful had dared to take on the Bloodless Dream. And the condition for victory was brutally simple: defeat the founder at age 15. For now, I need to probe his movements, Chol thought, bracing himself. But in the blink of an eye, the founder Hyun's sword had already pierced deep into Chol's chest. The next thing he knew, Chol was lying on the ground, staring up at the sky, trying to process what had just happened. What just happened? My heart. Did it really get stabbed? I wasn't being careless. I've had my throat slit in simulations before. But at least then I could tell how it happened. This time, nothing. All I know is my heart got punctured. Confusion and worry etched across his face. But Chol quickly shook his head and forced himself to think clearly. Stay calm. Analyze it. He didn't use any secret techniques. No flashy moves. Not even aura enhancement. Even with my sixth sense, I couldn't detect a thing. Even if I closed my eyes. Could it have been a strike aimed at my blind spot? But would that even be possible? He'd have to read every micro movement I made to pull that off. Which just means he really is that strong. With that thought in mind, Chol gripped his sword tightly and slowly rose to his feet, once again facing the founder of his clan. Even though he had already witnessed it once, he couldn't help but feel a chill run down his spine. The overwhelming pressure radiating from Hyun was enough to numb his scalp. And all he could do was force a wry smile. Hey, honestly, I don't even know if I can win. Elsewhere, a different scene unfolded. Butler Choi was delivering a report to clan head Taishan. Sir, we've received word from Mount Cheonwi. Taishan, who was gently polishing a sword with a handkerchief nearby, responded calmly. So, he's entered the cave, but by all accounts, he shouldn't have the skill level required. That child has never truly tasted failure. From the naming trial on Mount Sungmu to the Blood Tiger Challenge, even the cursed faceless queen, he hasn't won everything. But he's never really failed, either. In other words, Taishan continued, his tone thoughtful, he's never hit a wall. He paused for a moment before asking, voice low and curious, do you know why the survival rate for the bloodless dream is under 50%? It's not because they lacked strength, it's because their spirits broke when they came face to face with the wall named Lee Hyun. So then, what will happen to someone who's never hit a wall when he finally stands before that one? Back in the trial realm, Chol was lying on the grass, panting heavily like a beast out of breath. Frustrated, he ran a hand through his hair and groaned. Damn it, taken down in one strike again? He faked a frontal attack and landed the real blow from the side, right in my blind spot. That hit was perfect. Did he really figure out my entire movement pattern in just a blink? With that, Chol pushed himself up and looked at his trembling hands, murmuring to himself, it's been so long since I felt this. This crushing sense of despair, of helplessness and fear in front of someone I absolutely cannot beat. But I can't let this break me. Not now. No one understands this feeling better than I do. The feeling of hitting rock bottom. With nothing left but the climb back up. He gritted his teeth, eyes sharpening with resolve. Every strike I throw, it's never meaningless. Slowly but surely, I'm beginning to understand. The founder doesn't rely on some incomprehensible mystical power. His strength lies in a natural talent to find the right answer in every moment. He instinctively knows the most optimal response. That is the essence of martial arts. Each simple move, each basic form, it's all built on a solid foundation like bedrock. Chol reminded himself of this as his eyes widened, straining to follow Hyun's movements with complete focus. In that moment, the founder's sword seemed to slow. Just enough for Chol to read it. A horizontal slash, from left to right. This time, I'll see it through. From that point on, Chol devoted himself to training. Forgetting everything else, time passed, and little by little, he began holding his ground against Hyun's attacks. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3, 4, thud. I can keep up with the founder now. I've finally begun using my own martial flow in combat, fluid, free, and rooted. That was what I was missing all along, the power to command countless forms. Grounded in unshakable fundamentals, now I understand, the true meaning of the bloodless dream isn't just to face your ancestors. It's to shatter the wall named yourself. Gripping his spear tightly, Chol surged forward like a gust of wind. Inside, a quiet determination echoed in his mind. There's one thing the founder doesn't have. One strength within myself I've never fully recognized. In that instant, a memory of his Aunt Zhonghua surfaced. Your talent for magical arts is extraordinary. She once told him. I'd stake my honor on it. With a grin, Chol shouted, thank you, Auntie. And with that, he unleashed a technique called wind-woven chi infusion, cloaking his entire spear in a swirling vortex of emerald energy. Then, gathering every last ounce of strength, he drove the weapon forward with explosive force. The impact was so powerful it sent a thunderous boom through the air. And right at the point where their weapons clashed, Heil Hyun's sword finally gave way, shattering into countless fragments. Just like that, the towering wall before him had crumbled. Back to Uncle Wizen, even as he sat drinking, he couldn't help but worry about Chol's situation. It's been a whole month since that kid decided to enter the bloodless dream. Huh? Before Taishan, no one had passed the trial for 100 years. And now, in less than 50, another one appears. Just as he said that, the space around Wizen suddenly trembled violently, making him flinch and exclaim, could something be happening up on the mountain? Could it be? As if remembering something urgent, Wizen tossed his bottle aside and dashed swiftly toward the entrance of the bloodless dream. Standing there, he peered anxiously ahead, murmuring, you finally made it through that trial. Huh? Just as he predicted, the stone doors slowly creaked open. Chol stepped out and said, I've returned, Mountain Lord. Time flew by quickly, and by evening, Chol was resting in a hot spring when Wizen came over, smiling warmly and asked, so, how does it feel? Hearing this, Chol reflected on all he'd been through and shook his head lightly. I absolutely never want to go through that again. Looking at his expression, Wizen couldn't hold back a laugh, as if struck gold. But you don't look changed at all. Usually, those who come out have dead eyes, like rotten fish, because something inside them has shifted. Hearing this, Chol realized everyone must have their own answer to that. Then Chol turned and asked, by the way, do you know what my father was like back then? The conversation shifted to Taishan, making Wizen visibly more excited as he shared. You mean Taishan? Well, he was your father after all. So you're curious, huh? You know what that kid said the moment he stepped out of the bloodless dream? Training is over. I take my leave. Thank you for everything so far. Wizen said this while crossing his arms, doing his best to imitate Taishan's tone, which left Chol speechless. He muttered, wait, did you just imitate my father? Wizen asked, did I? Not quite right? Chol shook his head, not even close. Putting that aside, Wizen continued to praise him. Hey kid, you just caused quite a sensation. You're the youngest ever to pass the bloodless dream. Although the trial isn't really about who finishes fastest, you still have more than a month left before leaving the mountain. So, what are you planning? Keep training? Hearing this, Chol stood up and replied, no, I plan to rest, recover and organize what I've learned. Wizen shot him a teasing look and joked. This guy seemed like he wouldn't change at all. But now you're talking about resting. Does that hurt somewhere? Or have you been affected by some kind of magic? He said cheerfully. Chol just sighed and said, by the way, Mountain Lord, isn't it about time for me to get my reward? Surely you haven't forgotten you once used that as leverage against me. Right? Chol's words made the rotund uncle's face suddenly flush with embarrassment, avoiding direct eye contact. Hey, kid, he stammered, unable to finish. Chol didn't want to drag it out and said straightforwardly, I'm not asking for anything too difficult. I just want to borrow your demon hammer. At this request, Wizen's eyes widened in surprise. But immediately after, he fixed a critical glare on Chol and said, kid, this isn't something ordinary people can even hold. You probably won't even be able to use it. Chol was well aware of this. So when he made the request, he already had a plan in mind. It's okay. I just want to touch it a little. Touching shouldn't be a problem, right? Hearing this, Wizen could only rub his face and grumble. Conceding defeat? Well, not exactly. Fine, damn it, I'll lend it to you. But you better not do anything with it. With that, the burly uncle summoned his weapon. It was a mace carved from a fragment of a fallen star, infused with the soul of a demon, thus called the demon mace. Then, Wizen tossed the weapon to Chol, reminding him firmly, I'm only lending this to you for 1 hour. Push yourself too hard, and you might push yourself over the edge. Kid, so be careful. Thank you, Chol replied with a bright smile. But before he could finish speaking, The sheer weight of the mace almost broke his wrist on contact. Just by touching it, the mace cracked the ground into large fissures. Seeing this, Wizen laughed uproariously. Haha. I told you, even holding it is no sure thing. Have fun playing with it for the next hour. Confident that Chol couldn't even lift his weapon, Wizen turned and left. Time quickly passed, and the scene shifted to the training room. After exerting all his strength, Chol finally dragged the mace over. Exhausted. Phew, I finally moved it. I have to use mana just to inch it forward. And this isn't even its fully released form yet. He said this while rotating his aching shoulder joint. Then recalled the information about the weapon. This is a weapon that can summon thunder, storms, part mountains, and split seas. If fully unleashed, it would be like a natural disaster. The only reason I borrowed the demon mace is to see if the dark energy sees it as a weapon. Can I absorb it? Or does it only meet certain conditions? I have to test it to know. With that, dark energy spilled out from Chol's palm, slowly enveloping the mace. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Chol's mind. Huh? Stubborn, why do you keep trying stuff like this? Right after the voice, Chol gasped for air and collapsed to his knees. Yet his hand clenched tightly with excitement. I read it. Just by hearing its voice, I was thrown off. But if I can read its memories, then I can absorb it. And if I absorb it, that means I can wield a weapon even humans couldn't use. Time passed quickly. It was finally the moment for Chol to leave the mountain. Got everything? Chol whispered as he slung his backpack over his shoulder. At the same time, Wizen's voice came from behind him. No wonder I felt uneasy down at the foot of the mountain. So the kid's back today. Huh? Chol turned around and nodded. Yes, it's been exactly 1 year today. Really? Wizen said as he pulled a small bag out of thin air, making Chol curious enough to ask. What's that? Wizen smiled and replied. Salt. I want you to use it to ward off evil when you get back. Chol's face twisted in disbelief. It was as if, with those words, he was some kind of demon that needed to be exorcised. But he quickly composed himself. Thanks for everything. I'll come visit you again. Wizen smiled faintly and reminded him. And don't come empty-handed next time. Bring me some good liquor. His cheerful tone made Chol find it hard to believe that just seconds ago, this same man wanted to repel him with salt. Then, suddenly, Chol asked a different question. Mountain Lord, are you happy living up here on this mountain? At that, Wizen's expression soured, and he answered bluntly. Happy or not, what difference does that make? This place is mine. I live here because it belongs to me. That's all. Looks like I'm trapped here. But I still get out sometimes. You think these snacks and liquor just fall from the sky? Enough bothering me. Get lost. With that, he spun around. Chol promised. Not now, but someday. I'll reclaim your name. Those words made Wizen stop in his tracks. He slowly turned his head and asked. How do you know about that? Without saying much, Chol just smiled softly. When the time comes, I'll need your help. Elsewhere, watching Chol's vehicle disappear into the distance, Wizen let out a forced chuckle. Ha ha ha. How could the kid know? He really is a strange one. To explain this, a long time ago, there was a demon wreaking havoc across the 8 directions. A man captured that demon. Although it was defeated and released, it refused to admit defeat. The demon challenged the man again. After losing once more, the demon swore 2 oaths. First, to guard the mountain and assist the new arrivals. Second, to create the bloodless dream and select those worthy to face its trials. That's what everyone knows, but the truth is a little different. In Wizen's mind, a very distant memory began to stir. The head of the Li clan, after defeating him, laid down his own demand. Because I won, you are no longer allowed to cause trouble in the human world. As proof of this oath, I will take your name. A name is what binds your soul to me. But this isn't a bad thing. Because one day, a child carrying my bloodline will return your name to you. When that happens, our contract will be fulfilled. Thinking back on those words, Wizen sighed deeply. I guess, in the end, it's not so bad. That damn Hyalhyun, is that kid really going to accomplish it? Whatever. He said he'd reclaim my name. Yet he just left like that? Leaving me to hope like this? Damn it, I'll need to use more salt. Frustrated, Wizen turned back toward the mountain. Meanwhile, Chol had returned to his own clan. By then, the sky had already darkened. I had to stop at Sungmu Mountain to seal the place, which took quite a bit of time. He thought to himself, When Chul arrived, the steward Choi, having received advance notice, came out to greet him. Long time no see. Young master, are you well? Seeing him, Chul guessed that Taishan might want to meet him. So he asked straight away, did father call for me? Choi nodded quietly and made way for him. Yes, I'll have someone bring your things inside. So please head straight to the main hall to see the head of the family. With that, steward Choi began to lead Chul. But when Chul tried to enter the family head's study, the old man stopped him. Not that way. Young master, this way. As they walked, Chul started to realize where they were headed. This must be the family head's personal training room. Sure enough, inside the training room, Taishan was practicing swordsmanship. Hearing footsteps, he turned his head and said, "You're here." Inside, after stepping in, Chul could clearly feel the strength of his father more than ever. In his heart, he thought, I'm not as surprised as before. I still can't quite grasp father's true level. With that thought, he bowed slightly and greeted, "Father, are you well?" Taishan nodded coldly and said, "It seems you've made some progress while you were there?" Humbly, Chul replied, "Yes, but seeing you now, I realize I still have a long way to go." Chul's words made Taishan's stern face soften just a bit, and he smiled slightly. "Did you learn how to flatter others while you were away? If so, I'm very disappointed." Chul was a little surprised by his father's current expression and thought to himself, "Wait a second, that was just a joke. Father is actually smiling?" At that moment, Steward Choi spoke up, "The tea is ready, sir." Taishan calmly thanked the steward and then motioned for Chul to follow him. Once they sat down at the tea table, Taishan seriously asked, "How have you been lately? I don't want to just hear reports of your achievements. I want to hear your thoughts. That's why I called you here privately." Upon hearing his father's question, Chul's hands clenched instinctively. "If you want to hear my true feelings, then..." And so, Chul began to speak openly about everything he had experienced and felt. Meanwhile, Taishan had his own thoughts. This strange feeling. He didn't summon me just to hear a report on his achievements, but to listen to his thoughts about this training. This is the first time. After listening quietly, Taishan calmly sipped his tea and whispered, "I see. You haven't wasted your time." Chul smiled brightly. "I don't want to waste the time you've given me." But before Chul could enjoy the moment, Taishan's voice turned colder and sharper as he questioned, "Is that why you came back late today?" Chul answered that he had stopped at Sungmu Mountain to pay respects to the ancestors. "That's all." "Father, is that all?" Taishan frowned, his tone doubting that his son really stopped only to pay respects. Chul knew this was something he'd have to admit sooner or later. So he said frankly, "I wanted the elders to witness that moment." Suddenly, a tremendous pressure radiated from Taishan's body. His face darkened as he growled, "You've only made a little progress. And you're already becoming arrogant? You say this in front of me? You went to the mountain to pay respects just to boost your own reputation?" Under the overwhelming pressure radiating from his father, Chul's whole body curled like a shrimp. His teeth clenched tight against the terrifying force. Inside, he shouted to himself, "This insane pressure, but because of the seal, I have to come to Sungmu Mountain regularly. I can't always come up with an excuse to go there." Then, using every bit of brainpower he had, Chul bluffed boldly, "It's not just talk. I want them to see the tradition and the respect I show. They might have given birth to me as a bastard, but inside me flows the proud Li bloodline. I dare to stand as an example for others." Hearing this, Taishan seemed somewhat satisfied. He withdrew his intimidating aura and nodded slightly, saying, "Well said. This time, I'll let you off, but don't get cocky because of it." On the other side, Chul nodded repeatedly, "Yes, father, I'm sorry." Then Taishan asked again, "There's one more thing. You haven't told me about it yet. I allowed you to go to Heaven's Position Mountain, but I never allowed you to participate in the Bloodless Dream Trial. You only asked me to train there. Deceiving your own father is something to be punished. Follow me." Without hesitation, he drew his weapon and challenged his son, "Draw your weapon. I want to see what you've really gained from being there." Nearby, Steward Choi, who seemed to have anticipated this, hurried off and brought a black sword for Chul, so he would be ready to take on his father's attack. At that moment, Chul finally understood why he had been brought to the training room. "So this is why I was taken to the training ground. Looks like father planned this from the start. He already knows everything, doesn't he?" Thinking this through, Chul suddenly decided not to grab the black sword. Instead, he transformed his core energy into a long sword. And indeed, when the sword suddenly appeared, Choi didn't seem too surprised. Calmly, he said, "Charge." Without hesitation, Chul activated his demon eye skill to probe Taishan. But immediately after, his eyes widened as he stared ahead. Impossible. I can't see anything, not mana. Not the flow of aura. So my demon eye still isn't strong enough to perceive that? No need to use it anymore, it only distracts me. Against father. No probing. Just throw everything into one strike. With that thought, Chul gathered all his strength into the soles of his feet and dashed forward with incredible speed. At the same time, he activated the Mujin first form, demon break technique, enveloping his sword in a brilliant blue aura that shot forward like a laser beam. For this attack, Chul even infused wind and ice aura into the strike. And yet it still doesn't cut through him. Taishan, you had to create some kind of aftershock. At least, that was what Chul had hoped for. But in response, Taishan simply swung his sword lightly, a motion so effortless it shattered Chul's powerful attack with ease. The shockwave from the clashing strikes cracked the training ground into shattered fragments. Afterwards, Taishan spoke in a low voice. Is this the answer you found after meeting him? Chul replied firmly. Yes, a power that no one else possesses except me. Constantly breaking and sharpening that ability. Aiming to build a solid foundation. That is the answer I have found. Keel's voice rang out with unwavering confidence, a talent unlike any other, something only he possessed. It was a gift he would relentlessly hone, break boundaries with, and perfect, all while laying down a foundation so solid it would never falter. Gripping his sword tightly, his brows furrowed and eyes burning with unshakable determination, this was the answer he had found for himself. Taishan stared into Cheel's resolute gaze, thinking silently, so you've chosen a difficult path, haven't you? A subtle frown crossed his face as conflicting thoughts stirred within. But one thing was clear, Cheel would neither crumble nor bow his head. Then, with a casual wave of his hand, Taishan spoke, very well. So how did the trial within the bloodless dream go? Cheel loosened his grip on the sword, and as it began to glow and slowly vanish, he replied with a touch of hesitation, I can't quite put it into words. Standing amidst the cracked tiles left behind by the recent battle, Taishan responded sharply. If you can't describe it, then it hasn't truly become yours yet. He handed the sword to the steward beside him and continued, in truth, that last strike you used wasn't even your strongest, was it? Keel clenched his fists and replied softly, no sir. I know. Hearing this, Taishan fell into a contemplative silence, his expression unreadable. Then, clasping his hands behind his back, he turned and began walking away. You entered the bloodless dream without permission. If you show weakness or mediocrity again, I will punish you without hesitation. Cheel immediately bowed low and cried out, I'm sorry, father. Taishan's next question caught him slightly off guard. So, what do you plan to do now? Keel stepped forward with a serious look in his eyes and said slowly, there's something I'd like to discuss with you regarding that. Taishan closed his eyes briefly and nodded. Go ahead. Given permission to speak, Cheel began, I'm supposed to start my third year at the academy soon. But as you already know, I surpassed the level of an ordinary student a long time ago. No sooner had he finished speaking than Taishan cut in coldly, making Cheel swallow hard. Get to the point. Cheel stepped forward and spoke with resolve. I want to experience the world. Placing a hand over his heart, he said with sincere conviction, please, allow me to begin my martial journey. Hearing this, Taishan tilted his head and gave Cheel a sideways glance. So from the very beginning, when you insisted on going to Mount Qian, this is what you were aiming for? Cheel nodded firmly. Yes, that's right. After a brief pause he added, somewhat hesitantly, but more than that, I want to push my abilities even further. Taishan lowered his head slightly, his eyes filled with quiet thought. Trying to achieve multiple goals at once, that habit of yours someday could be the very thing that tightens a noose around your neck. Standing straight with his feet together, Cheel bowed politely. I'll remember that. Narrowing his eyes, Cheel pondered, was that a piece of advice or a warning? Then, out of nowhere, Taishan spoke again. Ah yes, the martial journey. The moonlight bathed the grand estate in a silvery glow, its beauty laced with a mysterious air. The martial journey was the final trial every direct descendant of the ancient Li martial clan had to face. No assistance from the clan was allowed, just pure, personal growth through martial training until one matured and returned. There was no fixed test, but the journey had to result in an achievement that no one could deny. Keel stood in the middle of the large courtyard, hands behind his back, lost in thought. Still, 15 was considered quite young. Most began their martial journeys at 17 or 18. Yet a brilliant beam of sunlight broke through and shone on him, and it was clear this boy wasn't someone who could be confined by what was considered normal. His recent display had already proven that his strength rivaled that of a level 5 martial artist. Surely seeing him now would make other young warriors more cautious. Taishin slowly turned toward Chil. He couldn't help but acknowledge him. "All right, well done. I grant you permission to begin your martial journey." Hearing this, Chil clenched both hands behind his back, trying to contain his excitement. "I did it." But then Taishin's voice rang out once more, stopping him in his tracks. But Taishin's face turned stern again as he continued. "There are 2 conditions." The scene shifted to a large, grand building, the administrative headquarters of the Li clan of ancient martial arts. Out of nowhere, Jaehong appeared, waving energetically and grinning from ear to ear. "There you are, kid. You've been through a lot, haven't you?" Without warning, he grabbed Chil's cheeks and gave them a strong squeeze. Keel struggled to speak clearly. Hello, uncle. How have you been?" Jaehong didn't ease up, still tugging at his cheeks with a mischievous smile that only grew wider. "Me? I'm always doing great." Eventually he let Chil go, placing his hands on his hips as he looked him up and down. "You're the one who's shot up. You've gotten so tall." Startled, Jaehong quickly pulled Chil over to a nearby chair. "Ah, what am I doing making you stand like this?" Sit. Chil, always polite, responded right away. "Yes, thank you, uncle." Once Chil sat down, Jaehong took the seat next to him and asked warmly, "Want something to drink?" Chil shook his head with a slight smile. "No thank you, I'm okay." He suddenly remembered the overwhelming meal he'd just had at home, nannies fussing over him, piling on food. "Eat more, young master." "Oh dear, is this really enough food?" "It's fine, really, please stop, this is more than enough." Even the memory of it made him feel mildly haunted. "Actually, I just ate with my nanny," Chil said, gently patting his stomach. "I'm so full I feel like I might explode." Jiang burst into laughter. "Huh, well that explains it." Keel looked up at his uncle curiously. "Uncle, you look kind of tired." Jaehong scratched the back of his neck and chuckled sheepishly. Dark circles had formed under his eyes. "Yeah, work's been piling up lately." "Is it that obvious?" Chil's demeanor shifted as he moved on to the reason for his visit. "Actually, I brought you a gift." With that, he placed a small wooden box just about the size of a palm on the table and gently pushed it forward. "It's nothing special, really," he said modestly, "just a pill I made myself." Chil glanced toward Jaehong and added, "It's not flashy, but it should significantly boost your stamina and help you regulate your mana for the next few weeks." Jaehong's eyes lit up with excitement. "You're the only one who ever thinks of me like this," he said as he reached for the box. "Let's have a look." As he opened the box, a unique aroma wafted into the air, a scent that resembled a pine forest after a rainstorm. Keel smiled at the familiar smell. Even the guardian of the mountains said it was a good one. That made Jaehong raise an eyebrow. "The mountain guardian?" Chil didn't answer the question directly. Instead, he encouraged softly, "You should try it." Jaehong nodded and reached into the box. All right, here goes." He lifted the pill and examined it closely, thinking to himself, even a spirit praised it, this has to be effective. Then, with Chil watching, Jaehong popped it into his mouth, closed his eyes, and slowly took in the taste and the sensation spreading through his body. Yeah, this is the real deal. A wave of energy surged through Jaehong's body. He could feel it if he were to train his mana while under the pill's influence. The effect would be many times stronger than usual. Slowly he opened his eyes, surprised and impressed. "Incredible." Looking at Chil, he added, "It doesn't just kick in quickly, it's basically on par with a high-grade spiritual pill. You really made this yourself?" Chil smiled modestly and nodded. "Yes, I did." Jaehong stroked his chin, lowering his head slightly but keeping his eyes on Chil. "You still remember how to make pills, huh?" Chil replied honestly, "Of course. And rare ingredients can always be substituted with different beasts." At that, Jaehong suddenly closed the box with a loud snap and leaned forward with a serious look. In that case his expression grew stern as he looked Chil directly in the eyes. Don't tell anyone. Keep this to yourself. Someday, when you're grown, you'll be able to use that knowledge in all kinds of ways. Chil gave him a big, heartfelt smile, thinking, Uncle's always looking out for me first, just like always. Then he bowed slightly and replied respectfully, Understood. I'll count on your help when the time comes. Without warning, Jae-hong ruffled Chil's hair roughly and laughed out loud. Ha! You little rascal trying to take advantage of your uncle, are you? Fine by me. I'll gladly let you exploit me when the time comes. Suddenly remembering something, Jae-hong pulled his hand back. Oh, that's right, I heard you're planning to go on the martial journey? Chil blinked and fixed his hair. Ah, so you've heard. Jae-hong lowered his gaze slightly, eyes filled with concern. There's going to be a lot of controversy about that. Jae-hong's expression darkened slightly as his thoughts drifted. There will be eyes on him. Watching. Judging. He knew it was inevitable people would accuse the boy of receiving special treatment. They can't touch the eldest son, so all that resentment and suspicion, it'll land on Chil instead. He quietly placed the small wooden box back onto the table and spoke in a calm, serious tone. To take part in the martial journey, it's not enough to have the clan leader's approval. You also need the consent of the elders. His brows furrowed as he glanced sideways at Chil, his voice growing firmer. And as you know, the elders aren't exactly fond of you. Maybe you should consider backing out this time. But Chil simply smiled softly and replied, I've already taken your concerns into account, Uncle. That's why my father has set a condition. Jae-hong tilted his head, puzzled. A condition? Chil nodded slowly. Yes. Then he looked his uncle straight in the eye, his voice sincere and steady. And to meet that condition, I'm going to need your help. Chil threw the door wide open and stepped inside with visible excitement. It's been so long since I was last here, he said with a grin. As he walked in, he began rotating his arms and stretching out his shoulders. Maybe I should warm up a little. Suddenly the sound of hurried footsteps echoed through the hallway. Chil's eyes reflected helpless resignation. She's here. With a dramatic swing, Jaewa burst through the door, her face lit up with a bright, excited smile. My precious nephew. But just as quickly her excitement morphed into a fiery rage. Her voice dropped into a growl as she spat out each word, You little brat. Before Chil could react, Jaewa lunged at him, grabbing him by the collar and shaking him wildly. You're unbelievable. You should have come see me first. You ungrateful little thing. Panicking, Chil slapped her arms repeatedly, shouting I was busy. I couldn't come any sooner. Finally Jaewa let go, huffing with jealousy. I knew you went to see your second uncle first. Chil rubbed his poor, abused neck, muttering in defeat, I seriously thought I was going to die just now. That was work-related. With a pout, she crossed her arms and looked away dramatically. Hemph. Always talking back to your aunt, huh? And you off running around training to become a warrior. When exactly were you planning to visit me again? Her tone suddenly shifted, growing serious enough that Chil straightened up and gave her his full attention. But instead of scolding him again, she reached out and gently ruffled his hair, pride glowing in her expression. My nephew's really grown up. Your man has nearly doubled. And your energy channels have gotten much sturdier too. Chil beamed and didn't hesitate to share his progress. I've mastered all the aura skills I've been taught so far. Jaewa's eyes lit up in delight. Really? That means you've reached the level of a 3-star mage already. She turned with a satisfied smile and started walking toward the shelves. Still, you need some polishing. Lucky for you, I've got a little gift. She glanced over her shoulder with a playful grin. Sweetheart, I've completed the incantations for the other aura skills. Let's try them out right now. Chil quickly raised a hand in protest. Auntie, I'm sorry, but I don't think I can do that today. Her steps paused. He looked slightly guilty as he began to explain. It's just that before he could finish, the door opened once again. Today's going to be a little busy. A familiar voice filled the room, stopping both of them in their tracks. They turned their heads in unison to face the newcomer. Still just as close with her as ever, huh? Light footsteps echoed across the floor as Ma Youngjung walked in with a warm, gentle smile. Chil's voice rang out in surprise and recognition, Big brother. In a training room filled with combat equipment, Jaewa's determined voice rang out. Didn't you say you were too busy? She angrily poked repeatedly at Myeongjung's arm, scolding him. All he could do was give a helpless smile. And now here you are, showing up to train your little brother? Liar. Rubbing the back of his neck, Myeongjung quickly tried to explain. I am busy, but I still helped you organize those incantations, right? Seeing this, Cheol's mood turned a bit downcast as he thought to himself, even my busy big brother still had to help me. But then Myeongjung turned to him and said sincerely, still, your notes were excellent. They helped me a lot with my training. Cheol gave a sheepish smile. Really? I'm glad to hear that. Haha. His eyes lit up with warmth as he asked, but, are you doing okay? Myeongjung stepped in closer, his response vague and cryptic. Yeah. I'm okay. But he then casually threw an arm around Cheol's shoulders and gave his head a playful rub. You left for Cheonwison without telling me. Cheol chuckled. I'm sorry. You were on a mission at the time. Grinning brightly as Myeongjung ruffled his hair, Cheol added. Then right after coming back, I got summoned by father. Myeongjung remembered that moment clearly standing in the study with Taeshin. I need you to teach the basics of martial arts to the youngest. Will you do it? Eyes widening at the sudden request, he asked. What? Inwardly, he thought. I'll teach him better than any of the elders ever could. Stroking his chin in thought, he added silently. But he's not the type to worry about things like that. He eventually bowed deeply and replied. Yes. I'll teach him. Just as he placed his hand on the door, Taeshin's voice called out, you should start preparing. Myeongjung turned back with a soft smile. Thank you, sir. Walking through the courtyard, deep in thought, he mused. The bloodless dream. Even I wasn't permitted to take that challenge. But with the way he's progressing, a satisfied smile crept onto his face. Now I understand why he chose me to teach him the family's martial foundation. It wasn't just about training anymore. There was something unspoken between them, an understanding. He wants me to be inspired by watching the youngest. Or maybe he wants to spark competition. As Myeongjung strode confidently down the wide hallway, he thought, all right. I need to see with my own eyes just how far he's come. Then he placed his hand gently on Cheol's head. 20 years, no, maybe just 10. He might catch up even faster than that. Cheol looked up at his brother and sincerely said, sorry for bothering you when you're so busy. Myeongjung removed his hand and replied with a reassuring smile, it's fine. Right now, I'm the only one with time and the one in possession of Manhwa Gaejeon. Within their bodies, a constant stream of energy flowed, a sign of inherited strength. The basic techniques, secret methods, and ultimate skills of the Seongmu clan, passed down through generations, all culminated in a legacy known as the complete transmission. It was one of the requirements set by their father for anyone undertaking the Seongmu martial path, mastering the clan's foundational arts. Cheol brushed his hair back, still uncertain, and asked, but, will you really be the one to teach me everything, big brother? Aren't there elders at the academy for that? Myeongjung blinked, surprised. You think they'll actually give you proper lessons? He rubbed his forehead, offering a half smile. They'll sabotage you. Ambush you during naming ceremonies, ruin your chances during promotion exams, dump you in the worst beginner classes. Cheol's eyes widened at this new perspective. Turning toward him, he said with genuine appreciation, thank you, truly, for everything. Myeongjung understood, giving his shoulder a soft pat. Yeah. His gaze then grew more thoughtful. More than that, he's already grown so much. He looked at Cheol, not just the younger brother he used to know, but someone brimming with energy and potential. Back then, I could clearly see the flow of mana within him whenever I focused. But now, I can't even predict it anymore. Then he smiled and ruffled Cheol's hair with pride in his eyes. Even so, I guess I wouldn't mind if you caught up to me. I'm proud of you, little brother. Hearing that, Cheol could only groan helplessly, Hyung, yet it seemed Myeongjung wasn't even really paying attention to him. I still want to be the older brother you've always looked up to. But before he could finish, Gawa suddenly barged in between the two of them, her face shadowed and voice low with mock menace. You too. Then she shouted, clearly annoyed, you're gossiping while the adults are talking. Myeongjung quickly stepped in to calm her down. Come on, auntie, please don't get upset. Jaehowa pouted dramatically and turned to leave. Fine, I'm going. You kids aren't even going to stop me. Huh? Cheol quickly remembered something and called out, we'll see each other at dinner tonight, right? She turned back with a pouty glare. Didn't you say you'd be training? You're going to train late, aren't you? Cheol responded with a smile that instantly lifted her mood. Training is one thing, But studying with you is something else entirely. Hearing that, Jaewa couldn't help but break into a proud smile. Getting to learn from someone world-renowned in mana studies, how could I miss that? I'm sorry, Auntie, but please wait just a little longer. With a beaming smug grin, she declared, what choice do I have? It's tough being this famous. I'll let you off the hook this time. She headed for the door, her grin still plastered across her face, and waved as she added, all right, I'm leaving because I'm generous, not because the show I like is about to air. Heel politely waved back. Yes, goodbye, Auntie. Then he rubbed his forehead and sighed in relief. Finally, she's gone. At that moment, Myung-jung calmly drew his sword, a slight smile still lingering on his lips. Now we can finally start training for real. His blade gleamed sharply, clearly forged with high precision. With a sudden shift in tone, he grew serious and spoke firmly. All right then. In order to meet the conditions father set for us. Facing him, Cheol's expression also turned focused. Myung-jung narrowed his gaze and continued, I'll be training you with everything I've got. In the training room, the clashing of weapons echoed relentlessly. A week had passed at the Sungmu estate, and Cheol's basic training alongside his older brother had been nothing short of intense. Myung-jung launched one blow after another without pause, and Cheol responded fiercely. With a forceful swing, Myung-jung's sword knocked Cheol off balance, causing him to stagger several steps back. The moments of teaching proper stances or theory were brief and fleeting, barely more than a breath. Cheol gritted his teeth as he slid across the floor, struggling to maintain his footing. There was no time for rest, just enough to catch a single breath. With one hand braced against the ground, he kept his head lowered, panting heavily from exhaustion. It felt less like a lesson and more like a true combat scenario. Myung-jung stood calmly, holding his sword in one hand and his other arm tucked behind his back, emerging through the dust without breaking stride. I believe engraving lessons directly onto your body has far more meaning than merely teaching through words, he said coolly. His orange-hued eyes gleamed as he gazed at Cheol. You're watching through your mana eye, aren't you? Then make it count. At that, Cheol slammed his sword into the ground and let out a strained growl as he pushed himself back onto his feet. With a sharp step forward, Cheol charged at Myung-jung, shouting, ha! He thrust his sword decisively, determined. He could see the flow of mana through the mana eye. But his body still struggled to follow through on what his mind understood. His eyes now glowed with a vivid red, as he launched a barrage of strikes, attacks from angles so unnatural they defied the body's usual limits. His muscles screamed in protest, his joints barely withstanding the strain. Suddenly, Myung-jung's voice rang out, calm and unnervingly precise. You just thought that move was beyond your limit, didn't you? Startled, Cheol instinctively stepped back. Eyes wide in disbelief, Myung-jung had closed the distance in an instant, now pressing his blade dangerously close to Cheol's eyes. You're wrong, Myung-jung said. The body of a Lee Sung-mu descendant is stronger than you think. Cheol's gaze sharpened, and with a flash of crimson light in his eyes, he bent backward, narrowly dodging the strike aimed at him. Move, Myung-jung ordered. Surprised, he watched Cheol evade his attack. You've come this far already? He muttered. Then, grabbing Cheol by the collar, he yanked hard. Solid foundation, quick absorption. You heard a kid who could pull off moves like this before, Myung-jung thought. His outer robe fell to the ground as he pulled up his shirt sleeves. So be it, he said, eyes gleaming with a challenge. Looks like you can keep up. Let's raise the difficulty then. With a mischievous smirk, he gripped his sword tightly, which now shone with a vibrant blue aura. Let's see how far you can follow me. Feeling the overwhelming pressure radiating from Myung-jung, Cheol's body involuntarily trembled. Damn it, he's actually serious now. The golden light of dusk streamed through the training room windows just as Myung-jung's voice brought the session to a close. That's it for today. He scratched his head sheepishly, apologetic. Sorry. Looking down at Cheol, who was now completely spent on the ground, coated in sweat and dirt, Myung-jung frowned slightly. Looks like I may've gone a bit overboard during the session. But Cheol only gave a weary smile and replied, it's fine, this is what real training's supposed to be. Then, a hand extended toward him, Myung-jung's voice following gently, come on. He pulled Cheol up and said, looks like you've gotten the hang of it to some extent. Thanks to that, Cheol was able to stand more steadily. Thank you. Didn't you say the bodies of those from the Lee Sung-mu bloodline were unusually resilient? A surge of green energy radiated from his body. Indeed, members of the Sungmu lineage were far tougher than most tendons like steel wires, muscles that stretched and snapped back like rubber. Keel looked down at his hand thoughtfully. A body that sturdy only grew stronger through training. He clenched his fist and looked up at Myeongjung with a firm smile. That's why, even when performing techniques that put extreme strain on the body, it's still manageable. That realization helped me understand where true foundational mastery begins. Myeongjung chuckled and nodded. Exactly. You've grasped it well. You even managed to apply it to your movement techniques. Keel scratched his head sheepishly. It took me a week of grueling practice to get even this far. I'm still way behind. Hearing that, Myeongjung laughed softly. You say you're behind. Normally, building a solid foundation takes months. You're doing great. He picked up his outer coat from the floor and added with a smile, you're definitely someone worth praising. Don't forget to stop by the clinic and get those external injuries treated properly. As Myeongjung turned to leave, he gave Cheel a light pat on the shoulder. Then, I'll see you again same time tomorrow. Keel responded with equal seriousness. Yes sir. I'm planning to review everything I've learned today. As Myeongjung stepped out and closed the door behind him, he left one last reminder. All right. But don't push yourself too hard. Cheel finally let out a long breath, as if a weight had been lifted off his shoulders. He looked once more at his hand and thought to himself, it really does feel the same. He recalled each time he had executed a move the basics of infinity. It's a system of movements structured around endless variation and fluidity. Then his thoughts drifted to the recent sparring session with Myeongjung. Our family's foundational techniques are built around maximizing the body's physical potential. And to his surprise, the core structure of both approaches felt uncannily alike. He could feel the flow of energy coursing through his body. The main difference might be that our foundational techniques revolve around the body itself, while infinity is centered on the weapon. Keel furrowed his brow and thought. That's probably why understanding the basics came easier than expected. Maybe both actually originated from the same source. His gaze shifted to the side as he recalled a familiar figure that once appeared in his mind. Back then, within the memories of infinity, I saw someone who clearly bore the traits of the Sungmu bloodline. A spark of realization lit up in his eyes. So infinity might be deeply connected to our clan after all. Clenching his fist again, Cheel thought, it feels like I've uncovered a secret no one ever imagined. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips as he whispered, looks like time is going to fly by from here on out. Not long after, everyone had gathered around the long table inside the council hall of the Sungmu clan's elder council. The doors creaked open, and an elderly figure entered the room, walking slowly with the help of a cane. It was Cheoljung. He offered a gentle smile and spoke warmly, my apologies for the late arrival. His eyes settled on Jae-hung, who sat calmly with his arms crossed. Well, a steward burdened with countless responsibilities, what brings you here today with such leisure? Jae-hung replied coolly, since I usually use work as an excuse to skip these meetings, I figured it was time to actually show up for once. Cheoljung raised an eyebrow and picked up the cup of tea in front of him. Is that so? He said as he took a slow sip. Then I suppose you've already heard about the matter involving the youngest child of the Branch family, and his request for martial deployment. The room instantly erupted with voices of protest. One elder scoffed in disgust, of course we've heard, Elder Cheoljung. A brat barely past puberty being considered for martial deployment. This is preposterous. And to make matters worse, he's just a filthy Branch son. As the others ranted, the man sitting next to Jae-hung joined in the debate, but Jae-hung himself remained quiet and composed. Another elder chimed in, voice dripping with disdain. I heard the arrogant boy personally petitioned the clan head, claiming his return from Demon Ghost Mountain proves he's ready. Cheoljung glanced sideways and slowly set his cup back down. It seems there's been a misunderstanding among you all, he said evenly. The clan head has not given a final verdict. In fact, he left the matter to us this very council to deliberate and decide. One elder hesitated, then asked, so, the final decision rests with us. Another slammed his hand on the table, clearly fired up. Then we should reject it outright. End of discussion. Cheoljung gave a strained smile as he stroked his beard. If only it were that simple. His mind wandered briefly to the memory of Cheel fighting with raw ferocity. The clan head stated that the boy already possesses martial strength equal to a 5th-rank warrior. He even overcame the bloodless dream. There is no justifiable reason to deny his request. His tone darkened subtly, and his expression grew pensive, as if calculating his next move. That said, the presence of a branch son disrupting our clan's traditional hierarchy cannot be overlooked. We must attach a proper designation to his actions, something that maintains the order. Has anyone here thought of a reasonable countermeasure? At that moment a hand rose in the air. It was Jae-hong. His voice was steady and full of conviction. Allow me to offer a few words. In the meeting chamber, the elders were all whispering and murmuring, yet Jae-hong remained composed, silently listening. Lee Tae-hong never took sides in political affairs. The uncle had always stood alone, aligning himself with no faction. That's why the elders viewed Lee Tae-hong in a particular light, a so-called neutral man, who acted as if he wanted to remain clean, all while avoiding any real commitment. Jae-hong sat with arms crossed, unmoved by the rising tension. So when they saw Lee Tae-hong attend this meeting, every elder shared the same thought: he must be siding with that kid. After all, the two of them are cut from the same rotten cloth. Up until now, the uncle hadn't shown any reaction. He simply sat there, calmly observing the heated discussion. But at that moment, Jae-hong slowly opened his eyes, his gaze razor-sharp and serious. Naturally, Lee Tae-hong understood what that meant. He looked over at the elders and silently thought, these old snakes, their intentions are as clear as day. What they were discussing all revolved around the next major trial, one of the 3 rites that any direct bloodline descendant of the Sungmu clan had to undergo. The choice, the naming rite of fate, and the warrior's journey. Those who passed all 3 were officially recognized as high-ranking members of the clan. Sheets of paper fluttered down like rain from above. With these trials, one would gain substantial rights and approval, including the authority to participate and voice opinions in high council meetings. To be honest, it was nearly on par with how they treated former elders. Quietly, Jae-hong slid his hand into the other sleeve of his robe. There's no way these shallow-minded elders, obsessed with pure bloodlines, will accept this. Then, Lee Tae-hong suddenly realized something. Wait a second. This kid didn't bring that divine elixir just to get this request approved, did he? Jae-hong let out a quiet sigh, visibly troubled. Cheol, I really don't know if this is the right thing to do. Raising his hand politely, the uncle said, may I speak? The unexpected move caught Cheol-jung's attention. The chief steward wishes to say something, he asked, a sly smile playing at his lips. I hear you're quite close with that boy. The uncle felt a surge of irritation but kept it hidden behind a warm, polite expression. Your tongue really is venomous, he thought, but said instead with a calm demeanor. With the way he applies himself so earnestly, how could I possibly dislike the kid? Cheol-jung leaned his elbow on the table, resting his chin in his hand, studying the uncle carefully. Still, don't you think this matter is going a little too far? He said. You think it's too far? Jae-hong responded without losing his composure. Yes. The boy may have provided evidence of his strength, but we cannot simply ignore our traditions and formalities, Jae-hong replied. The youngest should understand there are things one simply cannot do at their own whim. Cheol-jung laughed smugly, clearly amused. He didn't notice the subtle smirk forming at the corner of Jae-hong's mouth. Oh ho, and here I thought the chief steward didn't care much for customs or protocols. This old bastard just never shuts up, Jae-hong thought irritably, though he kept a dignified and courteous exterior. It's not that I don't understand the importance of those things, he said. I just prefer to avoid them when possible. As a man who believes in progress, handling everything rigidly like this can lead to unnecessary complications. Cheol-jung nodded slightly, acknowledging the point. I see. So, what's your proposal then, Chief Steward? Jeong's calm voice rang out in the chamber. If the council lacks a proper reason to reject the request, then we simply need to create one. Honestly, this issue isn't as complicated as it seems. He placed his hands neatly on the table and spoke with confidence. In the end, the real problem is that the youngest hasn't properly proven himself yet. Cheol-jung glanced sideways at Jae-hong, clearly intrigued. Didn't the clan leader already recognize that he has the strength of a rank 5 warrior? But Jae-hong wasn't about to back down. He countered immediately, yes, but can the clan leader publicly declare that? He narrowed his eyes, scheming and full of calculation. Jae-hong, with both hands clenched tightly on the table, spoke again, his voice firm. Then let's do this. The uncle gritted his teeth, thinking silently. Go ahead and do whatever you want, you ruthless kid. Then, straightening his back, Jae-hong looked out across the entire room, and declared with clarity, "I believe we simply need to give the boy a chance to prove himself." Kyoljung was caught off guard by the proposal and quickly asked, "You mean, give him a chance? You're not suggesting an actual fight, are you?" The uncle nodded with confidence, confirming the idea without hesitation. The other clan heads immediately began murmuring and whispering among themselves. Exactly. Considering everything the youngest has done so far, there's no reason for us to refuse this. Kyoljung raised an eyebrow, his gaze filled with intrigue as he looked forward and asked slowly, "Then who should he fight?" Jaehong responded confidently, "Isn't the one who most recently completed the warrior's journey the most appropriate?" But the seventh young master Jaehak, he'd never agree to something like this. That's not his style at all. Kyoljung stroked his beard thoughtfully, recalling the fierce image of Seal Ah gripping a blade with murderous intent. Then what about the sixth young master? The uncle nodded slightly and replied, "Yes. Seolad seems like a fitting choice. If it becomes too much, we can simply place restrictions on her." Kyoljung felt satisfied, thinking, not a bad idea at all. He could already picture Seolad's venomous expression the moment she laid eyes on that boy again. And as Lady Baek had said, the sixth young master held a particularly strong grudge against him. With a faint smile, Kyoljung raised his voice slightly. "This seems like a reasonable course of action. What do the rest of you think?" The other elders had no objections. "I also think it's a solid plan. Acceptable to me. If the chief elder agrees, I have no reason to oppose it. I'm of the same mind." Then Kyoljung's voice rose once again, bringing the matter to a close. "In that case, let's end the meeting here." As the sun set, a voice called out in praise, "You handled things well today, Chief Steward." Jaehong stopped walking and turned around. "Elder Kyoljung." Kyoljung stepped through the doorway, backlit by the fading light, hobbling in with his cane. He smiled kindly and asked in a probing tone, "Looks like I may have misjudged you. What made you change your perspective so suddenly?" Jaehong answered calmly, "Like I said in there, nothing more, nothing less." Kyoljung nodded in understanding, tapping his cane gently. "I've come to see your loyalty to the clan more clearly now." Then, with a sudden thud, he struck the wooden floor sharply with his cane. His eyes had changed, voice now carrying a note of warning. "But listen closely, Chief Steward. In any performance, it's the smallest details that matter." Jaehong just let out a foolish-sounding chuckle and scratched the back of his head. "Performance? I'm not really sure what you're getting at." Every word Kyoljung said made the uncle falter for a moment. The weight of his voice, the way he emphasized each syllable, it all left a mark. Kyoljung stepped past Jaehong, but not before leaving one final reminder, soft yet pointed. "You, Chief Steward, you kept calling him the youngest while everyone else referred to him as that bastard." Jaehong's face, once relaxed and polite, had now hardened. The warmth was gone. Meanwhile, Kyoljung's figure slowly disappeared into the dim corridor. From the shadows, his low voice echoed faintly behind him. After all, in the training hall, the aftermath of their last battle was still evident. The ground was cracked and broken in multiple places. 3 weeks later, in the Sungwoo Arena, Chill's confident voice echoed across the space. "Today might be the end of this training session." Feigning mild surprise, Myeongjung glanced at him while drawing his sword from its sheath. "Seriously? You got your ass kicked just yesterday." Chill tilted his body into a battle stance. "Didn't you feel it too, brother?" On the other side, Myeongjung smiled and lowered his posture, preparing to strike. "Then let's find out." Without another word, he lunged forward with a swing of his sword. Chill narrowed his eyes, focused intently on every move Myeongjung made. He raised his sword just in time to parry the blow, then followed up with a strong counter that knocked Myeongjung back slightly. Myeongjung grinned, clearly enjoying himself, and launched another strike. "Nice. That's the stance I've been waiting to see." Chill blocked it once again, and just then, his eyes gleamed gold, his sixth sense and mystic vision activating. Through relentless training, he had sharpened these superhuman abilities to read the entire trajectory of a sword's path. Seizing the initiative, Chill charged in and swung downward, determined to press his advantage. "I can block all of them now." His eyes, pale and void-like, slashed a powerful arc at Myeongjung. Though caught off guard, Myeongjung managed to block the attack. Their swords clashed with a force that sent tremors through the arena, dust erupting into the air and pebbles scattering in every direction. Myeongjung gripped his weapon tightly as Chill's strike forced him back, sliding across the ground. But Chil didn't escape unscathed either, also getting thrown off balance by the impact. Seeing this, Myeongjung burst into laughter. Sitting on the dusty ground and holding his head, he exclaimed, "You've already mastered the basics. It took me 3 months to get to where you are. You really are a damn prodigy." Chil let out a long breath, rubbing his temples with a slight daze. 1 week to grasp the forms, 2 to internalize them, and just 33 days to apply mana and perfect them. His eyes widened as he saw Myeongjung extend a hand toward him. "You've never failed to surprise me." With a bright smile, Myeongjung said, "I officially acknowledge that you've mastered the fundamentals." His voice rang warmly in Chil's ears. "But it seems like you've gained something more than just that," he added knowingly. Chil gave a sheepish but happy smile. "Of course I can't hide anything from you, brother." He reached out and clasped Myeongjung's hand. "Yeah, I've also been working on my movement techniques. Want me to help?" Myeongjung asked without hesitation. Gripping each other's hands with a sense of brotherhood, Chil grinned. "I'd really appreciate it if you would." Amidst the lifeless forest, a thick fog coiled between the withered trees, their twisted black branches reaching into the sky like skeletal fingers. The air was heavy, both dark and chilling. A sharp blade plunged downward, then dragged across the ground with force, followed by a snarl of irritation. "Pathetic bastards, all bark and no bite," someone cursed. Seal-Ah shoved her hands into her coat pockets, her expression drenched in boredom, utterly uninterested. She lowered her head, her face darkening with quiet rage. "All of this is his fault," she muttered, teeth clenched as she trudged forward through the soft, waterlogged earth. Her mother was still furious. She passed by dozens of monster corpses scattered across the ground, mumbling as she walked. "Every last bit. It's all because of him." Suddenly, one of the monster bodies twitched. Then, with a feral roar, it sprang to life, its maw stretching open to reveal razor-sharp fangs as it lunged toward her like a beast starving for blood. But Seal-Ah, unfazed, continued walking with her hands still in her pockets. "So annoying," she muttered. In a flash, a red-hot streak of light shot past her. A dagger cloaked in blazing mana pierced straight through the monster's skull. Her hand erupted in a small but intensely burning flame as she raised her arm. Her eyes flared wide with fury as she screamed, "I said I'm sick of this." Her eyes dulled to a lifeless stare as she yanked the dagger from the creature's head. She calmly returned the blade to her hand. "This was my 21st mission," she growled through clenched teeth. "And every single one of them has been crap, like clearing out rogue monsters. I usually only take on 4 or 5 assignments a year." She strolled deeper into the dark, freezing forest. "The final year of the pact has passed. And when I return to the clan, that arrogant bastard will be back too." Suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged behind her and bowed low. "Greetings, Sixth Lady," he said respectfully. Seal-Ah's eyes widened as she turned to glance at him sideways. Her voice dropped into a chilling tone. "Identify yourself." "I am Gaguk," the man replied solemnly. 12th Unit of the Black Sword Division. The name made her jolt. She whirled around and asked quickly, "Black Sword Division?" Her brows furrowed as she stared at the masked figure who respectfully placed a hand over his chest. Why would the personal guard of the clan leader be out here? His face was hidden behind a mask, nothing could be seen of his features, only his calm voice could be heard. "I bear a message from the clan leader." He leaned forward, whispering something too faint to be heard. But whatever it was, Seal-Ah's expression instantly turned cold. "Ho, that arrogant prick," she said with a twisted grin. Then came a sharp, deranged burst of laughter from deep within her chest as she stabbed her dagger again and again into the trunk of a nearby tree. Her head hung low, face hidden, but her voice was eerily calm. "Perfect timing. He just dug his own grave with my hands to bury him." She let out a crooked smile filled with mockery, her eyes wide and wild, her laughter rising to a high-pitched cackle. "The clan leader really is something, huh?" Her gaze flicked back down to the masked man. "Tell him I got the message." "Yes, my lady," he replied formally before vanishing like smoke in the wind. She gripped her dagger so tightly that flames flickered from its hilt. Her eyes burned with anticipation. "I've been looking forward to this." Then, she drove her dagger deeper into the tree with all her strength. Mana flared brightly from the impact. "I'll drag you down into the mud, Li Chil." On a beautiful morning under a clear blue sky, Chil gently pushed open the door and leaned in, offering a polite apology. "Sorry I'm late, uncle. My training ran a little long." Seeing Chil finally arrive, Jaehong immediately turned around with a cheerful smile. "You're here. I heard you've already mastered all the basics. What's left to train?" Chil responded respectfully, "Yes, but there are still a few things I'd like to test out." As Chil pulled out a chair and slowly sat down, Jaehong also shifted into a more serious tone. "The official schedule has been released. That's why I came to discuss it." Chil sat upright, facing Jaehong with a calm smile. "If there's been an official announcement, of course I'd come to see you." Jaehong let out a long, weary sigh. He looked Chil in the eyes, now more serious. "Aren't you nervous?" But Chil remained perfectly calm, tilting his head slightly. "What is there to be nervous about?" His eyes darkened just a bit, and a faint, knowing smile curved on his lips. "Everything's playing out just as I predicted." He recalled the chain of events leading up to this moment. His father had approved his request to join the warrior's journey, but with two conditions. The first was straightforward, mastering all the basic martial techniques. Fortunately, thanks to the knowledge he gained from Myeongjong and his own understanding of mana techniques, he was able to accomplish that in a short time. The second condition, however, was far more difficult. Chil remembered the moment Taishan had laid it out for him. He had to convince the Council of Elders. Chil had blinked in disbelief at the challenge. "Excuse me," he'd asked. Taishan looked him square in the eye, voice firm. "You may use any means necessary. But if you can't convince them..." His next words stirred a sliver of unease in Chil. "Then the warrior's journey won't be approved." Chil had sat alone for hours after that, racking his brain for any possible strategy. "With my current status, it's almost impossible to interfere in the elders' affairs," he had muttered to himself. Then, as if struck by inspiration, he snapped his fingers and smiled with confidence. "That's it. I'll create the most favorable stage for myself." He had gone straight to Jaehong for help. Using the pretext of a skills assessment, he arranged a duel with the sixth sister. "I need you to help steer things in that direction," he had told his uncle. "That way, the council won't have any grounds to object." This was a deliberate and strategic move. He wasn't just following the rules, he was shaping the game itself. "I want to create a situation that gives me the right to go on the journey," Chil thought. The ability to shift the flow of events is essential for anyone entering the political arena. In fact, this entire ordeal is part of the test. Back in the present, Jaehong sighed again, looking puzzled. Chil glanced up at him as his uncle shook his head. I just don't understand how you can stay so calm." Chil replied in his usual composed manner. "Is that so? I trust you've handled things smoothly." But Jaehong shook his head and groaned. "That's not what I meant." He looked at Chil with a face full of concern. "That girl, I heard you don't get along with her." Chil sat quietly, listening intently. With Seola's personality, even if it's a duel, there's no way this ends peacefully. Why her, of all people, and why now? Chil answered coolly, "I owe the sixth sister a debt." The moment those words left his mouth, Jaehong slammed the table and shot to his feet. He shouted in disbelief, "Exactly." He was visibly frustrated now. "That's the part one don't understand. Isn't that something you can settle later? Why throw yourself into a situation like this right now?" Jaehong's hand, resting on the table, slowly curled into a fist before he slumped heavily back into his chair. "It's not that I think you can't do it," he said, his voice thick with emotion. He cradled his head in his hands, a mix of sorrow, worry, and pity twisting across his face. "I'm just afraid that you'll end up getting hurt in ways you don't expect." Watching him, Chil felt a warmth stir inside. "Uncle, you're really worried about me," he thought quietly. While the emotion lingered in the air, Jaehong suddenly stretched his face into a dramatic, agonized expression and groaned miserably. "What am I supposed to do now, Chil?" Chil couldn't help but let out a helpless chuckle. "Maybe, just let it be." His gaze softened, filled with quiet emotion, and he spoke with sincere gratitude. "Thank you, Uncle, for caring." Images of Seola's wild, untamed gaze flashed through his mind along with the judgmental stares of the clan elders. "Sixth sister won't hold back. She'll try to beat me into the ground. And if that happens, the elders will have every excuse they need to chain me down." Chil's hand clenched into a tight fist before he struck the table with a light thump. "That's why this duel, it's about more than just the warrior's journey." He abruptly stood up, his voice firm and resolute. "Still, if I lose, it'll cause a lot of trouble. But don't worry," he added, glancing down at Jaehong with calm reassurance. Then he tightened his fist again and flashed a confident, unwavering smile. In this fight, no matter what happens, I will win. Thunderous cheers echoed across the arena, shaking the stands as sunlight bathed the central training grounds in a brilliant glow. The Elder Council had swiftly issued an official announcement, pushing the duel forward without delay. And before long, the location for the match was decided: the central training field. Inside the brightly lit waiting room overlooking the grounds, Chil stood in silence. This was the largest and most prominent training arena of the Sungmu clan, the very same place where the selection ceremony had once taken place. As he glanced out and adjusted the black outer robe he was wearing, a thought crossed his mind. Of course they wouldn't let this pass quietly. He let out a faint chuckle and exhaled. There's no doubt about it. This is the Grand Elder's scheme. Beyond the room, the sprawling training grounds stretched far and wide, able to accommodate an enormous crowd. With the arena ringed by towering spectator stands, it was clear they weren't just hosting a duel, they were planning to humiliate him in front of everyone, to break his spirit for all to see. Kyo closed his eyes and took a deep breath, letting it out slowly. But that doesn't matter to me. Just then, the door creaked open, and someone stepped into the room. More important than any of that, Gyawa had arrived. Her beautiful face was filled with worry, and her lips parted, struggling to speak. Aunt, Chil said softly, watching her fidget nervously with her hands. She had worn that same anxious expression all day. He walked toward her, puzzled. Why are you looking at me like that? It's really starting to bother me. She sighed, and quickly brushed it off. It's nothing, really. His voice rose slightly, enough to make her flinch. You've been like this all day. Don't tell me it's nothing. Her head dropped low, and then, with a sharp edge in her voice, she snapped. Everything this clan decides how they do things behind the scenes. I'm so tired of it all. Her hands clenched tightly around the white dress she was wearing. Her posture was low, her mood riddled with unease. She's a 4th-level warrior, she said, almost whispering, and you just reached the 5th. The gap between levels is enormous. Chil looked at her calmly. That's exactly why they'll limit her. She's not allowed to use forbidden techniques or finishers, right? Gyawa nodded reluctantly, her head still bowed. Yes, I know. She extended her trembling hands, her voice barely steady. But what if you really lose? Her breath quickened. Hugging her head in panic, she muttered in fragments, her eyes darting around the room. If only I had trained you harder, if only I had told the clan about Mujun earlier. Just then, a clear voice interrupted with polite authority. Please calm yourself, Elder Lee Kyonghwa. Startled, Gyawa froze as Gawa appeared beside her, smiling with unwavering confidence. The young master will win just like he always has. She stepped forward, gently placing a hand on Gyawa's shoulder. So as his teacher, shouldn't you be the one to offer him encouragement? Gyawa's eyes remained low. The heavy knot of anxiety in her chest hadn't loosened, not yet. Chil watched her silently. She looks like a frightened creature, trembling in fear. Maybe she's someone who's already lost something dear in this clan. A solitary image of her drifted through his thoughts, lonely, quiet. I don't know her past. If I wanted, I could uncover every piece of it. But then he firmly cast the thought aside. No. I choose not to. With quiet resolve, Chil took a step forward. Because I believe one day she'll tell me herself. Then, with a bright, cheerful smile, he looked at her and said playfully, Aunt, now's not the time to sulk. You should be feeling fired up. Gyawa tilted her head, eyes wide, startled by the confident grin on his face. Fired up? Her radiant golden eyes blinked in surprise, lips parting slightly as she took in the layered meaning behind his words. And perhaps there was an unexpected twist coming that none of them had seen. A voice called out from outside, prompting Chil to immediately lift his head in attention. Young master, it's time to head out. He didn't forget to glance back at Gyawa with a gentle smile and say, watch carefully, okay? I won't lose. Grabbing his sword and clutching it firmly in his hand, Chil stepped outside with a confident, radiant demeanor. Cheer for me loudly from the stands, all right? If it's too quiet, I might get sad, he joked lightly. Despite his composed appearance, a flutter of nervousness stirred inside him as he walked down the long corridor leading to the arena. It's been a while since I last walked this hallway, he thought. Chil came to a halt, his expression slightly clouded with thought. Since I was born, I've constantly been trying to prove myself. Then, with renewed resolve, he continued walking toward the bright light at the end of the corridor. Now it's time to end that chapter. Gripping his sword tighter, Chiel smiled to himself as if reassuring his own spirit. Let's go. He stepped into the arena with unwavering determination. The stands surrounding him were already packed to the brim with spectators who had arrived early, and the atmosphere was electrifying. His eyes were drawn to the upper seating area closest to the stage. There sat Taishan, his expression stern, next to the madam. His father was also present, alongside Lady Baek. Among the seats reserved for the elders were familiar faces Jae-hong Kyeoljung, and others all already in place. Suddenly, a shrill, venomous voice cut through the hum of the crowd, drawing Chiel's attention. "Hey, you arrogant little bastard." Across the stage Seol-ah stood with a look of utter disdain. "Still holding that stuck-up chin of yours high, huh?" she scoffed, her tone laced with open contempt. She even sneered mockingly. "I've never liked that damn neck of yours." Casually tossing a dagger into the air and catching it with ease, she pointed it toward Chiel with a twisted smile, and added with an icy tone, "You're just a filthy bastard pretending to be someone important. Disgusting." Her voice grew sharp with confidence and provocation. "Today I'm going to snap that pretty little neck. Get ready." Chiel tilted his head slightly and smiled, a dangerous glint in his eyes. "I'm looking forward to it, sixth sister." The referee stood at the center of the arena between the two fighters, raising his hand high and declaring loudly, "Then let the match begin." A duel between the sixth lady and the ninth young master commenced. With the official signal given, both Chiel and Seol-ah simultaneously gripped their weapons, immediately shifting into battle stance ready to strike. Chiel gently closed his eyes for a moment, attuning himself to the atmosphere around him. The instant the referee shouted, "Begin," Chiel's eyes snapped open, glowing with a brilliant light. Sparks of raw energy crackled around him mana eyes. But before he could make a move, Seol-ah had already vanished and reappeared behind him, brandishing a dagger engulfed in raging flames. Startled by her speed, Chiel instinctively glanced over his shoulder. When did she get behind me? From that angle he caught sight of 3 flaming daggers hurtling toward him. And just as quickly, 2 more were flying in from the front. 5 daggers from both sides. I didn't even see her throw them. Seol-ah smirked triumphantly as she watched Chiel trapped between her attacks. "Dagger technique," she declared proudly. The daggers, now blazing with fire, were charged with her mana and energy before being hurled, a powerful skill of her own creation. A signature move that mimicked falling flames, aptly named Fire Rain. Surrounded by 5 burning projectiles, Chiel remained motionless, seemingly unable to dodge. Then his eyes flashed with resolve. The black sword in his grip began to hum and pulse with a deep, obsidian energy. Fine then, violent energy surge. Gripping the sword tightly, Chiel slammed it into the ground with tremendous force. A bolt of lightning shot down from above, striking the center of the arena and sending a tremor through the ground, thunder form variant. The flaming daggers were immediately deflected by the impact, scattering from their paths. Even Seol-ah was forced to retreat a few steps, cursing under her breath, "Damn it." Dust and smoke erupted across the arena, momentarily obscuring everything except a lone, shadowy figure still standing at the center. As the haze slowly cleared, Chiel's face emerged, wearing a calm and confident smile. "I've heard a lot about your impressive dagger arts, sixth sister," he said coolly. Then he raised his sword and pointed it directly at her, his voice laced with challenge. "But I have to say, they're not quite as impressive as I expected." Upon hearing Chiel's dismissive remark, Seol-ah became visibly enraged. She clenched her teeth, reached into her coat, and pulled out another dagger, shouting furiously, "You're dead." Without hesitation, she gripped the blade and charged straight at him. Blinded by anger, she launched a rapid flurry of stabs. But Chiel, staying calm and focused, managed to dodge each strike. "Cocky little brat," she spat. "How dare you talk like that?" Her eyes widened with wild intensity as she summoned another wave of flaming daggers, shouting with a frenzied snarl, "I'll crush you head on." One after another, the fiery blades streaked toward Chiel. Yet, rather than panicking, he kept his composure, carefully observing her every movement. Her motion resembled that of an acrobat, an erratic whirlwind of blades from unnatural angles. It was a technique that demanded not only exceptional reflexes but also an almost inhuman sense of judgment. A confident smirk curled across Chiel's face. This is what he'd been waiting for. He suddenly launched himself forward with explosive force. This was the moment he had been trying to provoke, to lure her into a direct clash. Both of them charged toward each other without hesitation. Chiel's sword sliced through the air, passing close to Seola's face while also swatting away the daggers hurtling toward him. Clenching his blade tightly, he summoned a surge of electricity. "Mujin first form," he whispered. The sky lit up with a brilliant web of lightning, his sword raised high, pulsing with crackling power. "Lightning Piercer," he declared. Seola's eyes widened in alarm as bolts of lightning began raining down from above. A single thought flashed through her mind: this is dangerous. She crossed her daggers in front of her, attempting to brace against the incoming strike. "This one's serious," she muttered. Thunder exploded like a bomb as Chiel's sword plunged forward, releasing a massive burst of lightning that shook the entire arena. The force of the impact was so intense that even the ground cracked beneath Seola's feet. She dropped to one knee, gritting her teeth, her arms trembling as she held her daggers now chipped and nearly shattered. He held back at the last moment, she realized. He pulled his blade just enough to avoid finishing me. Seola glanced down at her damaged weapons. "Damn it," she muttered. "He's using sword techniques like he's from one of the elite families." With a frustrated grunt, she tossed the ruined blade aside. Her eyes burned with renewed resolve as she stared him down. "I can't afford to take a direct hit from that again." Snatching up a new pair of daggers, she rose to her feet, her tone bitter but impressed. "So you've got real moves after all. Too bad you wasted that attack." With that, she hurled herself forward once again, both daggers engulfed in flames. She roared, "You should have saved that move for when it actually mattered." Chiel remained focused, watching her speed increase. "She's faster now," he noted. She charged at him head-on. And he swung his sword in response. But Seola twisted her body midair, spinning several times to avoid his slash. In a blur, she appeared behind him, flipping the momentum to gain the upper hand. "What's wrong? Cat got your tongue," she taunted. "Say something." Chiel reacted instinctively, swinging his blade to block her sudden strike. The two clashed again in a flurry of motion, weapons colliding with rapid, sharp clangs that echoed across the arena. Their duel became a fierce exchange of blow after blow, relentless and unyielding. Frowning, Chiel managed to intercept another of her attacks. "I blocked it, but with her speed, it's hard to counter." Then, his eyes gleamed with golden light. "Luke Tai," he murmured. Through his sharpened senses and enchanted vision, Chiel could anticipate her every move. "I can see everything," he said with calm intensity. He tilted his head to evade another strike. "My instincts feel the edge of your blade, and my demon eyes reveal the path they travel." A sly, self-assured smile crept onto Chiel's face, the very reason he had insisted on fighting Seola in the first place. Standing tall in the storm-lit battlefield, his eyes blazing with determination, he thought to himself, "Because my ability is the perfect counter to hers." Seola caught a glimpse of that fierce look in his eyes and instinctively shuddered. That cursed eye again. For a moment she lost her composure, but quickly forced herself to refocus. She lowered her stance, readying herself for battle once more. The advantage of short blades lies in their unpredictability and agility, she reminded herself, but if every move is being read, then my entire fighting style becomes a liability. Her mind flashed back to Chiel's earlier thunderous strike. He had the nerve to try suppressing me with raw power, and then follow it up with a clean counterattack, she thought bitterly. Her eyes briefly dropped to the chains around her wrists and ankles, restrictors suppressing her mana. She cursed under her breath. "Damn these mana limiters. If I could just unlock another 10%, I'd be able to unleash my high-tier aura techniques." Memories surged up, an entire year spent cutting down monsters one after another, all for one purpose. "I've spent every waking moment thinking about revenge. I swore I'd crush that bastard, humiliate him, destroy him." She pictured herself surrounded by the corpses of fallen beasts, panting heavily, exhausted yet driven. "I wanted to torment him until he begged for mercy." A savage grin crept across her face as she relished the thought. And now, things turned out like this. Seola was lost in her vengeful fantasies when Chiel's voice suddenly cut through the moment. "Still got time to daydream, huh?" His voice was calm, but teasing. She blinked. He was already standing right in front of her with a knowing smile. "Might want to focus, don't you think?" With that, he slashed at her without hesitation. She reacted quickly, crossing her twin daggers to block the attack, but Chiel's strength was still overwhelming. Her arms trembled under the pressure. "Tskes." She clicked her tongue in frustration. Then, out of nowhere, her entire body burst into crimson flames. "I wasn't planning to use this," she growled. Even Chiel raised an eyebrow at the sudden flare-up. But before he could process it, a pulse of energy surged through his body. Lightning fast. It shot inward then wrapped tightly around his heart. He staggered slightly, eyes narrowing. My mana circuits, they've been sealed? Alarm bells rang in his head. He instinctively leapt back, putting distance between them. Seal-Ah watched him retreat and let out a mocking laugh. So you can think after all, she jeered. Her eyes sparkled with a hint of madness as she screamed. Without your mana, you're just a worthless bug. Heel, however, didn't flinch. Calmly, coldly, he analyzed the sensation in his body. So it's spiritual energy, he concluded. A rare kind of force that bypasses the surface and attacks the core deep enough to reach the heart itself. He understood now. Lee Seal-Ah's true ability lay in her psychic prowess, her power to twist and distort an opponent's mana flow. A technique capable of sealing off mana completely. If your magic power's stronger than hers, you can resist it, he thought. But if it's not, even knowing the technique won't save you, you'll still be bound. Seal-Ah noticed him frozen in place and grinned with triumph. You're finished. But Cheel had a secret one he hadn't shown anyone. A moment later, Seal-Ah's eyes widened in disbelief. No way, she gasped. A swirling current of blue mana ignited around Cheel's body, flowing freely despite the seal. She stared in stunned silence. He can still use mana. Cheel didn't answer. He simply smiled to himself, quietly pleased. My magic techniques, they don't follow the rules everyone else does. Amid the thunderous cheers of thousands of spectators, there was one woman who could not stop trembling, whispering prayers under her breath. It is going to be fine. It is going to be fine. Because my grandson is strong, she told herself, though Giowa's face betrayed the deep unease eating away at her. Her hands stayed clasped in a tight, shaking prayer, as if sheer willpower could steady her heart. Yes, this time won't be like last time, she repeated to herself in desperation. But then the darker thought slipped in, chilling her to the bone. What if he ends up in the same situation as before? Her fear was so overwhelming that when Gawa, seated beside her, called out over and over, "Elder Lee Giowa," she did not hear a single word. What would I even do then? She could not bring herself to face the thought, her eyes squeezing shut against the terrifying reality. Suddenly, the commentator's voice cut sharply through her spiraling thoughts. He is still standing. The words jolted her, snapping her eyes wide open. Nearby, a young man in the audience exclaimed in awe, "Unbelievable. His foundation is terrifyingly solid to have grown this far." Then, from behind her, another spectator spoke up curiously. "What kind of aura technique is that?" His friend answered without hesitation. "Isn't that one of Sungniga's mana arts?" "Wait, are they saying that illegitimate boy is only 15 years old?" Hearing strangers speak of her grandson that way made Giowa's eyes widen as she stared down at the arena, stunned. On the stage, Chol's dark golden eyes flared with a fierce light as he gripped his sword and launched himself downward. Aura technique. Thunderclap. His strike slammed into the ground with such force that the earth shattered beneath it. Sol-Ah barely dodged, her balance thrown off by the sheer impact. But Chol did not let up. He swung his blade back in a wide arc before invoking another technique. Aura technique. Yama crimson tendrils erupted from his sword, coiling around Sol-Ah's body and binding her tightly. She collapsed to the ground, immobilized. Desperate, Sol-Ah immediately unleashed Aura technique, Tempest. A violent surge of power tore through the crimson bindings of Yama, shattering them apart. Bruised and battered from taking blow after blow, her condition was deteriorating, but fury twisted her face. Her eyes burned with rage as her hand clenched around a small dagger. Watching her break free, Chol's blood surged with excitement. She cut through Yama with Tempest. Up in the stands, Giowa stared in disbelief, her thoughts a storm of confusion and awe. Thunderclap, Yama, Tempest, those are all aura techniques I created together with my grandson. And now, here they are, unfolding before my eyes. It is like being cleansed, washed pure. The thought ignited something within her, and Giowa clenched her fist tight. Her eyes blazed as she looked at her grandson. "Yes, you must win," she declared inwardly. "Because you are a genius." A radiant smile spread across her face. Her faith in Chol unshakable, her heart swelling with fierce pride. Down in the arena, the dust and smoke were slowly beginning to clear. Sol-Ah stood frozen, her expression stricken. Impossible. My technique should have sealed off his mana completely. How is he still able to use it? She could not comprehend what was happening, her eyes wide with disbelief. Chol and Sol-Ah now stood locked in direct opposition, tension crackling between them. The black-haired boy smirked faintly as he thought to himself, there is one thing my sixth sister does not know. My mana technique is not like anyone else's, it can operate solely through my mana veins. As he reflected, the sword in his hand began drawing in waves of abundant energy from the air around him. Once he felt the surge was ready, Chol wasted no time, his voice ringing across the arena. Then come at me. In a single flash, the distance between them collapsed. Sol-Ah suddenly found herself on the defensive, her composure slipping away. The boy's blade came crashing down, so fast her breath caught. Too fast, she gasped. At the very last moment, she hurled herself backward, narrowly avoiding the strike. The force of her evasive leap sent her skidding a long distance across the arena floor, her hands trembling uncontrollably. Fury twisted her face as she spat through clenched teeth. Damn it! But Chol did not let up. He swung again, his blade cleaving downward with relentless force. Sol-Ah stumbled back once more, barely escaping, the ground splitting apart where she had just stood. Seeing the sheer power behind his strikes, she could hardly believe her own eyes. No way, I can't be forced back like this. Then, all at once, she felt it, a suffocating, murderous aura pressing down on her, thick as a storm cloud. Her breath hitched, and she darted a glance toward the grandstands. Her heartbeat thundered in her chest, each pulse heavier than the last, as her eyes locked onto the source of that crushing pressure. The woman's jade-green eyes bore into her with an unrelenting intensity. She stood draped in a pure white robe, her dark teal hair cascading over her shoulders, her gemstone-like eyes breathtakingly beautiful, yet her expression was terrifying, enough to freeze the air itself. Sol-Ah glanced back at the woman, panting heavily, her chest heaving with exhaustion. Suddenly, her body jolted and her lips trembled, struggling to form words. Her emotions spiraled out of control under the weight of that icy gaze. Her fingers twitched, spinning the dagger nervously in her grip. Then, with a roar, a surge of blazing fire-like energy erupted from within her. It is all because of that bastard illegitimate brat. Chol instantly sensed the disturbance. That is an enormous surge of mana, his sharp eyes narrowed. She is forcefully drawing in mana, ignoring the strain on her wounds. The two daggers in Sol-Ah's hands now blazed, wrapped in violent torrents of mana. At the same time, the other daggers scattered across the arena floor began to rise one by one, suspended by her will. Summoning every ounce of her strength, Sol-Ah poured her power into controlling them. A scorching, crimson aura swirled around her body. Wild and unstable, she raised her arms, sending the daggers soaring upward. It was her secret technique, falling stars. I will kill you, she screamed, and with a wild gleam in her eyes, she snapped her arm downward, sending the deadly rain crashing toward Chol. In the stands, Jae-hong shot to his feet, his voice booming. That is a violation of the dueling rules. Stop this at once, but his warning came too late. The blades had already launched at Chol, streaking like burning meteors. Yet Chol showed no sign of panic, no thought of fleeing. Calm and steady, he simply let his sword drink in the surrounding mana. As the blade absorbed its fill, glowing patterns emerged across its surface, ancient runes pulsing with light. He exhaled softly, as though brushing away a trivial inconvenience. Shifting into a defensive stance, he watched the daggers close in. Then, in one sweeping arc, he swung his sword in a wide crescent. From Sol-Ah's vantage point, it looked like he was slashing at empty air. She burst into mocking laughter. What are you swinging at, fool? But her laughter died in her throat when the impossible unfolded before her eyes. One of the daggers veered sharply off its course, reversing mid-air, and slammed into the ground right beside her foot. While cutting through Sol-Ah's falling stars, Chol's thoughts remained cool and steady. There is a universal truth, he mused. Mana never disappears. When it disperses into the air, it simply returns to nature. Mana is infinite, it never truly vanishes. By embracing this truth, Chol could draw in mana at will, redirecting the trajectory of the daggers with precise, devastating ease. With just a few masterful strokes, he dismantled her ultimate technique, scattering the storm she had unleashed. But within him lay a secret that defied even that eternal law. The ancestral blade Hyugya, the Black Knight. A sword that can cut and erase mana itself. After shattering her attack with flawless defense, the black-haired boy tilted his head ever so slightly, lips curling into a confident smile. Chol stared at the trembling blade in his hand, a heavy breath escaping him as he thought, I can't believe she actually unleashed falling stars. Even so, I pulled it off. His mind drifted back to that moment. When Sol Ah had summoned those massive star-like projectiles, his current strength alone was not enough to withstand them. He would have been forced to draw upon the darkened power within him. With what I have now, there is no way I could have blocked falling stars outright. That is why I used Black Knight to sever the mana threads binding her blades. But that alone had not been enough. To perfectly dismantle her attack, he would have to combine it with the Demon Eye, pushing his concentration to its absolute limit. With the Demon Eye, I can see the mana veins connecting to her projectiles. But doing both at once requires flawless focus. Resolute, Chol committed to the plan he would mapped out. He stepped forward, his presence radiating bold defiance, his voice ringing with fierce anticipation. Now, it is my turn. The words made Sol Ah jolt in alarm. She clenched her teeth, her expression taut with unease. Is he planning to use that technique again? In an instant, she bolted, her speed blurring so fast that only the debris left scattering from her previous spot marked her movement. Keeping as much distance as possible between them, she calculated quickly. If I keep far enough away, he won't be able to use it. But then, unexpectedly, Chol's sword began to crackle with long arcs of azure lightning. The arena dimmed under a heavy gloom, and he shifted into a poised stance, preparing to strike. What, he is going into an attack stance from this distance? Sol Ah's eyes widened in panic. Chol's lips curved in a confident grin as he explained, his voice steady, certain. Chiakma was forged for slaying monsters. His tone carried absolute authority, as though he already knew exactly what she was thinking. He raised the sword higher, continuing calmly, distance was never the problem. At once, he lowered the blade toward the ground. An immense force surged outward, his voice roaring across the battlefield, Mugia solar eclipse. A flash of blue-green lightning split the heavens, tearing the darkness asunder. The blast swept across the arena, upheaving earth and stone, scattering debris like a storm. With unshakable stance, the black-haired youth unleashed Chiakma-piercing demon straight at Sol Ah. She froze, eyes wide with disbelief, unable to react. Too fast, too much. Only when the danger was nearly upon her did realization sink in. Damn it, she spat, eyes flaring in rage and terror. The explosion came, deafening, catastrophic. Thunderous echoes shook the arena as bolts of lightning hammered down upon the spot where she stood. When the dust and smoke finally began to clear, the battlefield revealed its scars. The suffocating darkness overhead had lifted, the air now sharp with ozone. A massive crack split across the arena floor, carved deep by the sword's overwhelming force, a terrifying sight that left the crowd in stunned silence. Chol, still standing at the center, felt a sharp sting in his right eye. His hand shot up, covering it instinctively, a cry of pain escaping his lips as the aftermath of his power took its toll. The black-haired boy ground his teeth, enduring the pain that threatened to overwhelm him. Sweat dotted his face as he pondered, this eye pain. It is from pushing the demon eye to its absolute limit. But there was no time to rest. The battle was far from over, and worry gnawed at him. Chiakma struck directly. Yet I still have to end this fight. Suddenly, through the swirling white smoke, a shadow appeared. A dagger shot through Chol's thigh, blood spraying instantly. He staggered, shocked by the sudden strike, barely able to register the injury. The black-haired boy swayed, struggling to stay on his feet. Then, with a powerful stomp, someone sprang into the air. It was Sol Ah, her face alight with lethal intent, rushing toward him with blinding speed. Chol's eyes widened in astonishment. Sixth sister. Too fast. His golden gaze flared, detecting the danger immediately. This strike is deadly. The dagger in her hand was mere inches from his neck. Reacting instantly, he dodged, sending shards of debris rattling across the ground. They moved in a deadly rhythm, one forward, one back, neither willing to give ground. But his speed alone was not enough. Sol Ah's strike connected, piercing him. They froze in place, momentarily locked. Her dagger pressed against his chest, blood spreading across his shirt in a vivid stain. Yet Chol refused to yield. With a swift, decisive motion, his sword thrust into Sol A's left chest. She yanked her dagger free, a red thread of blood following its path. Almost immediately, she collapsed to the ground, unconscious, while Chol remained standing, remarkably unharmed. He exhaled in relief, gripping his left chest where he would been struck. If I had hesitated even a second while blocking with Black Knight, my heart might have been pierced. The thought of how close he had come to defeat made him shiver. Victory, however, had not come easily. Chol's brow furrowed as he held his injured side, wincing against the pain. He cast a glance at Sol A, now lying motionless on the arena floor, assessing the situation. Sixth sister lost consciousness the moment Chiakma struck. My body reacted instinctively to the lethal aura rushing at me. Chol could not help but feel a deep admiration for her power. The blood of Sixth Sister is truly terrifying. He turned to the two aides, still frozen in shock nearby. "Why are you just standing there? Aren't you going to carry Sixth Sister?" he called out sharply. "If you leave her lying there, she will die from her internal injuries." As he spoke, he slid his sword back into its sheath. Only then did the two aides snap out of their daze, realizing they had a duty to act. "Yes, sir," they replied. Yet they still hesitated, clearly shaken, waiting for his lead. With a resigned gesture, Chol pointed toward Sol A, lying prone behind them, and they immediately understood, rushing forward to lift her, one on each side. Chol stood tall, surveying the arena with a confident pride, silently demonstrating his strength to everyone around him. "Now, do you see?" He looked up at the stands, filled to the brim with warriors from his clan. The stubborn elders, even Cholung, the Grand Elder, sat in stunned disbelief, mouth agape as he stared at the battlefield, unable to believe what he had witnessed. He did not forget his half-siblings either. "Even those who share only part of my blood." Raising his hand high, Chol radiated confidence. "For the first time, this is for all those who ever doubted me, thinking I would lose just because I am an illegitimate child. I have proven myself," he thought, hoping that anyone who had ever scorned or belittled him would now see him in a different light. Then, something unusual caught his attention. A sudden clap of applause echoed through the quiet arena. He lifted his gaze toward the stands. Taishan was clapping, acknowledging his decisive victory. The crowd erupted, joining in a roar of cheering that filled the entire arena. Chol stood there, overwhelmed, looking around in awe. It was the first time in his life he had been so warmly welcomed, without a single jeer or criticism. His heart swelled with warmth. But the moment of emotion was cut short by a familiar voice pulling him from his thoughts. "Your grandson is the best." It was Giowa, waving her arms in triumph, her face radiating pure joy. "Damn right, I knew he could do it." Her maid, noticing her excessive excitement, intervened gently. "Elder, please calm yourself." Meanwhile, Chol, standing in the arena, buried his face in his hands, embarrassed, wishing he could avoid being acknowledged by Giowa as his aunt. "Oh, my goodness," he muttered. Yet the black-haired woman continued to celebrate loudly, overflowing with pride for her beloved grandson. "Your grandson is the best, your grandson is the best." At that moment, a few people stepped down onto the arena floor, approaching the black-haired boy. Leading them was the clan head, Li, who did not forget to offer praise to Chol. "Well done," he said, while the Grand Elder, slightly embarrassed, avoided meeting his eyes directly. Chol was taken aback by Taishan's compliment. It seems father is not particularly pleased. He has never praised a child in front of others before. Observing that Chol remained silent, Taishan studied him intently, silently evaluating the boy. This child chose Taeyong, built the stage for this battle, selected Sixth Sister as his opponent, and directed the flow of the match according to his own strategy. He faced the enemy with the greatest advantage, one that outsiders would assume Sixth Sister would naturally defeat. Sounds simple, but among all those present, how many could actually do something like this? The clan head's respect for Chol grew significantly after witnessing the fight. Then Li made his decision and spoke, offering Chol a formal proposal. "You have proven yourself. Therefore, I acknowledge your qualification to embark on warrior training." Overjoyed, Chol bowed respectfully, hand pressed to his left chest. "Thank you, father." In a shadowed corner, the mysterious smile on the black-haired boy's face went unnoticed, leaving everyone unaware of his true thoughts. Sensing that Chul seemed about to say something, Taishan's curiosity prompted him to ask, "But you look as though you have something to say." As expected, it all unfolded exactly as he anticipated. Seizing the moment, Chul's inner excitement surged. The time has come. Standing tall, he met Taishan's gaze directly, answering with complete honesty. As predicted, "Father, there is nothing I can hide from you." When Taishan asked if Chul had something he wanted to say, it seemed as though he would listen. Chul thought to himself, officially, the reward for this test is permission to join the warriors' path. At that moment, he noticed a servant whispering urgently into Lady Beck's ear, but he paid little attention, his mind still racing. I should not be expecting anything more from father. Initially, he had considered that simply being allowed to embark on the warrior's path was reward enough. Yet, if Clan Head Li intended to offer something further, Chul had no intention of refusing. He resolved to express his thoughts, then. "May I speak a word?" The Grand Elder Chulung cast a sidelong glance, curious about what Chul might do next. Chul reminded himself, "With father, this is enough. But if it were Taishan, he would want to see me demonstrate more." Raising his hand to his chest, Chul continued, his voice measured but firm, "I have reached a level sufficient to graduate early from military training, and father himself has witnessed this with his own eyes. I have also gone to Cheonwi-san and passed the dreamless blood test." He chose to lay his full thoughts bare, having already overcome all the trials set before him. "Since the Council of Elders must decide, I have to announce the rewards before them," he reasoned, ensuring he would secure what he was entitled to. Chul went on, his tone carrying a mix of reflection and frustration. "I have proven everything and met all the requirements. Yet, the Council of Elders refuses to trust me and insists on subjecting me to pointless trials." He deliberately called out Chulung in front of everyone, especially his father, eager to see how the old man would respond. The elder was visibly startled, unprepared for Chul's clever use of strategy to corner him. Continuing, Chul recounted the effort he had poured into the trials. "In this battle, Sixth Sister was seriously injured, and the fact that I am even speaking now is itself a testament to my effort." He met Chulung's eyes directly, but the elder quickly averted his gaze, unwilling to meet Chul's unwavering stare. "I will no longer let the Grand Elders oppress me," Chul thought firmly. He resolved to confront the elder openly in front of everyone. Lowering his head slightly, he reflected, "I am only 15. I am allowed to be somewhat sharp and blunt. If I do not speak now, when will I ever have another chance?" This was his rare opportunity to voice years of suppressed frustration. Taishan, noticing the innocent yet pained expression in Chul's eyes as he suffered under the Grand Elder's oppression, turned to Chulung and asked, "Grand Elder, can you answer the question of this youngest child here?" Chul also instinctively looked to the elder, seeking a proper response. Chulung held his baton in hand, pondering in silence for a moment. Finally, he smiled and spoke, "It seems there has been a misunderstanding. Participation in the warrior's path has always been determined by the Council of Elders." True to his nature, the old man quickly denied any fault, refusing to accept responsibility. The Grand Elder calmly explained to the black-haired boy, making every word deliberate, "The family code clearly states that there is no distinction between legitimate children and those born out of wedlock. Why would the Council of Elders deny the very rules of the family?" Hearing this, Chul merely smiled faintly, catching the sarcasm hidden in the elder's phrasing. Yet they still deliberately bring up the term illegitimate. He knew the Grand Elder had always been targeting him. "I never even mentioned my status," Chul thought, a hint of indignation rising. And yet the elder had brought up the family code. Feeling slightly resentful, he asked, "Could it be that the Council of Elders would actually make this an issue?" Chulung responded with a gentle smile but quickly shifted the topic, avoiding Chul's pointed question. "Yes. Embarking on the warrior's path at such a young age can lead to unpredictable dangers." He reminded Chul with the care of a senior family member. Chul, however, pressed further, his curiosity unrelenting, causing the elder's expression to turn from warm to enigmatic. "Then why must it be Sixth Sister? Anyone can see she is far stronger than I am and older, too." Now Chulung became flustered, stammering as he tried to answer, "That is." Not letting the elder finish, Chul immediately continued, his tone demanding clarity, I have read the official notice. It said the person who would test me is the one who has just returned from the warrior's path. Outraged, Chol shouted, needing the truth, then should not it have been that Ca who appeared, if not him? There were still plenty of other warriors to choose from. His mind was flooded with confusion, unable to comprehend why things had been arranged this way. Even clan head Li, hearing Chol's sharp questioning, was left speechless, unable to respond. Any words he had been preparing dissolved in the face of Chol's incisive remarks. Meanwhile, Jae-hong turned away from the crowd, hiding his flushed face from laughter, and could not resist praising the black-haired boy. This insolent kid, he set the stage and now has the Grand Elder cornered. I can't stop laughing. The uncle admired Chol's flawless execution, leaving no one room to interrupt. He recognized the boy's cunning had even rendered the Grand Elder speechless. Well done. Truly clever. Suddenly, Jae-hong noticed something and looked back at Chol with curiosity. Could it be that you chose Sixth Sister from the very beginning just to reach this moment? Cholung tried to explain, we merely thought Sixth Sister was more suitable for the test. Chol, puzzled, shot back, if that is the case, why make it so public? This match should have been held discreetly and privately. Clenching his fists, Chol spoke candidly, his gaze locked on the Grand Elder. So I want a clear answer. Why did the Council of Elders conduct a test like this? His words struck directly, a blunt challenge aimed squarely at the scheming elder. The black-haired boy noticed the expression on Cholung's face darken as the elder furrowed his brows, which only fueled his excitement further. Checkmate. Looks like the elders are bullying a child, he thought, eager to expose the elder's true nature to everyone. However, clan head Li spoke up to stop the back-and-forth confrontation. Enough. He wanted to maintain order and hierarchy. The Grand Elder is a senior in the clan. Taishan also reminded Chol about his earlier reckless behavior. I understand you are a bit overexcited after the match. That was inappropriate. Chol immediately bowed respectfully, placing his hands over his chest toward Cholung. Yes, I apologize. Then clan head Li turned to seek the Grand Elder's opinion. But if we just end it here, that is not really proper. What do you think, Grand Elder? Cholung, inwardly displeased, thought sarcastically, an illegitimate child has completely bested me. Still, he maintained a calm demeanor, stepping forward with a gentle smile. I have to admit, there were difficult parts in this test that are hard to justify. So the Council of Elders should reward him accordingly. The black-haired boy straightened up, sincerely accepting responsibility. I also apologize for being disrespectful. Jae-hong observed Chol apologizing earnestly in front of everyone, acknowledging his own impertinence, yet he felt no regret for his actions. I only did what needed to be done. So I won't expect any excessive rewards, the green-haired ant commented, enjoying the scene and the performance he had put on. Hearing Chol's apology, the Grand Elder was momentarily startled, but it was all surface level. Chol remained resolute in his decision to claim what he rightfully deserved. But I still want to receive what I am entitled to. He knew he deserved far better than to have his abilities dismissed simply because he carried the label of being an illegitimate child. A few days after the duel, in Chol's room, warm sunlight streamed through the window, bathing the room in a soft glow. Chol was still sprawled across his bed, hands clasped behind his head, feeling a bit restless. I never thought I would miss Cheonwi-san this much, he muttered to himself. Needing time to heal, he was forced to stay home, which left him feeling stifled. I have to stay put until I am fully recovered. For days, everyone around him had been nagging, warning him not to wander off. Jae-hong, clearly frustrated, had scolded, "Where are you planning to go, kid?" Even his nurse, Gawa, with teary eyes on the verge of crying, had insisted he remain inside. You are not allowed out until you are completely healed. Chol, anxious to regain his mobility, thought to himself, if only there were some kind of healing water, I could recover faster. Just then, a soft knock came from the door. He sprang up, calling out to the visitor, "Come in." To his surprise, he heard a familiar voice he had not heard in a long time. "Long time no see, young master." 3 people entered the room: Kim Han, Bosung, and Inha. Kim Han cheerfully spoke first. "How have you been lately?" Inha quickly apologized for being late, knowing he had been injured. "I intended to visit as soon as you returned to the clan, but I heard you were busy. So I am late. How's your back?" Chol, delighted, reassured her, "It is fine, and could not resist venting a little about being confined at home for the past few days. Did you think I would not make time to see you all? He gestured toward the chairs beside his bed. Grab a seat properly. All three obediently sat down neatly, while Chol straightened up on the bed and asked, "And how about you all?" "Doing well," Inha responded energetically. "Of course." She added honestly, reflecting on the days Chol had been absent. There were a few trivial clashes, but we just took them as signs we were being watched, so it was not too bad. Kim Han's eyes sparkled with admiration as he asked Chol, more importantly, "How did you train over the past year to become so strong?" Chol blinked, slightly confused by the intensity in his gaze. Seeing Chol's puzzled look, the brown-haired boy clarified, "I mean the duel. I watched it." Chol's eyes suddenly blazed red, flames flickering around him, startling Kim Han. Trying to calm himself, Kim Han raised his hands cautiously. "We are about to enter our 5th and 6th years, so I guess the young master has a lot of free time, right?" Chol's fiery gaze made him freeze. Kim Han quickly held up his hands in a gesture of peace. Speaking cautiously, "No way. No one would want to miss an important moment with you, young master." The brown-haired boy, sensing the tension rising, quickly turned to the two beside him for help. "I bet the others have all seen it too, right?" But instead of backing him up, silence answered. Both Bosung and Inha pretended not to hear, looking the other way. Kim Han frowned in confusion. Seeing his friend's awkward state, Bosung spoke up to cover, "Sorry, young master. I was planning to come after training, but I ended up late." Inha hurriedly chimed in as well. Flustered, and since Bosung also took part in the duel, he was busy. Chol's demeanor softened, his voice returning to its usual calm. "No need to apologize. It is fine." Then the black-haired young man turned to Kim Han with a light warning. "You are not slacking off just because I was not around, are you?" The boy quickly shook his head, denying with a nervous laugh, "Of course not." The green-haired one chuckled beside him, teasing him playfully. Looking at them gathered before him, Chol exhaled in relief. "You have all grown so much." Inha and Bosung had been scouted as trainees for the Blood Tiger Unit and the Sky Bow Unit, two of the strongest squads in Sungmu Academy. Those 4 elite groups were known collectively as the 4 Divine Units. Kim Han, meanwhile, had chosen to enter Yukman, a rigorous program split between swordsmanship in the Blade Division and hidden weaponry in the Projectile Division. Training in both at once was no small feat. Chol felt a surge of pride as he looked at them. "And I heard that half the students from Class S were also recruited. That is impressive." He urged them to keep pushing forward. "Continue working hard. I will be needing your help in the future." The 3 placed their hands over their chests in a solemn vow. "Leave it to us. We will grow strong enough to ensure you will never have to feel ashamed of us." Their conviction was as steady as steel, and Chol's heart swelled at their loyalty. Inha then tidied her chair back into place and spoke politely, "Then we will take our leave now." Chol rose to his feet, bidding them farewell with equal courtesy. "Yes, it was good to see you again." But just as they were about to leave, Kim Han suddenly remembered something. "Oh, right, I almost forgot. Young master, are not you supposed to receive your reward today?" Chol raised a brow, curious about the boy's excitement. "I am the one receiving it. Why are you all the ones getting worked up?" The brown-haired youth waved a hand, smiling brightly. "Because it is good news for you, young master." Then, unable to hold back his curiosity, he asked eagerly, "So, have you decided what you are going to take?" Chol's lips curved into a faint, knowing smile. With quiet confidence, he replied, "Of course I have." Early the next morning, Sung Mu's armory stood quiet, 2 guards posted at its gates. A car came to a halt in front of the entrance. A pair of legs stepped out from the vehicle. It was Chol, wearing nothing but a crisp white shirt, his expression calm as he took in the familiar scene. "It has been 6 years since I last set foot in the armory," he murmured to himself. A curious voice sounded from nearby. Isn't that the youngest young master?" One of the gatekeepers called out, addressing him formally, "May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Chol held up his permit for the man to see. "I have been granted authorization to withdraw equipment from the armory." The guard inspected the document carefully, then nodded. "Understood. The paperwork checks out." The gate swung open in both directions. "You may enter," he said. As Chol began walking through, The guard called after him, his voice tinged with curiosity, "Young master." The two gatekeepers, clearly impressed, voiced their admiration. "After witnessing your duel, sir, I am deeply inspired. I will strive to refine myself just as you have." They treated him as a role model, someone to emulate. Both of them bowed respectfully, inclining their bodies in formal salute. Chol's eyes widened in astonishment. Standing there, Chol felt a surge of emotion and happiness. "This is the first time in my life I have received such a salute," he thought. Before, most people had only scorned me for being a child of secondary birth, he reflected. Now, he was met with genuine admiration and respect. Gratitude swelled in his chest. "Thank you for seeing me this way. I won't let you down, I will continue to grow stronger." Chol vowed to honor the trust others placed in him. He walked slowly into the armory, which was jointly managed by the Administrative Institute and the Elders Institute. The Administrative Institute handles upkeep and maintenance, while research, as well as equipment intake and release, falls under the Elders Institute. He recalled. As Chol stepped inside, a guard stood ready, scanning him carefully with a detection device to ensure he carried no dangerous items. Chol allowed himself a small smile, thinking of the reward he had requested after the duel. "That is why I asked the head of the Elders Institute for compensation." On the arena floor that day, he had presented his case clearly. "I have only done what I was obliged to do, and I do not presume to request any unreasonable reward. All I ask is to reclaim the items I had selected during the equipment selection trial." Chol intended to retrieve what was rightfully his. The chief elder raised an eyebrow. "Didn't you already select a weapon and carry it at your side back then?" The old man looked puzzled at Chol's request. "Back then, you only took a single weapon. Now you are asking to claim them all." Chol remained calm, explaining clearly, according to the regulations, the weapons chosen during the equipment selection ceremony can all be claimed later. To make sure he fully understood the rules, he turned to Jae-hong for confirmation. "Am I mistaken in understanding this, General Manager?" The uncle silently marveled at Chol's cleverness. What a cunning child, he thought. But he did not delay, responding firmly, "Yes, that is correct. Traditionally, the remaining weapons were also claimed later, and the family head has agreed to follow that precedent." Cholung glanced at family head Lee and reluctantly admitted, recalling it now, that is indeed correct." The elder paused, weighing Chol's intentions against his own thoughts. He only needs to select a few items appropriate to his status. Giving out a few more won't harm the Elders Institute at all. He seemed to recognize the logic behind Chol's plan, and Chol, sensing the elder's thoughts, smiled confidently. "They will probably think that way. If the head of the Elders Institute approves my request in front of the guests, then the weapons in the armory will rightfully become mine," Chol concluded, turning to Taishan for confirmation. "May I proceed like this?" Taishan remained silent, his gaze steady on Chol, offering no immediate answer. After a long pause, family head Lee spoke. "I grant it. Those items were meant for you anyway." Chol respectfully placed his hand over his chest in a formal gesture. "Thank you, father." Lee simply nodded, taking it as a matter of course. "Of course. As long as you prove yourself a worthy owner, the Elders Institute will hand the weapons over to you. Always remember to act in accordance with what you receive." Chol felt slightly embarrassed. Taishan clearly saw through his plan, yet chose not to expose it. Instead, he gave a gentle reminder. Even father can perceive such cunning, and he skillfully sides with the Elders Institute to bring everything to a proper close. Then family head Lee gave the order to his subordinates, decide which weapons will be released from the armory and handed to the youngest heir. Thus, Chol's negotiation concluded successfully, and he obtained the weapons he desired. "Very well, I am permitted to receive 4 masterpiece-class weapons," he thought with satisfaction. The black-haired young man stepped into the armory's elevator, lost in contemplation. Normally, one would not receive such generous rewards, but with father backing me, no one dares to play any tricks. His father's authority ensured compliance. As the elevator ascended to the second floor, a soft ting sounded. The doors slid open slowly, letting light fall directly on Chol's smiling face. "Access is limited to floors 1 through 3, he noted. "Floor 1 houses the standard class weapons, which are not of interest. I need to select items truly useful for this journey." Before him lay a room brimming with advanced, modern weaponry. Chol's eyes sparkled, and a black orb appeared in his hand as he eagerly prepared to choose his preferred weapons. "All right, let us take our time and pick the best," he murmured with excitement. The scene shifted to Myeongjung's office. Myeongjung sat across from Chol, speaking calmly. "Have you decided to set off already?" Chol responded politely, "Yes, all preparations are complete." Outside the window, cherry blossoms floated gracefully through the air, and Chol felt a surge of anticipation for the journey ahead. Springtime. Such pleasant weather, perfect for starting a long journey. Myeongjung nodded, clearly pleased with the timing. Indeed, it is rare to have such an ideal season to embark on a long journey. He reminded Chol, "Have you paid your respects to everyone yet?" Chol replied, "Yes, and as for my uncle, he is away on official business, so I could not meet him." Mention of Gyeowa required extra effort to appease her, which Chol managed successfully. Myeongjung chuckled in amusement, clearly enjoying the image. "I can imagine how that went." Then Myeongjung asked if Chol had paid his respects to family head Lee yet. Chol's lips curved in a playful smile. "Yes, he still intimidated me as always." Myeongjung raised an eyebrow in surprise. "Intimidated?" Chol recounted the exchange with amusement. He said that given the trouble I have caused, if I do not achieve results that satisfy him, I will face punishment. Myeongjung chuckled, slightly embarrassed. Hearing that is a little intimidating. For a moment, the atmosphere turned more serious as Myeongjung's expression softened, his tone thoughtful. After a long pause, Myeongjung finally spoke, "Have you heard any news about Sol-ah?" Chol's expression darkened slightly at the mention of her. "Yes, I heard that she has gone into seclusion for cultivation. She is already causing chaos even while still recovering," Myeongjung continued. "She was smashing everything in the room, and even two strong men could not stop her. Afterward, Madame Beck had her confined for training," he added. Seeing how uncontrollable Sol-ah was, Myeongjung fell silent for a moment, then reminded Chol with a hint of concern, "No one can intervene in a warrior's journey. But at least for now, she won't be able to come out and seek revenge immediately." Chol nodded silently, understanding. His fingers intertwined nervously as he finally spoke up, "Brother, may I ask a favor of you?" He wanted someone he trusted to look after his nanny while he was away. Only Myeongjung fit that standard. "While I am on my journey, please take care of my nanny for me." He recalled the memory of Gawa crying and banging on doors in the pouring rain, with no one to help her. Chol worried that others might target his close ones. "They would not dare attack me directly, but going after those close to me is easy. In my previous life, I lost my nanny that way." Determined, he could not allow even a single hair on her head to be harmed this time. Myeongjung quickly agreed, assuring him of Gawa's absolute safety. "Understood. Your nanny will stay here, where I live." Chol felt a surge of relief. "No one will dare harm her," Myeongjung added firmly. Deeply moved, Chol stood up, bowed respectfully, and spoke sincerely, "I will repay this debt." Myeongjung smiled politely. A senior brother should be able to handle such a small matter. "And I will be waiting for the day you return after finishing this journey," he added with anticipation. Chol straightened with excitement. "Yes, sir." 15 years had passed since his return. Every place he needed to visit, every item he had to obtain, every person he had to meet, all of it weighed on his mind. For the first time, he was leaving the family, free to act on his own, with time that belongs solely to him. Raising the hand wearing his ring to block the sunlight, Chol prepared for a new journey to begin. "This is where everything starts," he murmured, shouldering his backpack and stepping onto the warrior's path, with countless unknown adventures waiting just ahead. At that moment, Madame Beck was leisurely enjoying her tea in the flower garden. She lifted her cup and took a small sip, savoring it carefully. After a moment, she gently set the cup back on the table. Then, in a slow, deliberate voice, she spoke, "Report." One of her subordinates emerged from the dense foliage. He quickly knelt and reported respectfully. "Apologies, madam, I have lost track of him." Madame Beck's eyes narrowed slightly as she glanced at him. "Give me the details." He then recounted the entire situation. "I lost track of him the moment he entered the crowded street. It seems he anticipated being followed from the very start." Calmly, Madame Beck reached for her teacup, then spoke again, her tone laced with mild reproach, "Such foolish thinking. Even if his appearance changes, his mana aura should remain distinct. Hearing this, the subordinate hurriedly explained, among the equipment he received from the duel, there appears to be an item that can alter both his appearance and his mana aura. At this point, tracking him seems impossible. Madame Beck stared sharply at him. He is just an illegitimate child, only 15, and yet he managed to shake off a sword spirit personally trained by me. She lifted her teacup, swirling the tea gently, then let out a cold hum. If he could not even handle this, he would have been eliminated long ago. I wanted to predict his plans in advance, and yet I lost track in less than a day. Her gaze hardened as she issued her command. Monitor all news. If anything suspicious arises, follow him immediately. The subordinate quickly acknowledged the order, bowing deeply. Later that evening, in a certain tavern, a young man shouted angrily, "You bastard, cheating, huh? You clearly hid the cards up your sleeve." Others, sensing a fight was about to break out, grew excited. "What? A fight? I will bet 100,000 won on the bald guy." Another chimed in, joining the betting, "I will bet 150,000 won on the cross-eyed guy." Just then, a man covered from head to toe walked in. He strode directly to the bar and ordered a drink. "One beer, please." The bartender stared at him curiously. A strange face. I have never seen him before. Hearing this, the man slowly removed his hat and coat, explaining in a calm voice, "I just came down from the north. Lately, Kowloon City in China has been in chaos," he added. As his hat and coat came off completely, a large scar was revealed across his face. The bartender, noticing this, frowned slightly in curiosity. "But your accent sounds like you are from Seoul. If you are Korean, why would you come from the north?" He set the beer down as he spoke. The scar-faced man answered calmly, "I ran away. At the time, I knew nothing." The bartender, sensing he did not want to pry further, changed the subject. "What is your name?" But the reply he received caught him off guard. People in this trash heap use names too. The bartender rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. "Looks like you are truly a wanderer." The scar-faced man glanced at his reflection in the beer glass and silently thought, "The more I look, the more perfect it seems." Beneath the mask he wore, the masterpiece level 10,000 faces iron mask, was a hidden face, one brimming with joy. By infusing mana into the mask, it created illusions, altering his appearance and even his voice's tone, consuming mana but offering extraordinary versatility. Chol thought to himself, "It has been a while since I came here. I hope I still remember the way." He glanced cautiously around the tavern. This place was in Jigong province, one of the most dangerous northern regions. Monsters had long been cleared, but no one cultivated the land. Places like this always seemed to funnel shadows toward them. Traveling through perilous regions worldwide, a village had formed here populated by outlaws skilled in martial arts, arcane techniques, and magic known as the Wanderers Guild. Some had attempted to wipe out this guild, but that had only triggered waves of chaos from wandering criminals. For this reason, even governments and major powers deliberately left the guild alone. Chol sat quietly at the bar, deep in thought. This is the largest Wanderers Guild in Korea. Wherever criminals gather, secrets are sure to follow. In my previous life, I hid here to escape my family's watchful eyes. Though I was eventually found. That is why I have chosen this as my first stop on my invaluable journey. Suddenly, Chol lifted his head, looking directly at the bartender, and slowly spoke, "May I ask you something? Before, I was in Kowloon City. Now, who controls this place?" The bartender furrowed his brow, puzzled. "Why do you want to know?" Chol answered honestly, his tone steady, "I do not want to die simply because I am ignorant of this place. I need to understand the aura here to behave appropriately." The bartender hesitated for a moment, then let out a sharp sigh. "It is easy to ask, but one glass of beer won't be enough." Chol slightly frowned at this condition. Without hesitation, he slammed money onto the counter. "Here, 100,000 won. Get me some snacks and another beer." Seeing the boy's straightforwardness, the bartender could not help but laugh. "You really know how to handle things." He then went to fetch some snacks and began supplying the information Chol needed. This guild has been run by Baek Chol Su for the past 10 years. Even if you came from China, you must have heard his name, right? Chol had anticipated this answer and replied casually, "Of course, everyone knows him." The butcher Baek Chul-soo was once an official martial artist. He became a wanderer after killing his master. Before reincarnation, he ruled Korea's underworld. By his 30s, he seized control of the Baekgol gang and began running the black market. Chul tapped his fingers on the table, thinking to himself, now is the time when the most valuable goods start circulating, but the person I want to meet is not Baek Chul-soo. A certain artifact, once reclaimed by the renowned Lee Marshall clan in my previous life. This time, I will be the one to obtain it. A faint smile tugged at the corner of his lips. Meanwhile, at Baek Chul-soo's mansion, Chul-soo held a stack of papers in his hand, waving them lightly. A calculating smile spread across his face. Indeed, the black market brings more profit than herbal medicine. He was the leader of the Baekgol gang. Laughing heartily, he approached the man standing before him. Director Jung, you have worked hard. I knew bringing you back was the right decision, the man replied. It was none other than Director Jung Jin-soo. Baek Chul-soo grinned widely. He chuckled, his tone laced with irritation and amusement. Director Jung, or should I call you Jung Jin-soo? Then he slowly stood up. Mind that expression of yours. I already told you, I am not forcing you to stay. As he spoke, he stepped closer to Jin-soo. The Baekgol boss placed a hand on Director Jung's shoulder and leaned in, threateningly whispering, if you can endure it, you can leave anytime. The lethal intent in his voice sent shivers down Jin-soo's spine, making him tremble. He did not know how to respond, forcing a strained smile onto his lips. Director Jung then turned to Chul-soo and said, I will be careful. Satisfied with the answer, the Baekgol boss cheerfully turned away. Good. You smile even better than before. You know I genuinely care about you, Director Jung. As Chul-soo laughed and walked off, Jin-soo finally felt some tension leave his body. Chul-soo then cast a sidelong glance at him. You went to a good school, earned your money all thanks to me, right? Director Jung quickly replied. Yes, sir. After a tense moment of back and forth, the Baekgol boss finally relented. Anyway, back to the main topic. I was a little worried because we released too few tickets for this black market event, but I did not expect the upper echelon to enjoy it this much. Still, why not try giving out a few more tickets? He asked with a sly, mischievous grin. Director Jung calmly responded, keeping the ticket distribution limited each quarter helps us maintain customer loyalty more effectively. Hearing this, Chul-soo shrugged, slightly disappointed but accepting. Right, I trust you will handle it properly, Director Jung. But remember one thing, our goal is not this cramped, filthy underground. It is up there, he said, his eyes glinting with ambition. You already said it yourself, you want to step away from shady dealings. What we gain from the black market is money and connections. Using that as a stepping stone, we will step into the light. As he spoke these words, his face radiated pure cunning and malevolent intent. The sky remained clear above the spacious house. Jin-soo continued briefing Chul-soo. The black market is currently open only to a select few, and it has evolved into a highly secretive community. It is most effective for entertainment and money laundering. He explained slowly, because of anonymity, it is easy to acquire items that are nearly impossible to obtain through legal means, which makes it extremely appealing. Chul-soo, meanwhile, scrutinized the stack of documents in his hands. From drugs and rare medicines to high-value works of art. A wry smile escaped the Baekgol boss. Even people if someone is willing. Director Jung remained silent, merely listening. The tastes of the elite never change, he remarked quietly. Chul-soo slammed the documents onto the table and continued, business is proceeding smoothly. The boss propped his hand under his chin and added, it is only a matter of time before our Baekgol gang steps out of the shadows into the light. Then he reminded cautiously, at a sensitive time like this, if anything leaks. Before he could finish, the door suddenly burst open, and a voice called out, big news, boss. The Baekgol leader clenched his fist in annoyance, growling, what are you doing, do you want to die? The newcomer immediately bowed and stammered, sorry. He arrived so suddenly, I could not stop him. Chul-soo's irritation was evident. Speak, he demanded sharply. The messenger quickly explained, a certain guest has just arrived at our facility in South Binan province. I think you should come see for yourself. Chul-soo raised an eyebrow. A guest. The young staffer hesitated, then delivered the shocking declaration. It seems he comes from the prestigious Lee family. South Binin province was a designated safe zone. Chul planted his feet firmly on the ground. Before him stood an ordinary-looking office building, but as he entered, his thoughts continued. From the outside, it seems normal. But in reality, this is one of the gang's key operational hubs. The nimble staff member stood up, smiling politely. How can I help you? Unexpectedly, Chul's request was brief and direct. Call Baek Chul-soo. At first, the woman followed protocol and explained courteously, I am sorry, but there is no one here by that name. However, she was quickly silenced by his imposing presence. You would better keep your mouth shut, Chul warned. His dark eyes darkened further, and his expression turned stern. Unless you want this place wiped off the map by tomorrow. Only then did the woman notice his features, deep black hair. Brown eyes. Could he be from the prestigious Lee family? With no other choice, she reluctantly adjusted her response. The boss is not present at the moment. Chul's command was immediate, then call him here, now. Naturally, the staff remained hesitant, unsure about complying. That. Chul calmly added, his words laced with subtle menace. I could leave right now without any loss. But I wonder if Baek Chul-soo could handle the consequences. Defeated, the woman finally nodded. I will contact the boss. She led Chul to an elevator and informed him, I will take you to the VIP reception room first. He replied indifferently, do it. The elevator doors quickly closed. The professional staff swiped her access card, while Chul glanced at his reflection in the mirror, thinking, good thing I did not change my hair or eye color. I look like I am in my 30s or 40s now. He rubbed his chin, calculating. Baek Chul-soo is a level 5 warrior. He won't be able to use mana to alter his perception of my voice. I just need to lower my tone slightly. The staff bowed her head respectfully. I will bring tea immediately. Chul slowly sat down, eyes half closed, his mind racing. If this were a rogue base, it would not matter, but someone from the prestigious Lee family personally coming into a band of rogues. That is extremely unusual. He resolved firmly, I have to force Baek Chul-soo to show up here on his own. Moments later, the doors opened again. The figure entering was none other than the Baekgol gang's boss. Chul sipped his tea leisurely and remarked coolly, you are late. Chul-soo scratched his head in reply. Sorry, the journey was not short. He hurriedly added, but hearing that you were waiting, I came as fast as I could. Then he boldly turned the question back on Chul. More importantly, why have you come here? A forced smile remained plastered on Chul-su's face as he spoke, but he did not have time to react when Chul suddenly closed the distance. To meet. Chul lifted his knee and struck Baekgol's boss squarely in the stomach. The force sent him crashing into the opposite wall, a painful grunt escaping his lips. Chul's voice was low and menacing as he warned, you made me wait 30 minutes. You should have bowed the moment you entered this room. He followed with a sharp question, and yet you had the audacity to walk in with your head held high. The two men immediately bowed in unison, shouting, I am sorry. Chul-soo was still trying to catch his breath, eyes wide, mind racing. At first, I thought he was just some madman pretending to be from the prestigious Lee family. His hand clutched his stomach, still feeling the sting of the blow. But this is real. Observing Chul closely, he continued thinking, I was careless. And taken down in a single strike. That aura of supreme, arrogant killing intent. Unmistakably from the Lee clan. Hastily, he adopted a submissive stance, forcing a smile as he stammered, surely. You must be from the main branch, or a close offshoot of the Lee family. It is an honor to meet a bloodline of the renowned Lee clan. His words became immediately more polite. I am Baek Chul-soo, manager of the Rogue Network in this enterprise. Seeing the change in his demeanor, Chul raised an eyebrow, his tone laced with implication. Seems you run quite an interesting operation. Baek Soo flinched, hesitating. You mean? Chul stated bluntly, leaving no room for misunderstanding. Hearing the accusation, Chul-soo paled, face draining of color. I hear you are running a black market. Bold move for a rogue from one of the 10 great sword sects. Chul looked down with disdain. I thought you would rot in the shadows, but you plan to use it to climb into the light. His words made Baekgol's boss blanch further, using the black market to build wealth and connections. Is that right? He stared at Chul in shock. He knows about both my martial sect and my current operations. If I have offended a great clan, I apologize. Chul then shifted his tone, calmer now. I did not come here for that. His explanation echoed slowly. My master has taken notice of you. He wishes to start something. Through you. Before Chul Su could ask further, Chul pressed, curious to know who my master is. The man hesitated, then admitted, if it is not too bold. May I ask? Chul chose his words carefully, elevating the man to near reverence. He is the purest-blooded scion of the Li family, the one most worthy of the clan's position. A scoffing laugh followed as he continued, the seventh son of the Li clan. A name was finally spoken aloud, Li Jae-hak. The story of the seventh son of the renowned martial clan Li Jae-hak, a direct line heir, was one of extraordinary renown in commerce. He was known as a prodigy in business. It was said he could fail, but he never truly lost. A proactive strategist, he always ensured he claimed the final victory. Chul spoke slowly, explaining, the young master wishes to initiate a plan through you. This statement sparked confusion in Chul Su's mind. Someone like him wants to cooperate with me. Frowning, he considered carefully, even if the black market is tempting, it is hardly enough to make a direct line heir intervene personally. He continued weighing the situation, and who can be certain this person truly has ties to the main branch? Suddenly, Chul's voice cut through with an observation. I see arrogance in your eyes. Chul Su bowed his head quickly, acknowledging his mistake. I am sorry, he murmured, turning away as he added. The young master is truly merciful to a lowly man like you. Seated, Chul continued, his words laced with quiet authority, leave all of this to me. His hand reached for an object nearby. Relax. Chul Su's eyes followed the motion closely, wary. If he wanted to kill me, he would have done it the moment he entered the room. The identity of the object was soon revealed. That is. The Bekgol boss nearly panicked, shouting, the demon spear Bak Triet. He quickly appraised the weapon silently. The spear is even longer than its shaft, curved like flowing water. Chul Su recalled, a few years ago, when Li Jae-hak went to the North Sea for a mission. Could this be the weapon drawn from the Long King's sea realm? Chul raised the spear and asked, his tone sharp. You know what this is, do not you? Without hesitation, Baek Su admitted, yes, I know. It is the demon spear Bak Triet. He scratched his head, puzzled again, but why can't I sense any aura from it? Chul's gaze remained fixed on the weapon, his voice low and ominous. Of course not, it has been sealed. He continued, his words heavy with implication. Perhaps even seeing this, you may still doubt it. But remember, you are not our only choice. Hearing this, Chul Su could not contain his curiosity and asked, if I may, what exactly does the young master want from us? Chul continued weaving his story. My master wants you to expand the black market you created and take control of the entire underground economy. The information left him incredulous, prompting him to clarify, the black market. You mean that place? It is just a small operation we set up to make some petty money. But Chul's tone left no room for argument. This is not up for you to judge. My master has already decided. Chul Su's eyes widened as he processed the information. A direct line heir of a prestigious martial clan personally intervening in the underworld. Even the Bekgol boss understood the logic. Money in the shadows is still money. With Li Jae-hak's commercial foresight, this move makes sense. Suddenly, his eyes widened in realization. He hesitantly asked, do I have a choice in this matter? Chul's answer was unsurprising, no, you do not. Chul Su's fists clenched tightly, and a string of curses rumbled in his mind, damn it. If I refuse, then by dawn. No, the warrior squad will arrive immediately. At that moment, in his thoughts, the other man seemed enormous. The moment that name is mentioned, your answer has already been decided. Chul planted his spear firmly on the ground and continued, however. If you choose to serve my master faithfully, that is a different story. He listed the rewards. You will become the president of a prestigious conglomerate. A place that could be described as a kingdom untouchable under the shadow of the underground organization. Chul pressed on, ensuring the Bekgol boss looked up, attentive, and of course, my master will back you fully. At last, Chol-soo hesitated. The Baekgol gang leader quickly steeled himself. I must do what? Chol replied, don't rush. First, we will put you to the test. A long, tense silence followed. Very quickly, only Chol-soo and director Jung remained. Chol-soo pursed his lips and muttered, an underling of Lee Jae-hak, the seventh heir of the prestigious Lee Marshall clan. He continued mumbling to himself, recalling the earlier events. Bok Triet the Demon Spear, a weapon once captured by Lee Jae-hak in the North Sea. Frowning, he reached a conclusion, but I still can't fully believe it. He then glanced at Jung, his tone turning dark and commanding, Director Jung, you need to go verify this. Jung furrowed his brows and asked cautiously, up until now, we have deliberately avoided crossing paths with the renowned Lee Marshall clan, have not we? He hesitated before adding, his words carrying a subtle undertone, if they are hiding some scheme. Chol-soo slowly responded while retrieving a cigarette from its case, if he truly is Lee Jae-hak's man, there is no problem. Lighting his cigarette, he inhaled deeply before continuing, if he is an imposter, then at least we have done some favor for them. Exhaling a plume of white smoke, he added arrogantly, and if he turns out worthless, then we just need to figure out what to do with Bok Triet during the upcoming black market event. For a few moments, Jung remained silent, then reluctantly closed his eyes and replied, understood. The room fell silent once more. Elsewhere, Chol was wide-eyed, mentally remarking, a luxury room, these guys know how to live. The room before him was exquisitely decorated. He cautiously sat on the bed, a hint of contempt in his mind, they must be having quite the headache right now. He recalled the earlier conversation, I set 3 conditions. The first, sell Bok Triet to see if they are capable of handling such a difficult item. That is how I test their skills. Exhaling in satisfaction, he thought, after all, the Bok Triet I gave them is only a fake. He continued calculating, it is a version forged with Mujin. The real Bok Triet, the soul-devouring spear, has been sealed away long ago. He assured himself, even if Baek Chol-soo examines it thoroughly, he won't detect a thing. Not even the clan's techniques can decode Mujin. His gaze shifted to his own hand as his thoughts progressed. Moreover, only I can wield that weapon. He reflected further, because I infused it with my own blood, even if Mujin is lost, I can still call it back using the wielder's skill. Recalling a previous moment, he thought, even from afar, I can summon it back to my hand, because I embedded my mana deeply into it. I can summon it anytime. Switching to another matter, Chol reflected. Next, the second condition, checking the ledgers. He recalled the expression on Baek Chol-soo's face. He hesitated, but in the end, he had no choice but to bring them out. The final condition, the customer list. Chol knew he needed all 3 elements to conclude this matter smoothly. He glanced thoughtfully, estimating, he is probably racking his brain over the conditions I set, and with someone as cunning as Baek Chol-soo, it only makes things more awkward. His hands intertwined as he thought, anyway. At that moment, a line of thought abruptly stopped in Director Jung's mind, the man standing next to Baek Chol-soo. I feel like I have seen that face somewhere before. Chol's eyes widened sharply. He pondered seriously, it can't be.